DJ.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu,
Let's remain standing for a word of prayer from Justice Hassan. It's Friday. Come and lead us in a word of prayer, Judge. Amen. Thank you. Let's be seated. Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Justice, Honorable Chief Justice and President of the Supreme Court, Chief Justice Martha Koome, Chief Justice Emeritus, Justice Professor William Mutunga, the Director General of the Kenya Judiciary Academy and Judge of the Supreme Court, Justice Dr. Smokin Wanjala, Judges of the Supreme Court present. I see Justice Lenaola and Justice Ouko here. Welcome. The Court of Appeal judges are present. So far, I see Justice Isaac Hassan, I see Justice Dr. Laibuta, and I think those are the ones we have so far. High Court judges are present. Judges of the Environment and Land Court, led by the Principal Judge, Justice Oscar Angote. Judges of the ELRC are present. Judicial officers are present. The President of the Law Society of Kenya, Mr. Charles Kanjama, Senior Counsel. Judicial staff, justice sector actors, students, academicians, publishers, the media, everybody present, good morning. Welcome to the Inaugural Judges Bookfair 2026 that is being hosted by the Kenya Judiciary Academy with the support of the Judiciary Library Department. Honorable Chief Justice, this has been a great journey of discovery. We are amazed by the large volume of scholarly work that exists in this institution. Our magistrates, our judges, our staff have written a lot of work, and some of this work is at the risk of loss. So this process has managed to rescue some of them, and we hope to do so as the Academy and the Library Department of the institution. I think this book fair confirms one thing. The learned profession is continuously learning, and the judiciary has assumed a very strong learning posture, evidenced by the large body of intellectual work that we see here today. It boasts a large and expanding intellectual quotient, which also radiates in its jurisprudence that we see every day. And we believe that if we focus on the three I's, intellectualism, integrity, and innovation, then Kenya's ascendant judiciary will reach its apogee of excellence on the global stage. Chief Justice, as we were going through this, we noticed we have very many PhDs in the institution. PhDs in the institution. If you compare this to the number of PhDs that we had pre-2010, I think they were about 3. Now they're about 20 and increasing. And I know very many PhD candidates, some of them sitting in the room here today. So I'm sure that number will rise significantly in the next few years. And that is important because, CJ, this is an institution that historically punished magistrates and staff and judges for going back to school at their own time, at their own cost. So there's been a shift in the intellectual appetite in the institution, and that's a good thing, and that's what we intend to promote through this book fair. Just a few things about this book fair. We have books that we are exhibiting. We have journal articles, books on the tables. We have journal articles. CJ, we also curated landmark judgments, some of which are framed on the wall. So as you walk around, you'll see a highlight of some of the landmark judgments that we have, and we'll be able to engage the public in discussing some of those judgments as well, in addition to the books that we have. For those who would like to take photos for memory purposes, we have a photo booth at the end, at the entrance. Please feel free to do so in the course of these conversations. And we shall also have a wall board where you can give us feedback on how this process has gone. The event is being live streamed throughout the day, so please know that the rest of the world is watching us, and we hope that we'll be able to render ourselves in a way that inspires those who are watching us. Without much further ado, Honorable Chief Justice, it is now my distinguished pleasure to invite the President of the Law Society of Kenya, Senior Counsel Charles Kanjama, to make his remarks. Senior Counsel and President, welcome.
The Honorable the Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya, as well as Chief Justice Emeritus, Honorable Judges of the Supreme Court, the Court of Appeal, the Superior Courts, Honorable Judicial Officers, Deputy Registrars, Magistrates present, Senior Counsel, other members of the Bar present, other judicial staff, stakeholders in the judiciary, publishers, good morning. Good morning once again. It gives me a distinct pleasure to have been invited by the judiciary for this very auspicious occasion, when the judiciary has recognized the importance of publications and to celebrate the authors within its midst. I think this is amazing, and I'm extremely delighted to be here. I have been reflecting that many times the output of our learning and our reasoning as a legal profession that collectively includes the bar and the bench is ultimately found in our judgments. And when you do an audit of most of our judgments, we quote very few publications. We are quoting cases. So for a long time, the kind of like the apex of our learning was the judicial decision. But when you look at jurisprudence in places like the United States and the United Kingdom, the English bench, you find they are quoting a lot of publications as well. They are quoting Halsbury's Laws of England, where they've digested their jurisprudence. They are quoting learned authors, and these have synthesized the law, and they have harmonized. Because as the volume of writing of judgments and rulings increases, you need someone to harmonize and synthesize to make it easier both for the bar and the bench in future cases. In Kenya, we began with the bench books on issues like elections, which were already doing something in terms of synthesizing. They were a form of publication. But the ultimate form of publication that is scholarly includes journal articles, includes texts, various texts. And in the few minutes before we've begun this session, I have walked through the exhibition hall, and I've been truly impressed by the volume of writing that already members of the judiciary, as well as other members of the bar, have been undertaking over the past few years. As the Law Society of Kenya, we are very keen on ensuring that these publications reach our members. For those that are journal publications, we'd like to get the links so that we can share them with our members. We want to build both a physical and, very importantly, a digital library so that they can be accessed. We know the choice or the decision to write a book in third world countries is not motivated by economic concerns as a primary reason, because those books largely or rarely can give you the level of economic reward that is commensurate with the effort put in. In fact, those who purchase the books are not too many, and you find that as an author you have to donate copies to libraries and so on. The main reason is philanthropic. It is service to the profession, is to build the corpus of knowledge for everyone. And it would be a pity if after all that effort has been put in, the primary consumers of this legal knowledge, who are lawyers, members of the public, come after, are not reading or not aware of these publications. So this is something that we need to resolve beginning today, to ensure that the channel by which publications reach the intended consumer is strong and robust. Those who are able to purchase to be given an opportunity to purchase. Those publications that are available through digital libraries, maybe on subscription or other basis, to be available on that basis. When we were campaigning in the recently concluded LSK elections, some of my members suggested to me, Kanjama, you know, we still pay a library fee every year when paying for a practicing certificate as lawyers. We never come to visit that physical library. Where is it? They asked me. And so they suggested, can't you create a digital library for lawyers? And as I was walking, I met the leadership of the Judiciary Library Services, and I asked them, can't we get even things like Halsbury's and All England reports? And they told me, honestly, right now we have a service that is restricted to judicial officers because of subscription. We are not able to expand it to the large number of members that you have. We know that academic institutions like universities have a special arrangement where their students get access to very vast library of books, legal books and others. But the people who are making submissions, who are meant to guide the court in decision making, are not the students. It is the lawyers who are in practice, and that is where the gap is. Those are the ones who don't seem to have access. Right now, we are beginning to think about artificial intelligence, and what AI does is it crawls through the whole language, the whole resource or corpus of knowledge that's available on the internet through what they call large language models, and they get all that information and they synthesize and they analyze and they present it to you with a bit of hallucination in the process, but they give you largely information because that's their job, to synthesize large amounts of knowledge. So it's like our members will now jump from not having access to our texts to going straight to AI without going through the intervening or interim process of accessing our texts. So as we encourage judges, judicial officers, and other members of the legal profession to take writing seriously, let us also reflect on what we need to do to resolve the access problem or the access challenge. And one metric that can be very easy for us in the legal profession, including judges, is just to assess what number of judgments and rulings quote publications, not just other cases. They quote a publication. How many times has this book of mine, very nice analysis on succession law, family law, law of trust, how many times has it been quoted in a judgment or in a ruling? So that as we write more, we ensure that our writings are being consumed more. As a law society, as I finish, we pledge and we commit to be a partner in this very worthwhile undertaking, because it is only when we learn, analyze, and harmonize the law for the people who process justice, and then we can apply the law to the facts, that we can have a more perfect justice. So this job is to help us to achieve that goal of a more perfect justice. We are committed to the task, Madam CJ. We will work with the judiciary, chair of the Judiciary Academy, professor and my former two lawyers, and then to the rest of the public, that it is accessible to lawyers, and then to the rest of the public, that it is accessible, that it is being used at the moments when justice is being negotiated, processed, and implemented. And also that your members in the judiciary, they also are aware of these publications. Thank you very much for the invitation. I beg to submit.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for those remarks. One suggestion you could consider is to donate the Advocates Library contribution to the Judiciary Library. Subventions. Thank you very much, Senior Counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, let me also recognize the presence of judges who have joined us. Judge Chigiti, the High Court, Judge Asena Thongeri, the High Court. We have Judge Odunga of the Court of Appeal, and we have Judge Kiage of the Court of Appeal. When we rolled out the ad for this, some of the responses we were getting was that, is Judge so-and-so coming? So to interest them sufficiently to come, I sent them those comments, and they're here. Thank you, judges. It is my pleasure now to welcome the Director General of the Kenya Judiciary Academy, our chief host and Judge of the Supreme Court of Kenya, Justice Smokin Wanjala. It is under his direction and leadership that this project was conceived, conceptualized, and now being executed. Judge, karibu.
Thank you very much, the Honorable the Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya and the President of the Supreme Court of Kenya. Allow me to ride on the protocols that have been set by both Duncan Okello and the President of the Law Society of Kenya. But in my capacity as the Director General, not Chairman, in my capacity as Director General of the Kenya Judiciary Academy, let me use this authority of mine before inviting the Honorable the Chief Justice to ambush our Chief Justice Emeritus, Dr. Willie Mutunga, who actually inspired me to start this process. To make just a few remarks, I know that you have been allocated a substantial position in the program, but I think it's only fair that our Chief Justice Emeritus makes some remarks before we go into the nitty-gritty of things. Please welcome Willie.
Okay, I wasn't prepared for this. Good morning. Because I thought I was going to talk the Chief Justice. So Judge Morgan has thrown me, under the bus, literally. But what I can say really is this is a great idea. Because I was even asking today where is Tati's book, because she's written on, yes, she has a book, she's a pastor, theologian, and I think it's the thing about legal profession is that it's like we discover interests as we, whether we are judges, we find that we can actually write poetry, we can write novels, and we've quite a number of pastors. Is Judge Nyakundi here? Reuben. Yeah, because he shocked us at State House when he prayed for the President Uhuru Kenyatta. So, and there's that kind of writing, and the articles, as President Kajama was saying, just, sharing. And I think it's very, very, very important to have these publications also, I was writing something and I noticed Judge Jagiti's book on Intersect, settling that particular debate, the cases, and so forth. So, and I think we can deliberately also start quoting what your colleagues have written. Let's resist jealousies and so forth. Let's glorify our own, all right? Everything that you can lay hands on, let's quote each other. It's just like I've always said that we quoted the Americans enough. We've quoted the English enough. But now we need to get the jurisprudence of people in Malawi, in Ghana, and other places, so that we build some Pan-African jurisprudence. Anyway, thank you very much.
So it was not an ambush. Thank you very much, CJ Emeritus. My brothers and sisters, my colleagues, when I took over as the director that time of the Judiciary Training Institute, I laid out my vision at the outset. What I was saying is that it was no longer going to be business as usual. I was not going to be in charge of an institute whose main preoccupation was to deliver refresher courses to judges and magistrates and just relinquish them to where they have been appointed in such capacity. This time around, it was going to be a depository and repository of knowledge and an arena of continuing thinking by judicial officers. Because the best judge, the best magistrate, the best judicial officer is a thinking one. And you can't be thinking in a vacuum. You can only be thinking if you read. And you can't read narrowly. You can't restrict and restrain yourself to judgments. You've got to read through a wide expanse of literature. You must read judgments, of course, but you must read publications which have been deliberated beyond the courtroom, like the president of the Law Society has been reminding us. You must read dreams, you see, because, some of us come up with, experience certain dreams, which if we just shared, they are so rich, but we have discarded that arena of knowledge, the dreamland. So what I then was envisioning is that we were going to have an institution that would continuously activate a judge's or magistrate's thinking mind and pull along all those who operate within the judiciary and create linkages between the judiciary, academic institutions, and the legal profession, and the public at large. But that can only be done if we now do the things that we started doing. That is why, quickly, I was asked by the Judicial Service Commission, to which then the Academy must report. And actually, it was me and the current Chief Justice who said, why are we calling it a training institute? It should be something more. It's an academy. A training institute cannot do the kinds of things that we have been doing. And from that, then we moved to the, because I joined as president of the Court of Appeal. So I have grudgingly acceded to that torment. And therefore, it is, Honorable the Chief Justice, is my distinct honor to welcome you to the inaugural Kenya Judiciary Academy's Judges Bookfair, an initiative that reflects our enduring commitment to intellectual growth within the judiciary and meaningful engagement with the Kenyan public. At the outset, let me extend my sincere gratitude to the Honorable the Chief Justice for gracing this event. Your presence here affirms the judiciary's steadfast commitment to the advancement of legal scholarship, jurisprudential development, and nurturing a vibrant culture of learning within the institution. Let me also, having ambushed him, acknowledge our very honorable the Chief Justice Emeritus, who is a prolific writer by any stretch of imagination. He has written from the days he was a student, written from the days he was a lecturer, written from the days he was a detainee, written from the days he was the so-called activist, and continues to write, written from the days he was Chief Justice, and even written after relinquishing the title of Chief Justice. So that kind of prolific writing, if each one of us were doing that, this country will not be relegated to the ignominy of oblivion. Okay, and so we should keep writing. That is my passion. So we then must profoundly appreciate and congratulate those judicial officers, the judges, right all the way from the Supreme Court to the magistracy, Court of Appeal, High Court, who, notwithstanding, okay, the lack of recognition of the importance of writing, have written all the same. This book fair would not have been a reality if we didn't have anything to exhibit. But you can imagine that we have such a rich source out there generated by our judges and magistrates, and yet it suffers the danger. There's always that danger of getting lost. Now, apart from exhibiting, apart from having this book fair and having this kind of interaction, we should be making references in our judgments, as we have been told, to those publications so that we breathe life into them. You see? So now the president of the Law Society is shocked that Judge Lenaola has published books because of lack of these kinds of interaction. And that, Honorable Chief Justice, we seek to stop. So your writings, brothers and sisters, embody the spirit of a learned judiciary and reflect a deep commitment to intellectual excellence and discourse, jurisprudential growth, and advancement of justice. Indeed, it is through your works that this event, as I've said, has been made possible. There would have been nothing to exhibit. I also wish to acknowledge the Kenya Judiciary Academy team, all the officers, for your hard work, commitment, and dedication. Honorable the Chief Justice, that institution works under almost no funding, and even in terms of human capacity. But they are dedicated, and once we set upon achieving an objective, they go out with all guns blazing. We also acknowledge the Judiciary Library Department. At least for the first time, we have had an acknowledgement by the Law Society that as a judiciary, we are ahead in certain aspects, that even without subscriptions, we have a service called the library service. But the Law Society, they pay for a non-existent service, both physical and digital. So we are happy to appreciate those. And then not to forget the Directorate of Public Affairs and Communication for your valued collaboration. The Bookfair is anchored on a very powerful idea that the judiciary is not merely an arbiter of disputes, but is also a vital generator, curator, and custodian of knowledge. That's why I said that the Academy would both be a depository and a repository of knowledge. And that is the idea that powers such innovations. The Constitution envisions a judiciary that is not only independent, but intellectually vibrant and responsive to the evolving needs of society. Because independence for its own sake is a very narrow doctrine. It must be fueled by intellectual progress. That is how then this independence, judicial independence, will serve the needs of society. So judges and judicial officers do not just speak only through their judgments. They also shape legal thought through research and writing. And as we have been told by Chief Justice Emeritus, we need not limit our writings and our thoughts to just legal phenomena or legal disputes. Beyond judging, you are a human being. There is no reason why we should not play music and dance because we are just human beings. This idea that a judge is something of a superhuman or subhuman must be debunked. Is that when we walk into that court, we have come from somewhere. We have come from a family. We have come from an arena where there is social existence. And therefore, we do not become any different. We are just different because we are the ones to finally decide. And beyond the courtroom, writing beyond the courtroom is richer than writing within the confines of the courtroom. Because then when you write a judgment, it must be dictated by the nature of the case before you. But if you write beyond, you are free. And that's why even writings that are not shaped by legal disputes should be able to inform judgments, because we are dealing with disputes that we could never have been prepared for at law school. And therefore we must go beyond writings from judgments. But having said that, remember that if we do not safeguard our judgments through publications, they will not influence learning at the universities. Because if we leave lecturers and professors to be citing decisions helter-skelter without that systematic arrangement that Charles Kanjama talked about, then we also are not feeding into our universities. And therefore, these things are symbiotic in nature. So therefore, we aim to provide a dedicated platform for judges, judicial officers, staff, and stakeholders to showcase and access high-quality publications and resources, to promote interaction, as I've said, between the judiciary, academia, the publishing units, practitioners, our students, and the public. And when we talk about students, we're not just talking about university students. All the way from primary school, they should be inspired by these kinds of publications. We should continue to strengthen judicial education and professional development. These objectives are in line with the mandate of the Academy, and I've said that the Constitution itself actually makes training and learning an imperative. It is no longer a choice. It is no longer punishable conduct. It is actually a constitutional. You must continue learning. Actually, if you don't continue learning, you'll be violating that article of the Constitution. So things have changed, okay? So this year's theme, bench scholarship and jurisprudential ferment, a symbiosis, aptly captures the essence of this initiative. It reflects the dynamic and symbiotic relationship between scholarship and judicial decision-making, where judges and judicial officers both draw from and contribute to academic thought, intellectual engagement, and public outreach, thereby giving life. Intellectual engagement and public outreach, thereby giving life to the transformative vision of the Constitution and the stage blueprint. So allow me just, as I conclude, to highlight the academy and its undergoing transformation in this trajectory. So we are positioned actually to become an academy for the future and a center of excellence in judicial training and research. We have already developed a comprehensive academy master plan. We are continuing to push through Parliament the enactment of the Kenya Judiciary Academy Act. It's in a bill form, having undergone its first reading. It's about to undergo its second reading. And then Chief Justice, I think, will speak to this, the idea of having a KJA infrastructure, its own complex, actually what they call a state of the art, but I think that is in the realm of the Chief Justice's docket. We shall be informed towards that. We have other innovative programs. For example, we have, as I said at the Judges Colloquium, we would be introducing a journal, the Kenya Judiciary Academy Journal, and now it's already in the forming. We are actually, the first copy should come out before end of year of that journal. It's called the African Journal on Judicial Science. So judging is no longer just it's a science. It must be a science. And it's not a Kenya journal. It is an African journal, only that it is a Kenyan Judicial Academy idea. So it is, again, we are calling for writings, and we have already received over 20 great writings. So we are on course for all those things. So therefore, we are to position ourselves as a hub that nurtures professional and intellectual growth. I could go on, but you have already been told that even our landmark judgments, they're all there. So if we don't publish them, we shall continue quoting other jurisdictions as if we should not be quoted ourselves. And believe you me, now Kenyan judiciary judgments, all the way from the High Court to the Supreme Court, have been quoted elsewhere. That was almost unheard of. And so with digital, and we are going to provide links of all these publications digital, and we are going to provide links of all these publications to the whole world, so that now they get greater visibility and visibility. With those few remarks, Honorable Chief Justice, it's now my distinct honor to welcome you and to make your keynote address.
I think there is no other keynote address to me. Let us appreciate Judge Wanjara. He was really at his best element as a teacher, as the academic reader in the Supreme Court. Thank you very much, and thank you, CJ Emeritus Professor Willy Mutunga, for gracing this occasion. This was your idea when you were the Chief Justice. I remember you telling us stories of how you expect lawyers and judges to exhibit their intellectual rigor by having writings and booths of cars open with books instead of exhibiting fruits and maize, things we have collected from our shamba, we should be exhibiting books. I think that dream is still on course. We are carrying it through. Thank you so much for encouraging us. Colleagues, judges, judicial officers, learned colleagues from the bar, our dear students, a very good morning to you all. Our very, very distinguished guests this morning. Thank you so much, Kenya Judiciary Academy, for inviting us to this inaugural Judges Bookfair 2026. This pioneering initiative brings together judges, judicial officers, scholars, advocates, students, and members of the public in a shared celebration of legal scholarship, intellectual inquiry, and the enduring power of ideas. I really want to congratulate everybody who has written books, articles that we are going to exhibit in this book fair. The other day I was invited at the Library of Congress to speak about my own memoir. And when we were taken round, it turned out to be actually a book exhibition for the Honorable Justice Wanjara. He has written so many books that I wasn't aware of that I met in America. So this is really wonderful that we can see what our very own have done. So I commend the KJA under your leadership, Justice Wanjara, and also the organizing committee led by Duncan Okero for conceptualizing and organizing this important forum. The publications being exhibited reflect not only the richness of the judicial scholarship in Kenya, but also the remarkable diversity of intellectual contributions being made by members of the bench and the wider sector. I can tell you, as an author myself, it is a labor of love, because many times you find yourself wondering, why are you engaging in it? Will even anybody read? Because when I started writing, I was like, why am I laboring like this? Is anybody going to read? But I can tell you, the book that I wrote under that strenuous circumstances is flying off the shelves. It's being celebrated everywhere. But I was saying, let me put this information together, if for nobody else, at least for my children and my grandchildren, to know that I had a great mother, a mother who contributed immensely to bringing up children, but who died with nothing, no title, no property. And therefore, I wanted people to know they lived this great woman. So for me, this book fair is historic. For the first time in our judiciary history, we are deliberately creating a platform where our judges and judicial officers and even staff can engage the public, not only through judgments delivered in the courtrooms, but also through books, scholarships, memoirs, reflections, and intellectual discourse. Because in doing so, we affirm an important truth, that judges are not merely adjudicators of disputes, they are also custodians of ideas. They also interrogate the country's social conditions and contribute to the development of legal thought and democratic governance. When you read the story of Justice Asenath Ongeri about how to become a judge, how becoming a judge, what a life it is when you engage in resolving disputes from the beginning to the end. That is what Justice Wanjara is calling science. The judiciary is fundamentally an institution of reason. Every judgment we write is in many ways an act of scholarship. It requires rigorous analysis, fidelity to constitutional values, appreciation of the history and context where we are coming from and where we are going, and careful engagement with the precedent and the principles of law. When lawyers and litigants come and heap information on us, it is us now to string it together, bringing out all those values and standards. So judicial writing, therefore, does not begin and end with the judgments. Scholarship deepens the intellectual foundations upon which sound jurisprudence is built. Indeed, many of the transformative developments in constitutionalism, human rights, commercial law, environmental justice, labor law, family law, criminal justice, and alternative dispute resolution have emerged from sustained engagement between the bench, academia, and legal practitioners. Books and scholarly works provide the intellectual architecture that shapes jurisprudence across generations. I am therefore deeply encouraged to see the impressive array of publications being showcased today by judges and judicial officers from across our courts and even the tribunals. This body of work spans diverse themes, including constitutional law, land law, the law of succession. We celebrate Justice Musyoka for providing us with a handbook that has helped us navigate this area of succession. Criminal law, we have also in intellectual property, data protection, children's rights, bioethics, judicial memoirs. Justice Renaura has broken the new grounds in reproductive health. All these demonstrate that Kenyan judiciary is not only deciding cases, but also actively shaping legal knowledge and contributing to national and global conversations on justice and governance. This initiative therefore strongly aligns with our blueprint, the social transformation through access to justice, which we built from my predecessors' blueprints, and it envisages a people-centered that connects with the people, that is responsive, and that is also intellectually grounded. Scholarship plays a critical role in the transformation, and judiciary that reads, that researches, that writes, and reflects is better equipped to deliver justice, justice that is principled, justice that is innovative and responsive to the lived and lived realities of the people that we serve. Legal scholarship also serves another important democratic purpose by demystifying the law and expanding judicial literacy among our citizenry. Through books and public conversations, as the ones we are having today, the judiciary becomes more available to the public, more available to citizens, because they are able now to understand not only what the courts decide, but also the ideas, the philosophies, and the constitutional values that inform judicial decision-making. I particularly commend the inclusion of students, young lawyers, our young researchers, and members of the public in this event, because the future of our legal system depends on us being able to cultivate a culture of reading, a culture of inquiry, and a culture of critical thinking and ethical leadership among the next generation. And we are truly grateful to our Chief Justice, Professor Willy Mutunga, who has led us in this direction. I hope this book fair inspires many young people to see how law not only merely is used within the profession, as a profession as well, that is dedicated to justice, public service, and social transformation. I also wish to appreciate in a very, very special way our distinguished judges, judicial officers, staff, the authors participating in the various panels and knowledge cafes throughout the day, the planned conversations on writing judgments, developing jurisprudence, judicial memoirs, constitutional transformation, and legal scholarship are timely and necessary because they remind us that the development of jurisprudence is a corrective and ongoing enterprise. I also encourage the Kenya Judiciary Academy to institutionalize this book fair as an annual event. I think that will give me an impetus to write another book next year. Please continue supporting research as well, writing publication. How can these judges and JOs get even a time to reflect and write? Because such initiatives strengthen not only judicial capacity, but also public confidence in the judiciary as an institution committed to learning, reflection, and continuous improvement. Allow me finally to congratulate all the authors exhibiting their work today. I'm happy to see the Honorable Dr. Justice Raibuta. He is a prolific writer as well. I interacted with him when we were struggling with the Children's Act 2022, and I was impressed by a systemic, logic thinking in organizing that act. I know many people do not know that he is the one who wrote for us the Children's Act 2022. Many things about our very own people. So all our authors, our celebrated authors today, exhibiting your work today, your writings are an enduring contribution to the growth of Kenya's jurisprudence and the advancement of justice to our people. Through your scholarship, you are helping to shape not only the law of today, but also the constitutional imagination of future generations. It is now my very distinguished honor and privilege to officially declare the inaugural Judges Book Fair 2026 duly opened. Enjoy the day, but I really want to tell you we are in good hands of our Director General, providing leadership at the Kenyan Judiciary Academy. He has dreamt, and I hope that dream of the vision of a center of excellence, not only for Kenya, but for the entire continent, can also be put into a book so that you can encourage many of us who dream. I'm also a dreamer. Sometimes I'm very scared of my own dreams. I don't even want to repeat them. But now that dreams have been given some validation here, I think we need to tell that dream that we have of the Kenya Judiciary Academy, an academy of excellence, an academy that curates all these ideas and information, not only for Kenya, but for Africa. And it's already attracting a lot of attention. I think people have read about the dream because they keep telling me they want to come and benchmark with the Kenyan Judiciary Academy. Then I ask you which one. It has no premises. But we are going, by the grace of God, to have the state-of-the-art Kenya Judiciary Academy that does not just support the judiciary, the entire legal profession, the entire legal agencies, and the entire continent of Africa. We better become the hub of legal knowledge because Kenya law has taken us to another level globally, and we just have to support those initiatives. I really want to thank all of you who have put efforts towards making this Judges Book Fair 2026 a success, and I wish you a wonderful day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, CJ, for those comments. Let me invite the Assistant Director, Library Services, Ruth Andiva, to lead us in some activity.
Honorable Chief Justice, Honorable Emeritus Chief Justice, judges present, allow me to adopt the protocol laid. My name is Ruth Andiva, the head of Library Services in the Judiciary. Chief Justice, with your permission, allow me to just make a few remarks as a reaction to what the previous speakers have mentioned. The Judiciary Library Services is pleased to be part of this inaugural Judges Book Fair 2026. As Scholar said, you don't write because you want to say something. You write because you have something to say. That is F. Scott Fitzgerald. He said, you do not write because you want to say something. You write because you have something to say. And I believe all the authors, all the scholars here have something to say, and they're glad that you're here. The Judiciary Library Services is pleased to announce, 1, the establishment of the Judiciary Authors Corner in all our libraries, starting with Milimani Library Court, where we will host a collection of all publications published, written by our judicial officers. And here we'll have samples of some of the publications done by our judicial officers. Chief Justice, I'm glad that you mentioned that you visited the Library of Congress in Washington, and you did not find most of the publications, you found most of the publications by our judicial officers there. Unfortunately, most of these copies are not available within the Judiciary Library Services. It is not deliberate. It could be an omission, either from us as the library, or an omission of interaction between us and the judicial officers as they go out to publish. So we just later learn from the press that a book here and there. Is therefore my request, Chief Justice, just as it is expected of every publisher in this country to deposit a copy of the publication to the National Library Services, and by extension the Library of Congress in Kenya, that the office of the Chief Justice and the Chief Registrar make it policy that every publication made by a judicial officer, a judge, a judicial officer, or judiciary staff is made in the library. Chief Justice, we are soon launching the Mahakama Library System that is anchored on the Jumuika Resource Planning System within the judiciary. This should be up and running in the course of the month before the close of the financial year. And one of the great developments of this is that we'll have access as judicial officers, judges, and everybody within the judiciary framework to access our rich resource of online subscriptions that are limited to judicial officers. And just as the Chair LSK mentioned, it will be a privilege for us to extend a hand to them if resources are available to avail our online rich database to them. In the same vein, the Mahakama Library Research System will be hosting a judiciary repository so that all decisions of the courts are made internally, all publications within the courts are hosted internally, and above all, we ask and encourage each one of us present here to deposit their publications, their research there, so that you have a central place of access to all the knowledge that you have institutionally and as individual officers of the court. Last but not least, Chief Justice, it is my request that we open our resources beyond the judiciary space. Many government institutions have repositories that are accessed externally, an example being the Kipra. I don't know what it's in full. They have a very rich source, a very rich repository that we are benchmarking with to ensure that we have such a resource for the judicial legal, to serve as a judicial legal hub, a repository, a source of information for all our publications, and everything that we publish internally will be available to us, not only internally, but externally to the public. Honorable Chief Justice, it's my humble pleasure to request you, to allow you, to request you to come and launch our Judiciary Authors Catalog that we have in our midst, for all the publications internally, for all the publications that we hope will be available to us, and publications that will come in future. As we get into 2026 Judges Book Fair, there will be another set of publications that will be launching to be deposited in our library. Thank you so much, Honorable Chief Justice.
Right, it will be a photo op. The DG would like you to join the Chief Justice at the high table so that right. All right, that is the you can use this.
Honorable Chief Justice, this is just a collection, a set of the books published by judges who are exhibiting today, a sample of them. And what you have in your hand is a catalog of all the publications of judiciary officers' publications within the judiciary that we hope will be of value to all of us, so that at a glance you're able to know what you have in the library, what is available, and also encourage, as we said, Chief Justice, more publications will be deposited and for us to publish more. Thank you so much, Chief Justice.
Thank you very much, Chief Justice. You can take your seats. Chief Justice, you can take your seats. Justice is under pressure to attend another meeting, so we'd propose, Chief Justice, that we have the first cafe, your session, without having to break for tea, so that we can catch, which will have the two Chief Justices. Let's give a round of applause to Miracle Mude. Karibu sana.
So good morning. Good morning, Emeritus Chief Justice Willy Mutunga and Chief Justice Martha Koome. My name is Miracle Mude. I am a graduate assistant at the University of Nairobi Faculty of Law. I also happen to be an editor and a senior editorial assistant at the Platform for Law, Justice and Society, and I've worked with both of you before at the platform. And just as we begin, there's a student of mine, a first-year student, who just recently wrote a book review of your latest book, Quoting Courage. She's here, so you can recognize. She's called Iteo. Yes. So today, we'll be looking at your books and some of the ideas that you brought within your books, and definitely the public life of, judicial writing. And we'll just be prepared to take my questions for today. You can just pass so that we have two. And we'll begin from the point that both of you have sat at the apex of Kenya's judiciary. And having sat there, you've written from, that vantage point. So my first question will be, and what moved each of you to write? And when you did that writing, what did you hope that your books were going to preserve? And definitely, what was going to be preserved within the books that some of your decisions did not capture, and especially at the Supreme Court of Kenya?
You want me to begin?
Yes, you can begin.
I think my big brother believes, but let me follow your instructions. Thank you very much, Miracle. Nice to meet you. I've been reading your writings in Flatform. I follow it. I think it is a bi-weekly publication. Very, very robust. Now, when I wrote my book, Quoting Courage, I did not know I was going to become the Chief Justice. I was telling my story, which is intricately connected with my mother. I started writing during the COVID period, and then within that time, the position of the Chief Justice became vacant, and I applied, and I didn't know I was going to make it. And when I was pleasantly surprised that I am the Chief Justice, I still did not tell the story of the Chief Justice in that book. So wait for Madam Chief Justice, that story. It is going to come. This is just my story growing up in the village, the journey of navigating life in the village, the life of a young mother, the life of a struggling student, balancing, university work, motherhood, and everything else. The life of an activist, Gen Z, when we were, and the work that we did clamoring for independence of the judiciary, independence of institutions, good governance, and we worked very closely with my big brother, who was my chairman at the Law Society at that time. So that book captures that phase of my life. So the book I've written when I'm Chief Justice is the one on the multi-door approach to dispute resolution. And I wrote that because we have embarked on this multi-door approach to resolution of disputes, which my brother began with the judiciary transformation framework, and Justice Maraga continued with the SJT, and then have continued it with the social transformation through access to justice. It's truly a game changer, because because Chief Justice has always preached indigenous jurisprudence, indigenous way of deciding our cases according to our own history, our own context. And indeed, we have made a lot of progress, even improving on the formal justice system that are based on the common law. We have now infused our own principles under the Fair Administration Action, so we are not just governed, even in judicial review, by the principles of common law. We have infused our own indigenous way of resolving dispute by ensuring that every case which is based on merit can also be evaluated. You don't just look at the process because of the fair administrative principles that now we have embraced. So looking at the cases that come to the formal justice system, I think a study was commissioned that showed that it's a very small percentage of Kenyans who can access justice through the formal justice system. And where do the other significant number of Kenyans with disputes go? And it's quite a significant percentage, like 80%. And out of that 80%, there is almost 19% who die with their problems. They are violated, but they don't want to engage in any process because it is tedious, it is cumbersome, it's expensive, it is unreachable to them. They just stay with their problems. Then there is this about 60% who actually resolve their disputes through mechanisms that exist and have always existed in our societies. Traditional way of resolving disputes, every community in Africa and their own way of resolving disputes. But when the colonialists came, they declared them repugnant to law and morality. So we are now trying to go back to see how can we empower these people. And this is now my book, exploring those alternative methods of resolving disputes, something which was informed by my position as the CJ. Perhaps if we wrote, perhaps if we documented, perhaps if we celebrated and highlighted the successes of resolving disputes where people shake hands and go home smiling, they become friends if they are members of the family or they are in business relationships, it will build better harmony in the society. That is why I wrote that one.
Thank you so much. Emeritus Chief Justice.
Yes.
So just on the same question, I wanted to understand, given you've had the advantage of occupying the apex court on the land as Chief Justice and President of the Supreme Court of the Republic of Kenya. How has this shaped your writing? Have you reflected on some of the decisions you've made? And when you've written, your later books, did you write on some of the things you missed even in your judgments?
The first article, the paper I wrote when I joined the judiciary, that's the one I wrote basically to trace historically, the original Whigs, from the feudal system, through centuries and so forth. The fact that, like the issue of my lord, you trace it to the cause during the feudal system, where the lord of the manor was a bishop, and was also had his own court. So people will go there. It made a lot of sense to call him, my lord, because he was obviously probably knighted, And this nation of my lord, my prayer this morning is because he was a bishop. And that's basically what we traced. And we had debates in the judiciary about what kind of gowns wear and so forth and so forth. That was my first one. The second article I wrote was on theory of interpreting the Constitution, because I thought the idea of these transformative constitutions and the idea of developing jurisprudence, was important, and we tracked the cases that dealt with that issue, either concurring opinions or dissenting opinion, and until we got to the media case. The main judgment was written by Justice Wanjala. He's the one who did the draft, where we tracked those cases, and then we basically said this is how the relying on Article 259, relying on Section 3 of the Supreme Court Act, we were able to lay a framework which the Supreme Court then decided in the digital migration case. So those are the two articles that I wrote, because I thought they were born out of the Constitution itself, and how, you know, we could, as a judiciary, deal with the issue of development of, you know, jurisprudence.
So my next question will be, it's a funny question. Given your experiences with writing and judging. So what can a book say, you know, what can a book say that a judgment cannot attempt to say?
Well, a book can say much more than a judgment can say, because the judgment is confined to the case before the judge. So you cannot go beyond the facts and the evidence to discuss other things that are quite material and also contextual and also helpful to the readers and consumers. So the judgment may not be proper if you went outside now to discuss these other ideas that are in your head. Actually, for us judges, we know that is the remedy for the that judgment to be set aside, because it went outside the scope of what was before the judge. So when we are writing judgments, we limit ourselves to the evidence, the law, and the facts before the court. And this is why judges, because they are always writing, are actually truly very prolific writers who should be given the opportunity to express themselves, because they also deal on a daily basis with the problems, the societal problems that they are trying to resolve. Some of them that cannot even be resolved through the law. Like you have seen, the biggest disputes we have had here, electoral disputes, presidential dispute elections, were determined through judicial pronouncements. The Supreme Court pronounced itself in the last 3 general elections, but it's not the judicial pronouncement that held the day. It is what the parties, the protagonists, as they call them, sat around the table and agreed on, nusu mukate, then handshake, and now broad-based government. So, and there's nothing wrong with that, but it's good to bring the people along with you so that we don't fight, we don't hurt one another, because these people sit and agree. So why are they pitting one citizen against the other to fight, to destabilize others, and it's going to be a peaceful dissolution? So can we begin with the nusu mukate, handshake, and broad-based, and then we bring calmness and we bring harmony in the society? So those are things that you can only bring up in writing, not in a judgment.
Thank you so much. Emeritus Chief Justice, just on the same question, in the same thread, when you look at the tone of a judgment, and I'll use, you know, I read a lot of Supreme Court decisions. I'm a big critic of the Supreme Court decisions, because I always read, based on some of the decisions that both of you have made, there's that, most of those judgments come out as institutional authority. And while I look at your books, they are more, you know, personal and reflective. So my question will be, how did writing outside the law, influence your thinking on how you will, you know, revisit the law, power, public responsibility from a different angle, now outside the courtroom?
You know, there are judges here who have written books before joining the judiciary. If you take Judge Odunga, there are many others who and a lot of us who are teachers, we started, writing before we joined the judicial, and maybe we got those jobs because of what also, we wrote. And I can think of a forthcoming memoir by Judge Oko. Okay, his history is unique. He started as a magistrate and rose up within the administration to be registrar. Okay, he even chaired that the task force on judicial reforms. Okay, and then he becomes registrar. Then he starts this other route. Now he's in the Supreme Court. That history for me, it's so rich because it starts with the time when we had Keynote oaths in court. Okay, that's a history that the law students might want to, So there is that connection when. Judge Odunga, as we were interviewing him, Judge Waki told me, you are going to interview Lord Denning today. Because apparently in Kisumu, where he did his stuff, okay? And he's published, you see, so it's books. And I think there is that integration. There's that integration. I'm not surprised that Judge Oko is the one in charge of the Supreme Court building. He chairs it because of that history. So I think judgments obviously will reflect certain thinking that is prior judicial, judicial work. And those who write poetry, those who, like Judge Kariuki, I think who was retired, was the president of the Court of Appeal, wasn't he in theaters? Turned to be a, very, so there's, I think there's, that integration, and as the Chief Justice said, the judgments themselves, we have to, it's very, very different. But we can reflect on them. Okay, we can reflect on, as judges, a lot of stuff outside, outside the judiciary. For example, you see, a lot of people don't realize that judges face a lot of pressures from communities, from families, and that issue has to be told elsewhere, so that people realize that although we talk about the executive, we talk about parliament and cartels and so forth forcing us, you can be forced, you can have friends and the family taking bribes on your behalf, without you actually knowing. I think in my experience, the most difficult case I had when I became Chief Justice was some group of self-appointed canvass pastors and others who came to the CJ's chambers. Said they wanted to see me, and then they asked me, why are you building courts in far-flung areas when Makueni doesn't have a court? So I told them this was decided before I got there. And in any case, I told them that the reason why our budget in the judiciary increased from 3 billion to 17 billion is because we were able to convince Kibaki that those areas, Lodwar, Garissa and so forth, needed mobile courts, they needed high courts. And I told them that, but they kept on coming coming until I got fed up and I told them, don't come again. And what they told me still resonates with me about judicial independence. They told me, when you get into trouble, don't come to us. So being a judge is like your community takes you over. It's a very difficult and great experience to write about it outside the judgments.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
And when you see this inaugural Judges Book Fair, you know, it's part of public culture, and it's not merely we're not merely looking at the professional output of judges. And so what does it mean for judicial scholarship? And this is given the judicial scholarship has been brought into conversation with students, advocates, academics, judges, and the wider public. So what does it mean for judicial scholarship when you look at this Judges Book Fair? Yes, you could go first.
Yes, thank you. I was just digesting what my brother has said about a judge or magistrate being captured by their community, by their family, by their churches or mosque, because now it is their very own who has ascended in this big office of decision making. So decisions should be in their favor. They should not suffer again because they have their own ways making decisions. And that is the conversations I've been having with the newly appointed judges about defending the oath of office that you have taken. You have not taken it with your family, you have not taken it with your community. And when they come to see you, they put your entire profession in line if you have to compromise. So I think CJ Emeritus, please write that book. That book will be very, very useful to educate people that when you take up this public office, it's for you to serve all Kenyans and serve them equally. So these are things that cannot come out of judgments or judicial pronouncements, but we rely on people who have lived experience to tell these stories as they are. My next book on mediation is actually based on this thinking of why don't we engage in mediation and engage in it freely, because like family disputes, we know how to talk to each other, but when we have a dispute, we stop talking to each other, we stop seeing each other until we bring a mediator to come and speak for us. And this next book was inspired when we went to launch Court Annex Mediation in Moiben. I think it's in Washingishu County. And the elders themselves who are speaking to us and demonstrating what they are doing to resolve disputes within the community. One elder gave an example of before mediation came, they looked like they were in the dark ages, and yet traditionally they used to practice it, but now they have a revelation. And the example they gave is like this family that has cooked food. It is ready, it is set on the table, but they can't eat. They call a neighbor to tell them, how do we share this food that has been cooked? The neighbor comes, looks at it and says, I think you cook it again. Another neighbor comes and tells them it's not even enough, you can't eat it. By the time they are discovering they can eat this food, it is already stale. And the example he gave is like these estates that are left with the families, but they can't agree even how to share an estate that has been left to them by the family. They keep looking for advisors, for agents, for all manner of advisors. And by the time they are sharing the estate, it is already depleted. So these are lived experiences that we observe that we cannot be able to tell in a judgment, but you can tell it in a book. I hope I'll be able to logically also give the history of the 3 presidential election disputes and the pronouncements by the court and the mediated resolutions that brought harmony and calmness and peace in the nation. So that is my next book, DG. God willing, in the next book fair, there will be that book by me. So this book fair is very, very important for us to connect with even the writers, to connect even with the publishers. It's very, very lonely for a judge to embark on writing without any support. So we are hoping here we'll connect our writers, our authors, and inspire even those who haven't written to be supported in a way by KJA, by the universities, and by, you know, all people of goodwill, the publishing houses, so that you can hold their hand and these ideas, because they have great ideas. I can't wait to read Justice Ouko's book. His book on the history of the judiciary, which has never been written by anybody. Because even when chief justices come or judges, they write a bit about themselves, but they don't write about the institution of the judiciary. So here is a wealth of repository, or is it depository, that is not exploited. So this is why I'm celebrating this book fair as a unique opportunity for us to connect and really write and tell our stories.
Thank you so much. Emeritus Chief Justice, on the same question, what does this book fair mean for judicial scholarship?
It's a great vision. It's a great project, because as Judge Wajala said, it's not just about Kenya. It's about Africa. It's about the world, and I think that we will be asked to write constitutions for America and Britain. Britain doesn't have a written constitution. The experience in South Africa, India, Colombia, Venezuela, where there are all these transformative constitutions, in my view, is to be glorified. Because you see, the global north doesn't think anything we do, in the what Trump calls us, I think maybe he was right, shit or countries. But in terms of scholarship, okay, what the judiciary is doing through the academy is to basically suggest that there is what is called reverse learning. That is what we do, and we think about in our own banana republics. Can educate the global south, north. But I think the reason why they don't acknowledge us, as you said about Library of Congress, why is it that they collect all the books written from the global south? They collect everything, whether it's part of their spying, I don't know. The Chief Justice was telling me that my LLM thesis from Dar in '74 is in the Library of Congress. So I think that is what I see as the promise of judicial scholarship. A lot of the judges who are here have written. I'm quite certain that the private schools will be looking, as they retire, they are going to get the same offer I got at Kabarak. You get a professorship that you know you didn't get in any other university, and you were just asked to give seminars and so forth. So this is going to build that you know experience as well. And as everybody knows, there's all these books that are written by judges. Others are that now we know they are there, and I think it's unique. So we should glorify it, and it's important. I think it's Judge Wanjala who mentioned that a lot of people in the judiciary do master's degrees in quiet, you know, actually without telling everybody, because you'll be going to University of Nairobi to do that one. The Chief Justice discovers that you didn't. So that is history. We have this where judges can, you know, give us their thoughts. And I think it's very, very, very important.
Thank you so much. So, Chief Justice, in your latest book, Courting Courage, you've connected the different aspects of your upbringing, motherhood, advocacy, and judicial leadership. So how have these lived experiences how have they affect the way you read the human story behind legal disputes? And especially where women, children, and vulnerable citizens are involved?
I think that's a difficult question, because when I embarked on telling this story, it was about my lived experience, whereby all my life I have interacted with vulnerabilities. And through this writing, I was also able to expose my own vulnerabilities, which many people think is a weakness. It's not a weakness, it's a strength in character. If you can be able to overcome those vulnerabilities, and the story in my book tells how I was able to overcome one layer to another to another. Even today, as the Chief Justice, I'm still very vulnerable. So vulnerability is a way of life. And no wonder our Constitution has recognized that we have to treat these, the people of vulnerabilities, the marginalized, the women, the children, the elderly, with care, and perhaps consider their circumstances for these people. Because sometimes when we get into privileged positions, most of the times we forget the vulnerable. So this is the important message coming across my book, that you may find somebody in vulnerable, a child in the village, and you just disregard them. But given the opportunity, that child can thrive from Samburu, handing cattle, to become a Supreme Court judge, a jurist, who cannot be measured. So it's a great story. And this is why I really encourage everybody, because everybody has a story to tell their story. Yes.
Thank you so much. So as we conclude, Emeritus Chief Justice, in your work, that is constitution making in the middle, you have traced the role of the civil society and the contested public action in constitutional change. And I know you're one of the biggest proponents of Gen Z protest of 2024. Now, based on that, how did that history shape your approach to interpreting the 2010 Constitution as Chief Justice?
It's a tough one. Because you see, your questions are missing one point. When Judge Giti writes about intersect, okay, that's about justice, it's about humanity, okay? So again, that can be, what shall I say? You know, a lot of judges write about stuff that expresses that. But you see, we see justice as something broader than what, you know, than what we actually see. So constitution making from the middle was, you know, a story, okay, which just showed a struggle to have a, you know, a new constitution. And in fact, in terms of joining the judiciary, you find that notion when some judges are called activists, right? Might be because of, you know, something that somebody, you know, wrote and so forth. But in interpreting the Constitution, of course, the history, you know, when I wrote that article about the interpretation of the Constitution and the fact that our Constitution is unusual in having a theory of interpreting the Constitution, you know, there was that history, but I think the history itself, the greatest history is in the 2010, you know, Constitution, because that's that history. The judges are quoting commission reports and so forth, and that book will be a source, because I put materials of many constitutions that were written and so forth. But once you get to the judiciary, the Holy Scripture is the Constitution. Yeah.
Thank you so much. That will be all for today.
Thank you.
And thank you for being a very engaging panel. I think we can take one picture.
Yeah.
Please don't include me. Right, thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause to our Chief Justices for such a wonderful session, explaining themselves. We are calling it the dialogue of the pages, judgments and books. Thank you, CJ, and thank you, for leading the session. Now, the CJ will have a quick tour of the exhibition so that you can have a sense of what is on the table. We don't have to follow the delegation. We move into the next session because we want to catch up on time. So as the CJ goes for the tour, I would like to invite the chair of the next session to invite the panel so that the conversation can continue and the CJ will leave at her own pleasure. So please, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to the CJ as she takes her leave. CJ, asante sana. We would have been happy to detain you here for the whole day, but we know we know what your portfolio looks like. So karibu sana, you're invited to have a quick tour of the exhibition, and then you can leave at your own pleasure as we continue with the rest of the sessions. So the chair of the next session, let's welcome Madam Helen, one of our law clerks at the Supreme Court. CJ, all the chairs of the sessions of the law clerks of the Supreme Court. This is the future of the institution and the future of the profession. Asanteni.
Good morning once again. I hope you are enjoying the session as it is progressing. My name is Helen Ngesa. I am a law clerk attached at the Supreme Court of Kenya, and I will be moderating this session for you. So it is my greatest honor and pleasure to welcome the panelists of this session, starting with Justice Isaac Lenaola, who is the Judge of the Supreme Court of Kenya. And for purposes of this discussion, he is the author of the book, Constitutional Law, Doctrines, and the Litigation of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms. That is his book. A round of applause for Justice Lenaola, please. Secondly, we have Justice Audunga, who is a judge of the Court of Appeal. He stepped out. Okay, he will be joining us as we progress. We also have Justice Oscar Angote, Principal Judge, Environment and Land Court. Karibu sana Judge. He is the author of the book Environmental and Land Court, which will form part of our discussion during this panel session. Okay, so our fourth panelist is Justice William Musyoka, Judge of the High Court of Kenya, who is the author of the book Law of Succession, which is a favorite among law students. Welcome, Judge, and thank you so much for authoring that book. We have Honorable Justice Nzioki Wamakau, Judge of the Employment and Labor Relations Court, and for purposes of our discussion, he is the author of this book, Labor Law and Industrial Relations in Kenya. A round of applause for Judge Tafadhali. And lastly, we have Magistrate Honorable Wilson Rading. Is he present? Great. Karibu sana, Mheshimiwa. He is the author of the book Intellectual Property Rights in Kenya, a Case Digest. Honorable Rading, you can show them your book kindly. Yes, and a round of applause for him as well. So we can start the discussions as has been indicated by the previous speakers, especially President of the Law Society of Kenya, Senior Counsel Charles Kanjama, that when he was doing a tour of the area, he realized that there are some books that our judges have authored that he's not aware of. So dear panelists, our first discussion would be, you give us a brief overview of the books that we are going to discuss. I understand, for instance, Justice Lenaola has another book, Bioethics of Medical Advances and Genetic Manipulation, but Judge, for purposes of this discussion, will just focus on constitutional law. So kindly, all of you can give us a brief overview of the book, very brief, 5 minutes, and also what was the motivation for writing the book. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Session Chair. So my first book, this was published in 2018. It's called Bioethics of Medical Advances and Genetic Manipulation, Legal, Philosophical, and Moral Perspectives. What triggered the writing of this book? In 2012, I was appointed to sit on a panel which was interviewing members of the IEBC. It was that panel that produced my brother and friend Hamed Isaac as chairman of IEBC. In that panel, I met my co-author, Professor Marion Mutugi, and had just delivered a in the UK. The surrogate mother is a Kenyan based in Kayole. The children are taken through the process of, the surrogate is taken through the process of incubation of the child. But when the child is born, the child is neither a Kenyan nor a UK citizen. So my judgment then triggered a conversation around how to deal with surrogacy. In the meantime, Professor Mutugi had been toying with the idea of writing a books around bioethics of medical advances. So two ideas met, and so you'll notice that the book, if you read it, it's out of print, but we're going to republish it again. The book speaks to many issues, but just very quickly, it speaks to issues of genetic manipulation. If you remember the issue of Dolly the sheep and cloning. It speaks to sex selection, what happens morally, legally, and philosophically when you decide which sex your child should have. Should the child be a male or female? Then you manipulate the gene processing process to produce a child of your choice. Are you playing God? Number 3, and most important, the next book we are doing, Professor Mutugi, picks from our chapter 9, Infertility and Assisted Reproduction Technologies, and this book focuses on reproduction and on all the issues that go around it. Then, of course, like I said, we have a chapter on cloning, DNA and forensics, and there's something interesting which has all angles to it, both moral, philosophical, and legal. Something called chimerism. Chimerism includes a situation where you are born with 3 mitochondria. The 3 mitochondria is that of your mother and your father. But you may find that a child has a mitochondria that is weak. So you graft a 3rd person's mitochondria on that child. So the child is a child of 3 persons. Is that, therefore, are we creating new human beings by genetic manipulation? So this book has all those questions, but most importantly, you'll see it has a lot of judgments across the world, but including ours, around these subjects. But let me speak to one subject which is very interesting. This morning as I had breakfast across the road, I got a call from a lady, family friend from the country of Gabon, and they just got married last year, but then they realized they couldn't have children. They tried IVF, and they couldn't get that child. So they went through surrogacy. So this morning, she was giving me the good news that they finally got a child through surrogacy. And surrogacy has many issues in this country. There is no law. There are now surrogacy agencies, some completely fake. There are internationals that come here to do surrogacy. You don't know what happened to the child. There are many, therefore, moral questions. But the story about this couple this morning touched my heart because it is through my judgment on surrogacy that the lawyer advised them on how to get the surrogate mother and also to get the surrogate. Now they're in court trying to get the adoption process, which I determined in that judgment. But tied to that, I told her this morning, I have another judgment which speaks to birth certificates for adopted children. You know, if you adopt a child in Kenya, previously before my judgment, you will get an adoption certificate, not birth certificate. So this child, throughout their lives, when they are told to produce a birth certificate, they produce an adoption certificate. And that tells everyone, you're not the child of those parents you adopted. You know the stigma that goes with it. So in my judgment, I said, let the adoption register remain. But once you've gone through the process of adoption, let a birth certificate be issued in the name of the parents who have adopted you, so the child does not go with stigma, and you are raised as a child of those 2 parents. So that's how that book came. Now, this book was born of my time as the presiding judge of the Constitutional and Human Rights Division of the High Court here in Milimani. I realized that a lot of lawyers were struggling with interpretation of the Constitution 2010. So this book speaks to doctrines, principles of litigation of fundamental rights and freedoms. And why I authored this with my former intern, Arnold Ocheng, is because while he interned with me at Milimani, I realized that he had the same interest with me around the Constitution. And so in our conversations, as he did research for me, I realized he was he was a deep thinker. And so because I had a mind to write a book about my experiences and thoughts around the Constitution, Arnold turned out to be the best co-author for me. What did we cover in this book? In this book, we covered a lot of principles, and as fate would have it, at page number 36, we covered basic structure doctrine. And so as I sat as a Supreme Court judge, it was interesting that I'd really started thinking about the basic structure because of my reading of the Kesavananda case of 1974 in India. So this was something we had to grapple with if you're to interpret Article 255, Article 256, and Article 257. We have addressed controversial questions such as the doctrine of constitutional silence, the question of covering the field, the question of political question doctrine, which we are struggling with all the layers of courts. When do we not address questions because they are political questions. Doctrine of exhaustion. My law clerks would laugh, including these law clerks for me, because at page 81, we covered the doctrine of duty of a judge not to sit, or to sit. And you know why that means for the Supreme Court. And then in part 2 of the book, we have addressed fundamental rights, each by their own chapter. The right to freedom of assembly, association, privacy, and so on. But in this book also, we were toying with the idea of bringing technology into the book, but we pulled back a lot of pages from the technological chapter, and I have a different book which is in manuscript form, which is one about electronic evidence, which I think is a challenge, and then a second book on trial advocacy in the appellate courts. So these are the 2 books I wrote, and I'll tell you the story when time comes, how long it took. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, and good morning. Yes, my name is Oscar Ngote. I'm the head of the Environment and Land Court. As you all know, this is a fairly new court, having been established under the 2010 Constitution. The court was operationalized in 2012, where I was one of the 15 judges to be appointed in that court. And for those who've been following the development of land management and governance, you know that there was a whole paradigm shift when it came to the principles of land that most of us learned pre-2010. And we established a court to deal with these new principles that the Constitution had actually addressed under Chapter 5 and also under Article 42 and Article 69 in terms of environmental governance. So when I was appointed a judge in 2012, for about 10 years, I thought that we need to have a conversation with the people who interact with land law and land governance and environmental law and governance by just discussing what are these new concepts and principles that the court had dealt with, so that we are able to guide the scholars, the students, the judges, the magistrates, the advocates on exactly what are the new issues that have arisen. We all know that when we formulated the Constitution, for the first time we established so many things, including new laws. All acts of parliament were repealed, and we came up with 2 substantive laws. We also introduced principles for the first time that should govern the question of land governance, and we came up with the principles dealing with equitable access to land, sustainable development, non-discrimination in land matters, and resolution of land matters using ADR. So those were principles which never existed. And the court for almost 10 years was now trying to develop jurisprudence around that area, because we were no longer considering the many concepts that we learned in law school, including the common law concepts and so many other concepts which had actually now been overrun by the new Constitution. And therefore, consistently, the court had developed a lot of jurisprudence around those areas. Of course, most of the issues had gone to the Court of Appeal. And the idea I came up with this idea that I need to put together these principles that the court has developed for this period of time. Now, that's why I did this digest with my co-author. And this is the Environment and Land Court Digest. It must be the newest book on the block, because it just came out of print this year, though I launched it together with the Chief Justice in December last year. And the book basically covers the new principles that I'm talking about, the way they have been discussed by the court, and also in very few instances, those matters that have gone to the Court of Appeal, and of course also the Supreme Court. But the book basically discusses the principles as captured by the judges of the Environment and Land Court. What I've done in this book is that I've discussed at the first instance each and every principle in detail before capturing 1 or 2 cases which also delved in those principles, so that we are able to connect between the theoretical bit of the principles and the practicability of them in terms of the decisions that the court has actually undertaken. And as I finalize, before I did this book, I had also published 3 papers in international journals just to discuss the issues that were really bothering me. And the first paper which I published, this was in the Law Society Journal of 2019, was on the controversial issue of the Law Society Journal of 2019, was on the controversial issue of the Land Control Board consent and the doctrine of constructive trust. And this particular paper actually, it raised issues even in terms of my day-to-day dealings in court. I remember when I was in Machakos, I was asked twice to recuse myself because I had I had published that paper. And those are some of the challenges as judges. We keep on meeting when we publish. And of course, I didn't recuse myself, and I had to explain to the council that they need to convince me on the facts before me why I should depart from that particular paper. I did 2 other papers on evictions, and this is a paper which I did even before the Mitubel case, and I'm happy that the Mitubel case actually addressed most of the issues which I had captured in the paper. And I also did a paper which was published in another international journal on environmental case law and why we need reforms. So the book which is on display here, and as I've told you, it just came out of print a few months ago, around 2 months ago. It captures constitutional principles in environment and land law. It also captures the issues of tenure, ownership, and title. When the Supreme Court talks of due diligence, this book will explain to you what does due diligence entail, so that you now understand that terminology even in a much deeper manner, because those are the issues that the court had dealt with for some time before it escalated to the Supreme Court. And the book further also deals with the issue of land use planning, zoning, and development. This is an issue that I'm very passionate about. Those ones who know about the Rafter Road case and the Millennium case, I'm told now those issues are in the Supreme Court. We want to see how they will also address those issues of land use planning, zoning, and development control. And the emerging issues of climate litigation, the book also discusses them, and also carbon credit offsets and what that entails. And finally, the book discusses what I'm calling environmental constitutionalism, whereby you are saying we have discussed as a court issues to do with sustainable development and intergenerational equity, which are rights which are very real and not abstract. So that is what I can say in summary. Thank you.
Yes, good morning. Let me start by apologizing that I don't have my materials here with me. I came in rather late, and that's why I don't have my text with me. But I've done 3 publications. There is the Law of Succession, which I published in 2006, which I then followed with the case book on Law of Succession in 2010, and Criminal Law in 2013. For Law of Succession, I've done a 2nd edition, which came out in 2022, essentially inputting the decisions, the recent decisions, particularly from the High Court.
These are books for judge.
Thank you very much, my brother. Yes, so this is the 2nd edition, which came out in 2022. When I did the write-up in 2006, I had started getting material. Most of what I used was unpublished or unreported judgments. And from 06 to last year, you know, the High Court, I must say, my colleagues at the High Court did very good work in terms of jurisprudence, and therefore this 2022 edition essentially inputs the judgments and rulings from the High Court, which are out there in the Kenya law. I'm currently working on the judgments and rulings from the Court of Appeal because a lot of what the High Court has done has been escalated to the Court of Appeal, and quite a lot of very good judgments are coming up, and that is what the case book was informed by the challenges in the 2006 publication, the fact that a lot of the decisions I relied on were unreported, and there was need therefore to make those available to the public by way of a case book, because most of them were not accessible. What motivated me, at the time of writing, I was teaching at the University of Nairobi Faculty of Law, and I'd also done a stint of teaching at the Kenya School of Law, and there was always the challenge of getting local material. And I thought there was a gap in scholarship because we were relying mainly on material published by foreigners. If you look at much of what we still use today in areas such as contract, we still have R.W. Hodgin, which was done in the 70s, if I'm not wrong. For criminal law, for a long time, we were relying on, is it called Collingwood? Again, done in the 70s. For legal systems and legal methods, we still have William Burnett Harvey, again done in the 70s. And I thought there was a huge gap, and when I was teaching at the Kenya School of Law, my students were always asking me, where can we get material? Where a textbook on law of succession? And I would wonder to myself, but there's a library which is well stocked with materials, actually very good books on law of succession. Why are you asking me about this? And in the course of time, I realized they were throwing a challenge to me, that you are out here teaching, it should be your responsibility to develop material for us as your students. Bring those statutes, bring that case law together in an organized, a sensible manner, so that it is easier for students to understand what you're teaching. And therefore, the law of succession text basically is a law text intended for students. And therefore, it discusses the principles of law of succession, right from tested succession to intestacy to the processes of probate and administration. There's a bit of Islamic law and also a bit on customary law. Going forward, in addition to introducing material on the jurisprudence from the Court of Appeal, I'm also working on bringing in new developments. For example, there's a lot of jurisprudence coming in now relating to the relationship between matrimonial property and law of succession, and other areas that are topical, so that rather than, instead of just basically discussing the bread and butter of law of succession, I intend in future to get into those new areas and bring in the new knowledge that is emerging from those areas. Thank you.
Yes. My name is Nzioki Wamakau, and I was one of the 12 inaugural judges for the court. We were appointed in 2012, a few months before my brother Justice Angote joined us on the bench. And so just like my brother, I discovered gaps in terms of there being no text for us to refer to. And in that year, I actually began writing a book. My brother Justice Isaac Lenaola, so he's read it. If any employment matter gets to that court, they have the advantage of some basic structure in this book on how we do things at our level. And given the experience with cases that have gone to the Supreme Court, you will notice more often than not, the decisions from the Supreme Court restate the law with such finality that now we use them even to develop policies in institutions such as the judiciary. There's one case that was determined by our court. It went to the Court of Appeal, and when the Supreme Court dealt with it, it laid out in very detailed exposition what ought to be done. I sit in a committee in the judiciary where we actually went through that decision from the Supreme Court and implemented it step by step, meaning the law as we know it in our books, interpreted by judges of the various levels of the court, can end up being policy which assists in the administration of justice and in bettering people's lives. So I was beaten to the compendium of cases by Irene Kashindi, whose digest on employment law actually complement this book. They're the back end of this book. So if you are to buy my book, make sure you also buy Kashindi's book, because in her books, she actually does capture the majority of the leading cases. My second volume, which will be available in the next 2 or 3 months, is at the press. I was just editing, and I informed my mentor, Justice Lenaola, that imebaki kidogo and it will be out. You'll be able to acquire it. This is out of print, but for anyone who wants a copy, you can always make a request, and then we can have a reprint at the appropriate time. So it's the first book on employment law, post 2010, by a judge of this court, that is the Employment Court. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I can say that I'm happy to be here, to be sitting on this panel with very eminent people. My book is on intellectual property rights law in Kenya. The forward is done by the former Chief Justice, Dr. William Mutunga. The good thing about being able to have already been said. But for me, it's this. The time I sat down, I noticed that there is actually a depth of knowledge in IP. The books that were available those days, of course, they were from the United Kingdom, that book by William Cornish. And then I asked myself, is it because in Kenya you don't have the case laws on IP? Then I did a research. I had to go and visit the library, and I have to pass through the materials and everything to make sure that I had the correct text. And I think the thing that I can say, you know that nowadays the creatives, we have the creatives. I believe that for the creatives to be able to make a living out of their practice is only the time when they take this law, intellectual property rights law, to be serious, and if they can be able to understand. This book is written for the students, the judges also, my colleagues in the bench, and also for the holders of IP and the general public. The language is simple, and it's something that I recommend to everyone. I'll also be working on the second edition, because as you have been able to see, of late there is jurisprudence that is changing, because the time when I did this, telecommunications was not that strong. The new kid on the block now is artificial intelligence. I'm happy to say that I've taken a keen interest on IP. There is a channel on YouTube, Insights with Woodrow, where I also talk about IP, the channel where I talk about AI and the interlude with IP as well. I encourage everybody here to get a copy of this book. It is a good reading. I thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, panelists, for sharing your brief overview of the book and the motivation for writing the book. Justice Lenaola, in your book, Constitutional Law Doctrines and the Litigation of Fundamental Rights, you have a chapter at page 251. The chapter is titled The Court as a Protector of People's Rights. The Court as a Protector of People's Rights. And in my view, this chapter is very consistent with your role as a person who has always championed for fundamental rights and freedom from your time as a judge in the High Court all the way to the Supreme Court. Participants, allow me to read from page 250 of the book, The Court as a Protector of People's Rights. Judge writes as follows. The promulgation of the 2010 Constitution brought with it opportunities and gave every Tom, Dick, and Harry the right to approach the court on any infringement of their constitutional rights. Under Article 19.2 acknowledges the fact that the purpose of recognizing and protecting human rights and fundamental freedoms is to preserve the dignity of individuals and communities and to promote social justice and the realization of potential of all human beings. He proceeds to write that the court remains the protector of people's rights. They remain the main pillars of justice in any functioning democracy, and various courts in various jurisdictions have acknowledged in fact that this fact. For example, the Tanzania Court of Appeal in the case of Dayabo versus Attorney General stated as follows. Access to court is undoubtedly a cardinal safeguard against violation of one's rights, whether those are fundamental or not. Without that right, there can be no rule of law, no democracy. A court of law is the last resort of the oppressed and the bewildered. Anyone seeking remedy should be able to knock on the doors of justice and to be heard. So that is a quote from the book. Judge, the question then is this: in court's role as a protector of people's rights, maybe you can speak into that and then tie it up with the constitutional remedy that is now available of structural interdict or supervisory orders, and how that constitutional remedy works. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think there is no doubt. If you look at our constitution, the people are mentioned over 200 times. And we know that the Constitution 2010 is a people-centric constitution. Some of you may know my role as a member of the CKRC together with my brother Hamid Isaac. And when we went around collecting views from Kenyans, the intention was not just to do a PR exercise. It was to listen to Kenyans and then to transmit that information, collect it, and then write it into the Constitution. And one of the stories I'll tell someday when I write my memoir is the story of a place in Luoland where we were listening to ladies. They wanted their own forum. So one lady told us, I hear that you lawyers are trying to bring the law that says women should inherit their father's land, even if they are married. So there's a lot of land in Masai Mara. Why don't you take those women there, alafu write into your constitution what you are saying? So the people spoke through this constitution. Then in Article 159 of the Constitution, we in the courts are enjoined to interpret the Constitution without undue regard to technicalities and all those principles, including ADR. So what we are saying here, reading Article 19, reading Article 22, reading Article 23, we as the courts have a big role in ensuring that the people are protected by the Constitution because it is our Constitution. If you look at the preamble, it says, we give ourselves this Constitution to follow up on our judgments. Because implementation of judgments against the state particularly, and state agencies, had become very, very difficult. So I said to myself, where can I get the principles in the case of, say, evictions, as was the case there, which also would allow me to follow up and ensure that this judgment is effected, is implemented, and the people who are affected do not suffer. So I introduced in Satro Zayuma the structural interdicts principle, which I borrowed from India, and you could see now how it came to be that section 152A to H of the Land Act is word by word a reproduction of the principles I enunciated in Satos Ayuma. So my principles, by way of interpretation of the Constitution, have now been codified into law around the question of forced evictions. So in a nutshell, therefore, what I was saying in the book, what I've said in my judgments, both as a judge of the High Court and now of the Supreme Court, I'm a true believer that every judgment must speak not just, especially at the Supreme Court, every judgment must speak not to the parties, but to every person who reads our judgment. So that we at the Supreme Court, for example, have taken the view, even as we address the parties before us, we know that our judgments have an impact beyond the two parties, even if they are not cases of general public importance. In interpreting and applying the Constitution, we must remain people-centric, and we must focus on the people getting protected by this Constitution. Let me say one last thing. While at the High Court, and part of the motivation for this book, there was a question whether there was a limitation of time when you wish to apply for violations of the Constitution. And this arose from the 82 Air Force cases. These chaps had attempted to overthrow the government. They were arrested, locked up for 2 years, 3 years without being taken to court. And then they were told when they were released, Kwenda kwenu, don't leave your village, don't ever return to Nairobi, don't ever speak about what happened to you. They could only come to court after the regime had left power. How then do we, as judges, say limitation of time must apply? So because you were tortured in 1982, then you can only come under the old Constitution, and after 2010 you have no right. So we said there is no limitation of time for enforcement of rights, because rights are continuous, they don't stop and they don't end. So this chapter speaks to that fundamental principle. Always write judgments as a judge that speak to the parties and to the people in general. That is the purpose of this chapter. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Judge. I have a question for Justice Nzioki Omakau. Your book, Labor Law and Industrial Relations in Kenya, the question is this. The labor movement in Kenya has been argued that it is in the ICU, depending on who you speak to. Some people say that the labor movement in Kenya is in the HDU, high density unit. Some people argue that it's actually in the main ward. It will be discharged very soon. Other people are saying it's not very sick, it's actually an outpatient. Just going to see a doctor and it will come out. Lastly, some people are saying no, it is actually of very good nutritional status and it is just out there doing whatever it needs to do. In your view, not as a doctor now, but as the author of the book Labor, Law and Industrial Relations in Kenya, what is the state of industrial relations in Kenya, guided by jurisprudence and the law?
Thank you for that question. The labor movement is alive and well. A few days ago, we celebrated the 66th Labor Day in Vihiga County, and the court was represented, as were very many trade unions. What has happened in the last, say, 10 to 12 years, which is a larger part of when I have been a judge at the Employment and Labor Relations Court, is that we have given trade unions and the Federation of Employers guidelines on how to interact. There was a time when it used to be very common to have strikes when there would be a lot of industrial unrest. But as a result of the intervention of the court and the consistent application of the law and the various cases we've determined as the employment court, all 21 of us as judges, a few of us have now gone to the Court of Appeal, but as judges of that court, having consistently applied our understanding of the Labor Relations Act, the Labor Institutions Act, the Employment Act, and the various ILO conventions, and in fact the next ILO session is coming up on the 1st of June to the 12th of June in Geneva. It's the 114th labor conference, labor has had to adapt, change, given the changes that took place in the world after COVID. And as you've heard from my brother Rading about AI having an intersection with work, the way people now operate on various platforms. So labor has had to adapt, employers have had to adapt, and the court has laid the guidelines. I have indicated to you that many cases have actually reached the Supreme Court, including one which I've dealt with quite in detail in my book about a trade union and its registration. The Supreme Court went through the decisions from our court and the Court of Appeal and laid out very clearly that when applying the law on trade unionism, you look at the point when the process began. And even if it was under the old constitution, the principles in the new constitution can still apply because international labor organization principles are overarching, and many of them find expression in the laws that were promulgated in 2007, as well as our 2010 constitution, and therefore you cannot take the backward-looking aspect of a previous constitution to determine an issue that is live before you. So when we say that there is this patient who has been in various stages, it is just that the person who's been handling the disputes, that is the courts, from my level to the Supreme Court, we have given guidelines so that there is very little conflict nowadays that comes out on the streets. The conflict that they have, they're able to resolve using the various systems that are in place, including the National Labor Board, including the various conciliation processes with the ministry, and at times when they come to court, we also refer them back to mediation where they can go and discuss and come up with a solution that is both a win for the employer and the employees. That's my take. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The takeaway from Judge is that the labor movement is alive and well. It's not in HDU or ICU. Justice Musyoka, your book on law of succession is loved by students. Some students present here, have you encountered the book? Yes, and I'm sorry to inform you, Judge, that some students have even saved it in their computers in PDF form. They don't buy the hard copies, but the message is home that they love the book. In fact, rumor at the Kenya School of Law is that if you read the Law of Succession text by Justice Musyoka cover to cover, you are guaranteed to pass by 50%. And if you add any other course material, you're guaranteed to get at least 70%. Is that the position? So, Judge, thank you so much for publishing that piece of work. The challenge we have, Judge, is that the area of family law generally is a revolving door. Not specifically on succession, but the family law area is a revolving door. And we've had decision after decision from the High Court all the way to the Supreme Court that have spoken into the matter. And Judge, it's also unfortunate, I think most of the students are referring to your text, the 2006 edition. Most of them are not aware that you have been able to edit it further 2010, and you've added some of the cases. But what I want you to speak into is how some of the developments in the family law area and succession specifically have developed over time, and how the law has also been able to cover that.
Thank you. Well, that's a rather broad, broad question, but there's a very close interrelation between family law and succession, largely because the inheritors invariably are members of the family of the deceased person. And therefore, whatever developments there are in the law of, in family law have a bearing on the law of succession. Perhaps I could start with the one area where I feel there's the biggest challenge, and that is with this shift from polygamy to monogamy, because I think that is what has affected access to property by women largely, because when polygamy was rampant, at least every, if I may put it that way, woman was sort of guaranteed to get married and therefore to have access to property. Now the shift to monogamy, which has been largely, is the social and economic impact of that, because you have this large pool of citizens who are not able to access property, who are not able to access a means of livelihood, who have no place they can go home, you know, because they're not able to access land through inheritance, which unfortunately in Kenya is the main means of accessing property, particularly for the poor and the vulnerable. And therefore that is one area of social development which has not kept pace with the changes in the law. When it comes to inheritance, we of course have the law from Parliament, but the law which applies is the unofficial law, which is founded on customary law. So there is need for Parliament to address that challenge so that then we do not have a large segment of our society being disinherited.
Thank you so much, Judge. Justice Angote, there is a perception out there, not mine, perception in the general public, that since the inception of the court, there has been a great focus on land, and the court is environment and land court. But it's argued that the court has focused heavily on land. Indeed, following the recent interviews with the Judicial Service Commission, for the judges of the ELC, you could see the shift in questioning towards environmental. So the question then is, with the principle that you had mentioned earlier on intergenerational equity, what are we bequeathing our children in terms of environment and pollution in that whole space? So, Judge, is the position or the perception correct? And how is God helping advance the principle of intergenerational equity?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. When I started, I said there's a paper which I published in 2019, which is titled Environmental Litigation in Kenya, Which Way? And what that paper was posing is the same question we are posing. I asked myself, why is it that we don't have very many matters in court relating to the environment, and yet we see environmental pollution, we see biodiversity loss, we see climate change, and we are not getting as many disputes in court as in land matters. And that paper addressed that issue in two ways. The first one was that when it comes to land, you know, land is so personal. It's so personal and very sentimental, so that people will go all the way in terms of making sure that their rights are vindicated. And that's why we've always had what we are calling the land problem or the land question. But the environment is so abstract to most of us, and we don't consider it a very important aspect of our lives. Of course, from a very innocent point of view, or from a point of view whereby we are saying this is a global or this is a common good. And what happens if you read about common goods, we don't take common goods as seriously as we will take our personal things. I think you've read about the writings by Hardy, whereby if we are supposed to graze in a particular field, all of us, we will not care what happens. We will keep on grazing despite the effects. So the problem with environmental governance is that we don't take it seriously the way we are supposed to. And in that paper, I said we need to do two things. One is to sensitize the public, and two, to now establish a division, which I've done as the PJ of the Environment Land Court. Let's have a division which will just deal with environmental disputes, so that first we don't queue those matters, and secondly, we use our few judgments just to tell people that they can come to court and vindicate their rights. And I've seen an uptick of environmental disputes, especially in big towns like Mombasa and Nairobi. Right now, the division in Nairobi has almost 50% of the same number of cases, or rather it's 50% less. And you see that is a great intake in terms of litigation. So there has been a lot of sensitization, and also we are not awarding costs wherever people come to court and they lose those cases, so that we encourage more and more people to file cases pertaining to the environment. And lastly, we need to recognize the fact that planning issues are actually environmental issues. So that we should not think that we only file or we only call a case environmental if it's dealing with the pollution that we are seeing, or waste management, or biodiversity laws. But when you're talking about planning, and I'm seeing so many cases, especially in Nairobi, on challenges in terms of planning. Are we doing planning in the proper way? And those are actually environmental disputes. So that perception used to be there, but we are now progressing to making sure that first of all, we sensitize people, and secondly, that people are actually able to access the environmental land court in a much, much faster way, and we are able to hear matters within a year. In fact, that division, our policy is that any environmental planning dispute that comes, it must be heard and determined within 1 year. And thank God that I sit in that division. So I make sure that most of those cases which come there are dealt with within a year or under 1 year. And that has an effect of encouraging more and more people to actually file environmental cases, so that we are able to protect the future generation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for Judge, please. Thank you so much. You have been able to debunk those theories or perceptions, and with data, actually, because you've said it is 50% environmental and 50% land, and all these cases are had within a period of 1 year. So, Honorable Rading, for those who are not aware, Honorable Rading is passionate about intellectual property, and he, in fact, has a YouTube channel, which he will be able to tell us about, and we shall be able to visit. So the question for you then, we are in this digital era where we have so many social media platforms which serve as home grounds for quote-unquote content creators, which is a very big area. So in this space, how do we still protect original works under intellectual property? Maybe you can tell us how to protect in your understanding.
Okay, I can tell you that is the hot potato, because as we know, it's very easy for, I think it's very easy for somebody to convert anything to be a digital print. Then the time that I was seated here, there is an example that was given of Judge Musyoka's book. That book is now, the speaker has told us that the book is found to the laptops of the students. And I know the judge did not give his consent to for the students who are there. But actually, I think if you look at the bigger picture is that unless we come up with a system, I think a system, not to stop the technology, but really to see the way that it can work in sync. Because the digital platforms are faster, they're easier, they're convenient, and they are most available. I'll give you an example. Like if you do a painting, the time that you paint, I'm telling you that as soon as somebody has seen that painting, it is as good as worthless. Because if you take a photo of it, and the photo is shared, then it means there is nothing for the painter. So I think it's important, this is actually a ripe time to have the conversation. I think some 2 or 3 weeks ago, the Kenya Copyright Board, they said that there is a bill which they're planning to take to the AGs, and the bill speaks to this kind of nature. It's only that I encourage majority of us, especially the creatives and also the youth, because the easiest way for the youth to make income is through IP. It is through their creative energies. And the studies have been done, and it has been shown that the contribution of the copyright-based industries in a number of countries is very high. But I
support this legal writing and encourage many judges and magistrates to write. And what are the challenges that you face in legal publishing? 3 questions.
But first, I think there's no doubt that this innovation of a judge's book fair is a wonderful thing. Judges have been writing in seclusion, they have been publishing in seclusion, they have been funding their publishing, they have had no support in terms of research, they do it personally as I've done. So I think we need to then encourage judges and magistrates and staff to put their thoughts together. And I like the idea they should not be limited to legal writing. Many years ago, when I was still young and in the morning, 4 in the morning, the other day I went into a place where I'd written all those poems, and I said, what was I thinking? But perhaps it's the time that I publish those poems. They may have something to say to the world. So I think this is a good encouragement. The second question is, I'll go to the third, then I come back to the second. The second question is about the challenges that we have. I think the biggest challenge is time. You can imagine that a lot of us are also sitting in court, you're writing judgments, you're doing other things, and yet you still need time to write. So I think we may have to think through this, Judge Wanjala. When the academy is fully functional, it has space, it has facilities, I think we can give capacity to our authors to start to have the time to write. For example, we can say that if you've started writing and there's somebody has seen your outline, you're given at least 3 months staggered for you to put together the book, then you look for your own time. Something to give us impetus to write. The second challenge, of course, is research, and I've spoken to that. The third is I had Judge Lebuta in the meeting we had the other day, speaking about a fight with his publishers. That's a big fight. You know, you either put your money into the publication, or they do the publication for you, and they deduct your royalties from the publication. It's a very complicated matter. And so how you write your contract, with the publisher, how you fund your publishing is an important question. What was the second question? Age is catching up?
How can the judiciary support?
I've spoken to that. I've spoken to that.
And why legal authorship is important?
Why is it important? I started from 3, 2, now I'm going to 1. Why is it important? I think it's important because, one, I've been told, let me also brag. I had the Chief Justice bragging about Judge Wanjala and herself, colleagues, including Judge Angote, who was with me, and we have a picture with this book and him at the Library of Congress, thank you. We found this book, it's out of print here, but at least it's somewhere out there. Number 2, this book was not written for lawyers alone or students. I know they're in libraries. It is written for people who have difficulties around these questions. And just, like I said, just this morning, I was pointing this lady to the chapter on surrogacy. And she was very surprised. Then I sent her my 2 judgments, the one on surrogacy and the one on adopted children, which I also covered here. And she was very surprised because her lawyer didn't know about all these judgments and all the things here. So these are personal questions that address challenges people face. So there's a lot of benefit to the people. For this one, so I have, by the way, Miracle, where's Miracle? So Miracle, the session chair for the first panel is my mentee. And he's going to Yale to do his master's and PhD. And he's the first Kenyan lawyer to go to Yale in 35 years. The last one was Dr. Kenneth Kiplagat. So I think we need to celebrate our and thank you for this innovation of bringing these young people to also shine on the stage. Arnold Oching, who I co-authored this book with, has now become one of Kenya's go-to lawyers in terms of litigation around the Constitution. This book has given him a platform to shine across the region. He now argues his cases in Nairobi, in Arusha, the East African Court, and the African Court on Human and People's Rights. In terms of content, the content is important for, by the way, I was told that people who are going for interviews for the position of High Court judge, this was the book. Because without reading this one, when you go to the Court of Appeal, you'll be blank around questions of fundamental rights and interpretation of the Constitution. So a lot of people have come to me to say, thank you, I'm a judge of appeal now because I had not understood all the principles which are here. So that helps people to grow their wealth of knowledge and also to grow in terms of litigation. In terms of litigation, a Kenyan student, also a mentee of mine, is now finishing his master's degree in Harvard. And he said in his thesis, which is now submitting before July, he wrote around issues which were in this book, and this book because it became his resource. So again, there's value in terms of the academia. In terms of advocates who appear before, someone else, I think it was Kanjama, who said, we need to start quoting texts. This book has been quoted in submissions not less than 10 times, so far as I know. So there's a lot of value in writing. There's a lot of joy and satisfaction. There is no money, thank you. So don't look for me after this, Judge Wanjala, and say, it is Friday, Mzee. You know what to do. But yesterday, we received an email from Law Africa telling us, can we have your PIN number? We are sending you your royalties for 2025. Do you know how good that feels? At least I'll have a drink for this weekend. So there are many values, but more importantly, I think, it is for these law students who are here. Like Judge Musyoka said, when they don't have material that they can quickly run to gather before they do their term paper, they do their CAT, they do their exams, we are not teaching them well. Judge Mutunga then said something which is important. Growing indigenous jurisprudence. If you look at this book, although we have put material from other jurisdictions, we have as much as possible tried to make it a Kenyan jurisprudence book. And the reason is, we are trying to put together so that judges and lawyers, when they make their submissions and their judgments, they quote what we have at home. We have a lot of information here. This book also, a lot of the judgments are Kenyan judgments. But because of the nature of the subject, we don't have a lot of material on some of the complicated cases. I will not, because I may not have another opportunity, let me just say this. Generally, around these two books is the question you asked me first. These books speak to people. And you'll always get an answer about anything in the book, which may make you a better person, a better reader, a better scholar, a better student, but more importantly, a better Kenyan. So these books are just beyond me and Arnold or Professor Mutugi being on print. We were speaking a language that people would want to understand for their own good and for the sake of their people. And thank you again.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think most of the issues have been spoken to by my senior brother, Lord Justice Olenaola, on the question you've asked. I think we share. I share what he has just said. But my take is that we publish mostly because, one, when we are sitting in court, there are so many issues that arise, and they always stick behind our minds. Some of the issues, because they're not before us, we are usually unable to resolve them. And those are ideas which, for judges, when you are sitting down and you want to write something other than the judgment, you realize that you need to address that disturbing issue. Because writing, especially academic writing, you are there to generate ideas for purposes of debate. You are not actually saying that this is the position the way you will do in a judgment, but you are raising issues that are bothering people, and as much as you are likely to give your opinion, but you do it for the purposes of generating debates and having more discussion towards those kind of conversations. Of course, we also do it for purposes of encouraging reform, whether it's policy or legislative, or even in the universities, as they teach the students, the lecturers need to know what are the real issues that arise in a real situation out here. And those are the reasons that actually encourage some of us to write, because we write after having experienced that there's a problem on a particular issue, so that you can have further debate and also have reforms in all sectors. And what happens, just to point out on that issue, is that we as judges, even as we do that, behind our mind, we still remind ourselves that we are sitting as judges. And as I mentioned at the beginning, when it comes to challenges, for me, the biggest challenge has always been, is someone going to ask for my recusal because I've written on a particular subject? As a person, that has always been a challenge to me. And sometimes I get embarrassed when that objection is raised. We don't do it for purposes of making money, but again, you need to invest. For example, the book that I have just displayed, it was published in South Africa. I've ferried around 500 copies to Kenya. So those are issues that we really have to sacrifice. Because first of all, you are bringing it and you want to give it out or to sell it at the lowest possible price, and it becomes a sacrifice on most of us, so that you are able to share the knowledge with the students and the practitioners. And lastly, all I can say is that, especially for my book, and what Justice Lanaola has said, we are trying to encourage people to appreciate the jurisprudence and the issues that are arising from within our country. The ELC Case Digest just addresses the issues that the courts have addressed within. And we are doing this because we appreciate that we are now moving away from the common law principles and all those other principles that we learned in school many years ago. And therefore, it's a very good exercise when judges actually do this on behalf of advocates and students, because they use our materials for purposes of research, and that actually develops jurisprudence. Thank you.
Thank you. My brothers have said much of perhaps what I would have said. But let me say this, that writing is a learning experience in its own way, because it takes you beyond what you even know as a person, because you're researching, you're getting into cases that you've never heard of or never knew existed. And therefore the beauty with it is that at the end of the day, you're able to bring out gaps in the law, gaps in policy, and in a way you can influence, policy change and law reform, because there's a lot out there in terms of judgments that are being churned from the courts every day on different areas, bringing in different perspectives. And writing, I believe from my experience, is the best way of really growing the law, because you bring out, what our colleagues are doing in terms of jurisprudence. You may not be aware that Judge Angote has made a decision in this area. It could be the only decision, and practitioners out there may not be aware of it. But the moment you put it in print as part of the narrative of the law you're discussing, you at this point or platform that law gets to be developed.
I'll only speak to one issue, which is the challenges in writing. I've just seen a friend of mine walk in. She's the author of a book I really enjoy reading, Till Court Do Us Part, Honorable Oduke. When you read a book like the one she's written on marriage, divorce, family issues from a different perspective, I was taught by Judge Musyoka on the law of succession, and when I learned about the law of succession at that time, it looked like something which I would use to make money as a lawyer. I did not know that it could also entertain me because of how my sister has written the book. So the idea is write. If you can write, please write, because your perspective can help bring out an issue clearly for someone. When I wrote my book, I believe one or two other judges in my court had been toying with the idea of writing, but none had taken the step. So this has been a reference point for most of us in the court. I know since I wrote, there have been other authors who've written on employment law, but this is the only book from the bench since Justice Coker wrote his book many years ago. And I tried to simplify things so that it's not purely academic, so that anyone who approaches the court can read. And I've given a slice of everything from the Supreme Court to the court where I sit. If it were to make money, I'd be very happy. But it's not because of money. I did it so that I could have knowledge out there. So write even when it's challenging. Write even when it's difficult. You've heard of my second edition. It's not yet out because I have judgments to write. I have work to do, so I don't get to dedicate as much time to the book. Judge Lenaola has already read the first copy, so he's already aware of what is going to be out there, but I am still feeling like I need to correct a few typos I have noted, because with his signature on the book as the one forwarding, I cannot issue it with those mistakes. So nikimaliza kucorrect, mutaiona. Asante.
Thank you, Judge Honorable Radin.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Like the way I said when I was starting, the folly of being the last one to speak is that majority of the things you want to say have already been said. But be that as it may, I'll speak to the challenges. If you look at this digest here, the forward was written by Chief Justice Mutunga, the time that he was still in office. Unfortunately, there were some challenges I had with the academic printers, because for them, the issue is that they will market the book, so they say that you have to wait until the market is ready, yeah, to have the clientele base on IP. I think we're saying that IP is an area that is, this area is not new, the area is just evolving. So that's why I had to buy back the copy. I'd like to say is that to be a writer, to be a legal writer of this nature, it is more out of the passion and the fact that we feel like there's something that we have to communicate out there. Because like my Lord Justice Lenaola has said, there is no money in doing this. Actually, it is your own funds that you're going to spend doing it. Yeah? But because today Judge Smoking was my lecturer at the University of Nairobi, Judge Musyoka was also a lecturer at the University of Nairobi, there is a challenge which I'd like to give to the KJA. Please, KJA, if today you decide that you're going to buy 200 copies of this book for each of the writer, you have assisted us a lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I am certain that the Director General of KJA has noted your concern, Honorable Radin. Now we are going to take questions. Certainly you've been hearing from the panelists, and the areas have been varied from intellectual property, land law, succession, and all those. So we could take a few, yes. We have a mic going around, please. We could take 5 questions, let them answer, and see if we have another round.
Thank you very much. My inspiration comes from Judge Lenaola, who is on his feet, who are at the university together. Judge Musyoka is also our contemporary. I just want to make one observation and one question. The observation is this. Interestingly enough, because of what Emeritus CJ was saying and what about indigenous knowledge and jurisprudence, I am actually receiving, and this is not fiction, yesterday I received a phone call from an international judge So you know ICJ and ICC. He wants to bring his daughter for education in Kenya, not Yale, not Harvard, here. So I think our jurisprudence is making waves somewhere, and I think this initiative will further that effort. Actually, it was very flattering. I've never received that kind of acknowledgement. Then, and we're of course trying to process it. The barrier is that do these external educational qualifications permit admission? Because we have regulators here who want a KCSE, you know, and then those people have been educated in Amsterdam. Somebody, of course, from an African country, but in that Hague environment. But that's just an observation for a pat on the back. The second thing, of course, is the difficulty of constitutional issues, and I just throw it out there for food for thought. I was thinking of the Samuel Muriithi Mbui case where the Supreme Court was split 3-2, and we still need clarification because that was a case of a case against a former president who a former detainee was complaining, you took my 1 billion shillings, and of course when the Supreme Court is split 3-2, it appears we need a review because there's debate. Distinguished minds were not in consensus on it, and this kind of forum which can review jurisprudence coming out of the highest courts we don't seem to have the capacity. There seems to be no Supreme Court review to relook at the interesting cases coming out and then preserve them for posterity. So I wanted to congratulate also the juridical science book that was being mentioned by Director General at the beginning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Lillian Gisesa. I serve as an academic librarian at Kisii University, at the same time serving the Kenya Library Association as a secretary, and I'm an IFLA copyright fellow. So if you heard of issues of copyright, basically I'm asking a question on intellectual property rights. And one of the challenges we have always found as information workers is copyright on indigenous knowledge. And I will tell us for free that even amongst us professionals, or even among the legal documents that we have, it is very unclear on how to deal with indigenous knowledge. So I don't know whether your book addresses that, or if your second edition will look closely into that, because we are losing a lot of intellectual property rights of our indigenous communities because we don't have laws that are covering that. Secondly, I've just looked at all these scholars, the panelists here. One of the, and I should be told that I am wrong. I went further and checked if Professor Smokin is a scholar account. A forum that brings all these works together, I have not seen any. Kindly just tell your librarians to help you in doing that. Lastly, is there a possibility that we can have a package whereby we are getting recommendation of these texts such that as they come to our libraries, like now the first thing I'm going back, Kisii University trains law, the first thing I'm going to meet the Dean School of Law. Do you know these books are available? Have you given us the request to the library? If I didn't come here, I could not have known the wealth of authorship that is coming from our judicial system. So kindly look into that and tell us. Then there's the issue of the human library. This is just a suggestion. The human library is just whereby you sit and somebody's talking is recorded. It is gaining traction in, of course it's not very common in Kenya, but I know there's a professor in Kenya who's doing on that. That is Professor Tom Kwanya from Technical University of Kenya. These judges or these authors, whatever they have just spoken is just recorded, and how we look forward that the library and the judiciary will be able to access those recordings. You know what people talk. At times some of us may not have the ability or the time or even the passion to write. but we can talk. So also consider that we have the recordings of these judges, the recordings of the whatevers, that we can access them from our judicial library, and especially when we are having this digital platform or the maktaba kind of thing, that platform that you're giving us. So some of the information you'll get are the oral presentations that they have given us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Teddy Musiga. I work at the National Council for Law Reporting, and part of our work is actually disseminating public legal information. So I'm very happy to be here this morning, and especially, this is not a question, but just a comment about the role of judicial writing in the development of jurisprudence. Sometimes as an organization, we get lots of questions when decisions have been rendered by the courts, and the ordinary mwananchi is asking us, what does the judge mean when they say X in a particular judgment? Sometimes it's not in our place to write other things to them, but we try and guide them. But I'm very happy when now we find books are being written about some of those very judgments that we have been publishing over the years. And I just want to congratulate you and hope that we can strengthen this partnership even with the National Council for Law Reporting, so that we're able to do much more together. Thank you very much.
We'll take two more questions. Okay, Judge, so 3 more questions.
Good, is it afternoon? Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Glory Kairi from Kituo cha Sheria. Thank you very much for the amazing dispositions that you've given. I have 2 questions. In our work at Kituo, we are always keen on centering indigenous knowledge. So I'd like to know from the judges, borrowing from the question that the lady has just asked, what have you done as judges to actually include and dignify indigenous knowledge? Because it's very, in academic, you have to quote another academic publication and all of that. So how have you been part and parcel of centering that kind of knowledge and dignifying it? My other question would be, in your writings, have you highlighted something we call intersectionality, and I think it's a conversation that we definitely need to continually have. So intersectionality is just generally multiple forms of discrimination happening at the same time. So if you look at us as Kenyans, we already are facing a level of discrimination in terms of race. Geographically, that could be different. The way someone experiences life from Nairobi is not the way they will experience life if they're living in Mombasa or from wherever it is they are. If it's a woman, I know you're not women, but have you experienced the same? As men, what forms of discrimination have you experienced? Socioeconomic status, so disability. Have you been able to front and center any of that discussions whenever you're discussing or expounding on any judicial precedents or other material?
Input in terms of the challenges, especially in the backdrop of global backlash on reproductive health, and then maybe to drop of global backlash on reproductive health, and then maybe to Honorable Musyoka, considering most of the people who go to handle succession matters are self-represented, speaking from the perspective of FIDA Kenya, 80% of the women we serve are self-representative clients. We train them on self-representation. Looking at all those forms, be it PA 57 and what have you, is it possible for us to also move for legislation to have simplified forms so that the common mwananchi does not have issues when it comes to issues of substantive justice vis-a-vis technicalities? Thank you.
You can kindly bring, sorry.
Good afternoon. My name is Emmanuel Deng. I'm a student at the University of Nairobi School of Law. I have just 2 issues, one a question and one just an opinion. So the question is, as judges and as scholars also, how do you balance your personal opinions vis-a-vis some controversial issues that are soon to arise within the litigational process? For example, we have issues such as the LGBTQ question, the abortion question that is soon might find its way within the courts. So how do you balance such an issue that you want to actually write on, but sometimes later litigants might request for your recusal on the same issue? Then the other one is just maybe a proposal to the academy headed by Dr. Smokin Wanjala, is that maybe now a consideration regarding the integration of students as researchers within the academy, so as to be able to provide some sort of mentorship to the students as they grow through their academic journey. Yeah.
You can bring the mic in front here for the judge.
This the first one to Judge Lenaola. How do we get onto some of those international platforms like the Library of Congress and so forth? And I ask this because the challenges we get publishing locally here is such that we really need to think again and again. We've had incidents of gross unaccountability from publishers locally here. Indeed, some of us appear to run their outfits. Secondly, and I don't know whether Professor Wanjala might help in this, or any librarian among us here. I am in discussion right now with an international body that wants to access fresh decisions of our superior courts, digest them, and put them in their digital platforms to try and voice over Kenyan jurisprudence. They are very specific about it. And indeed, I was surprised when they reached out to me and said, look, we want to publish your works. We want you to help us access other. Now, who do we talk to? We might sound fairly structured. Our institutional framework in the judiciary is indeed elaborately structured, but it becomes very difficult to know who do I speak to, who do some of those people reach out to others locally here, who do they speak to? If I can get an answer to that, I think it may open doors to most of us seated here.
Thank you so much for the questions. I am going to give two directions because I've been alerted on time. Number one is that Justice Mokin Wanjala will have a substantive session, and the questions that have been addressed to him, I request that they be answered during that session. And number two, I am going to exercise my powers and direct that Justice Lenaola and Justice Angote take the questions kindly.
Thank you very much for the questions. Let me begin from Deng's question. One of the fears of any judge, and they are expressed very well by Judge Angote, if you write on controversial questions which may come before you, how will you handle that controversy? He has already suffered it by being asked in Machakos to recuse himself. When we were writing this book on fundamental rights, that was an issue that crossed my mind every single day. So if you look at the book, the principles are bare and dry. The judgments, we quote almost verbatim from the judgments. I even quote myself in the third person. Lenaola J said as follows. So that I'm not writing about anything personal or about opinions. We are putting together principles and what the courts have said. That way you avoid the controversy of being said, you said. And if I have quoted myself, I have said so in a judgment. So that way I'm able to avoid the controversial questions, but of course, they will always come. Number two, on the question of litigation, how do we get, this is I think from the librarian. In this book, a very strange thing happened which was deliberate. At page 324, page 323, we have chapter 21 headed Conclusions and Recommendations. And the reason for that was we realized a lot of the bioethical questions in this book are not in any policy, are not in any law. So we had to say, for this book to have value, even if you don't read the whole of it, just go to the recommendations and see what we are saying about this policy. For example, and this is also an answer to my sister from Sharia, Kitusha, from FIDA. Look at the drama around the IVF law. Joyce Lay tried something in Senate. Millie Odhiambo tried something in the National Assembly. We are still where we were. So one of the things that I do, and again, this is purely me, not all judges, I try to engage myself behind the scenes. So in the IVF questions, in the surrogacy questions, I have tried to speak to people who can move things. When my colleague, Mariam Mutugi, went to be interviewed, now she's a commissioner at the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, they interviewed her a lot about this book, and she kept telling them, we have recommended that you create a law on these things. And then the member of parliament who chaired the committee said, how come we didn't know about these things? I'm now going to ask the House Committee, Business Committee, to fast track the laws, the ART laws and so on. But again, it's very political. Let's continue doing what we can. The issue about constitutional cases by my brother and classmate, Dr. Hamala. The Supreme Court is the only court which is allowed by the Constitution not to be bound by its decisions. But not one lawyer, not one scholar has tried to ask the Supreme Court to interpret that part of the Constitution. What does it mean? And how do you ask the Supreme Court to overturn itself? I'm told that my friend Malizo Nyawa is watching, and he has argued that the Supreme Court has an opportunity in some cases to overturn itself. But we have said, and we still remain of that position, for the Supreme Court to overturn itself, you must bring the matter properly before the Supreme Court. You can't come and say, by way of review, overturn yourself by way of review. Review under OUTA is a very limited jurisdiction given to the Supreme Court. Bring the matter of the Supreme Court overturning itself properly. Roe versus Wade was overturned after 50, 60 years, not by way of a review application, but by way of another case, similar facts, being brought to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said, we on this bench think Roe versus Wade was wrong. That is a proper way to do it. So if you think, as a scholar, as an advocate, the Supreme Court ought to overturn itself, bring a similar matter, similar facts. Look at, for example, the case of Icharia versus Icharia. When Icharia came to the Court of Appeal set up a bench of 5, or was it 7, to rethink Icharia versus Icharia. The question of marketing is a big issue. And so I don't know how the book got itself to Harvard. I don't know how this one got the Library of Congress. I guess it had nothing to do with me or my co-authors. But I think we must address the question of marketing, both here and outside. So I know that these books are on Amazon, and that was deliberate. So Amazon is the one tool I know for publicizing some of these kind of books. But what else can we do? And I think that's a conversation we can have as we go along. Regarding the call you got on the digital platforms, I think the best person to speak to is Ruth and Diva. Ruth, you speak to Judge, and you guide him on how to do this. Lastly, on the suggestions, including the visibility, the scholar account, I think we take it positively, and it's a limitation on our part. Very lastly, now speaking like advocates, that the biggest problem we have is visibility and marketing. So if we should carry any message from this forum, how do we market ourselves? How do we publish ourselves? How do we make ourselves more visible? And then how can these books be of value to the people of Kenya? I thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, my Lord Justice Lenaola, and thank you very much for those questions. Actually, Justice Lenaola has answered all the questions. I'll just, in less than a minute, say one or two things. One, on the issue of visibility and the scholar account, I think now that is for the Deputy Director, KJA, and the Director, KJA, to see how they can facilitate the judges in terms of getting scholar accounts. However, my experience with scholar accounts is that they work better when we are dealing with articles. And for some of us who have published articles, if you go online, you will definitely get them, because you see with the articles which are slightly smaller as compared to books. But I think we need those accounts, but we can only do it through the KJA or through a professional person, because some of us, when we are writing, we don't think the way the scholars out there do when they are doing their articles and books for purposes of accessibility. But we are going now to liaise with the KJA and see how, first of all, our books can get to the universities, be it digital or in a physical form. So we've taken that positively. There was a question on intersectionality. I think for us here, we were more concerned with our areas of expertise, and I'm sure when you'll be listening to Judge Chigiti, when you'll be talking about the issues of intersex, and he'll be able to really deal with that issue of intersectionality, because that's where he has addressed issues of discrimination and those kind of aspects. So I don't think we, as a panel, we were more of we've written about our areas of specialization and not so much about discrimination and issues of intersectionality. Lastly, the issue of personal opinions, I think Judge Lenaola has answered, and I've faced that problem myself in court. I'd already told you that. So as judges, I think one, let the readers appreciate the fact that you are just discussing issues which are already out there. Be it by way of explaining that you've looked at these conflicts and you are just trying to bring out the issues for purposes of debate. In fact, for me, I was in a very difficult position because my article, which was incidentally in the Law Society Journal, meaning all advocates had read it, had some conclusions which I was put to task as to whether actually that is my opinion. But my answer was that in any event, we make opinions as judgments, and we have already made opinions in our various judgments on particular issues.
Insightful. We've covered areas that are quite large: law of succession, intellectual property, but at least we've been able to get information from the panelists on where they were coming from and what was the motivation for them to write. So that brings us to the end of this panel discussion. Following in the footsteps of Miracle, I will request for a photo and then we can break.
Please, let's also appreciate the chair of the session, Helen Gesser, for work well done. Thank you for chairing the session very competently. I'll also take a photo with you. And let's also thank the panelists for a very, very good exposition of their publications. Clearly, you can take your seats. Clearly, the books were not ghost-written. It's not AI. They are real authorities on the publications that bear their names. Thank you very much, Honorable Judges and Honorable Rading. Now, we've been sitting for too long. I think we just need to take a short health break so that we can go and powder our noses, straighten up our ties, stretch a little bit. So we suggest that we resume at 1:30. The next panel will be here at 1:30. So let's stretch. Let's also visit the stands or the desks that are out there. Let's study the books, engage those who are manning those desks as well. For the authors, please, let's have a word before you fly out. So let's resume at exactly 1:30. Thank you.
Yeah.
This is rich. And this is extremely rich. And we don't come here to love this
The chair of the session, Priscilla, kindly come over and take over the proceedings. Thank you. I'll just start.
Good afternoon. Welcome back. I am Priscilla Moiron-Njoroge, a law clerk at the Supreme Court, and I will be taking you through the second panelist session. So allow me to invite our distinguished panelists. First, Honorable Justice C.V. Odunga. He has judge of the Court of Appeal. G.V. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. G.V. Odunga, judge of the Court of Appeal. He has authored Odunga's Digest on civil case law and procedure. Second, Honorable Justice Patrick Kiage, judge of the Court of Appeal. He has authored Essentials of Criminal Procedure in Kenya and also Family Law in Kenya, Marriage, Divorce, and Children. Third, Honorable Justice Dr. Kibaya Laibota, judge of. He has authored Principles of Commercial Law and also a hand. Then we have Honorable Justice John Chigiti, judge of the High Court. He has authored The Lawyer's Diary, Intersex Persons and the Law in Kenya, and also the Family Law Compass. Next, we have Honorable Dr. Wambui Macharia. She has authored Rights of the Child, Mothers, and Sentencing, the Case of Kenya. Next, we have Honorable Adoke Atieno. She a magistrate. She has authored Till Courts Do Us Part. And lastly, we have Honorable Viola. So, this will be an interactive session. We will put questions to our panelists, and then we will come back to you, the audience, for you to come with your comments, questions, and also reflections. So with that, I would like to our panelists have a quite rich repository of knowledge, which they have put into their works, and it is only befitting that they be the ones to tell us more about their work. And I will start with Honorable Justice G.V. Odunga. Yes, it is.
You can hear me? Now I can be heard. When I came here, I was asking my senior brother here, what am I supposed to say? He gave me an answer. He said it's a good answer. I'm not very sure that it was a good answer, but it's an answer in the same.
May I guide you?
Yes, please.
You might tell us more about your work, your book, and also what motivated you to write it.
All right, thank you. My brother is telling me that my book is not here because it's too big to be placed here. The book is called Odunga's Digest on Case Law and Procedure. It's a 10-volume book. It resembles the law reports of Kenya. I didn't intend to publish that book because to me it was not a book. When I was practicing in Kisumu, I used to collect a number of legal authorities. Whatever I got, I would pick. And my sister Judge Omolo here knows very well. So I had a collection of authorities. I would actually get an authority, I would go through them and summarize. Look at the ratio of that particular decision and then put down. So I meant for my own use. So I did that for quite a bit of some time. And the advocate started asking me for certain authorities, because some of them were not reported. So I would cite a decision, but that decision is not reported. So I became like a supplier of authorities. That went on for some time, and then there's a colleague who, behind my back, came to my current. Thank you. I've been given one of the this is volume 1. This is volume 1 of the digest. There are 9 more or less like this, but it's one book. So my colleague came to Nairobi and talked to my publishers that there's an advocate in Kisumu who has been supplying us with authorities. Maybe you need to go and look at what he has. It may be useful to the legal practice, so that instead of calling him every now and then to give us authorities, it will be available to the advocates. So he came and talked to me, and I told him that, okay, this is what I have, you have a look at it and see whether it's worth publishing. Came to Nairobi, looked at it, and came back, called me back and told me that this one is definitely worth publishing. So I told him, you proceed. Then he sent me the agreement, and I didn't even read it. I just signed it because I was not really interested in making money. I was interested in them publishing it so that the other advocates could make use of it without necessarily calling me. So that's how that book was published. Initially it was 1 volume. Then I did an update. The update came to 4 volumes. And then now I did the 3rd edition, which is now 10 volumes. The reason why we did it this way is because if you have this in 10 volumes, 10 of this as just 1 volume, it's almost impossible for you to update. So we did like this so that when there's a need to update, I simply go to where the particular volume that I need to update and the particular subject that needs to be updated. And then we do some more pages. It's done in such a way that the numbering is almost impossible to exhaust. So I'll keep on actually, when I get time, and I need to update, I'll just go to the last number of that particular subject. Then I'll insert the next number in that volume under that subject. So it may continue, hopefully, even long after I'm gone, hopefully. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Judge Odunga, I hope you don't go anywhere very soon. So you stay around for a while. I've done two little books. It's unfair for you to put me next to a guy who has done 10 volumes when I've done 2 small books. The first one is, both of them are published by Law Africa. And this one, I think most of the younger lawyers in the house have read it. The Essentials of Criminal Procedure in Kenya. I first did it in the year 2012, and I can see there was a reprint in 2013, 2014, and 2019. I too never originally had any reason to publish a book, but I taught criminal procedure and practice at the Catholic University of Eastern Africa for a number of years. I think about about 6 years. And when in I hadn't yet, yes. At the same time, at the time I was both a practitioner and also a special prosecuting counsel in the office of the DPP. I was a deputy director of public prosecutions at the time. And I remember that somewhere around 2010, if I'm not wrong, while I was doing the extradition case for Chris Okemo and S.K. Gishuru, yes. While I was doing that case, something very interesting happened in that defense counsel, after I'd done quite some devastating work, defense counsel came up with a very interesting answer to what we were doing, and they thought the best thing to do is to get rid of the prosecutor. So they went and came up with the timetable at Quare, indicating that I was a lecturer there. Then they went and got the timetable at the School of Law, where I was teaching trial advocacy, and they came with that as well. And then somehow they went and got my my pay slip, which showed I was being paid quite a bit of money compared to the other prosecutors. And so they made an application before the court and said, this man is not qualified to be prosecuting in this case. He is running a law firm, he is also a lecturer, and here is the proof of it. It was an embarrassing moment. Of course, I had authority to prosecute, for sure, but I walked over to the office of my boss, Kiriako Tobiko, and told him, look, I know you haven't raised it, but I'm sure you're feeling very uncomfortable with all this business, because it was all over the papers. So I asked him, I said, I am offering not to continue teaching at Quare, because I will not renew my contract at Quare. I asked him, if you want me to stop School of Law as well, I will. He told me, School of Law and us, we have some relationship, so keep teaching there. So then I asked myself, what is the best thing I would leave to my students that I have just left in that unceremonious manner? And I decided to take all that I used to do and do a book for the sake of those students and others to come thereafter. That's how this book came to be written. I think before that, there were two very small books that had been written in this area. I don't remember. I think Tim Weseli had done a very small book on criminal procedure, and then Bonwonga, who later became a judge, had also done one such. So there was a gap there, and so I did this. I admit it is rather small, and I admit also that it's rather dated. A lot has happened in criminal procedure since then, and right now, as we speak, I am working on a new edition of the same, which will look more like my size instead of this tiny thing. Yeah, so that's how. And then, sorry, quickly. And for family law is the other subject I was teaching at Quare. It was something, an area quite close to my heart, because I enjoyed teaching family law. It's very, very interesting. And so again, as I left Quare for the same reasons, I said, let me do a book. And this one I came to do much later. I think it was published when I was already a judge. And something interesting that you'll notice about the two of them, the foreword of this particular one was done by my friend Kathrima Mtoinoti, who at the time was the chairman of the Kenya Law Reform Commission. Now he's a judge of the Court of Appeal with me. This other one, I wrote it when I was already a judge, and the person who did a foreword was my friend, my very good friend, retired Justice Philip Waki of the Court of Appeal, with whom I worked in Nyeri at the Court of Appeal. And when you start reading that forward, you'll find it very interesting. It starts by talking about climate change. It talks about climate change, and then you wonder what it's about, and then it now ties it all together. Thank you very much. That was a bit long.
Is Bernard here? Maybe Bernard, get me a copy of each of the books on the desk, please. Yeah, this is a teaching text in law schools. Yeah, this is a teaching text in law schools, Uganda, Tanzania, Kenya. And I have, and School of Law, I'm told that it's one of the prescribed texts. And I have a handbook of company law, also a teaching text in our law schools. And I'll tell you why and when I wrote them. Besides that, I have Introduction to Business Law. This is basically a book that just focuses on the law of contract, which many of us, whether in professional courses like the accountancy programs or law school, this is one of the first subjects we ever interact with, and that is why it is really in a very small form. Then, interesting, I have a book on marriage, how to make your marriage work. It's written out of experience on how to make mine work. And a lot of mentorship material that is contained in here. Why did I write this? Let me begin with this before I dismiss the rest. This book is informed by my experience in legal practice. At a time when I did a great deal of legal aid work at Kituo cha Sheria, my first job, and lots of it were marriage, divorce, maintenance, custody of children, access, and things like that. But then it took me a few years to realize that I wasn't helping couples by representing any of them in court in litigation. So I started legal advisory work, mainly on voluntary basis, and that informed my writing of this book in much, much more recent years, after I had experienced of my own idea on how to maintain a happy marriage. How happy it is, I think only my wife can confirm. Then I have a little book here. It's, what's the title? A Race in the Dark. A Race in the Dark. I think those who know my historical background from high school to college, and a very transformative period in my life in first year in the University of Nairobi. This book I started writing in 1982, just collecting poems, doing poems, and that time for me poetry was basically, what do you call it? Part of the mentorship program that there is so much. My wife and I went for the same. Program, mentorship, to see how to navigate life, and that was after I had left CIC. Now, come to the 2-3 commercial law and company law and law of contract books. When I started my job as a legal practitioner in Kituo cha Sheria, I wasn't a very engaged advocate. So I started engaged advocate. So I started thinking, well, what should I do? What should I do next? And the executive committee allowed me to take a second job as a law lecturer at what was then Kenya Polytechnic. And I came across books, some very simply written books. Ashik Hussain, familiar? Does it sound familiar? Yes. Ashik Hussain in Essential Elements of Commercial Law, where the case citations was just the parties and the year, nothing more. And some of them will refer to the plaintiff as a he, while in actual fact it's a she. So I told my students, be very careful when you read that book. Just get the concepts right, but read broadly. And I think a year or two later, one student was bold enough to ask me, "Sir, you keep on discouraging us from writing from reading books from so and so, so and so. Why don't you write one yourself?" The last 3 years were fairly, the middle 3 years were quite engaging, because that's the time I was doing my PhD, and at the same time, you know how CIC commission work was really engaging. So after the 5 years, I decided to take 1 year, do nothing but sit and write. And that's when I thought, we have a new Companies Act. Hardly much has been done to really digest it. So all the textbooks in our universities are just English books that have much to do with what has come out, but really nothing much synthesizing our domestic jurisdiction. So I sat that year, I wrote this textbook in company law and commercial law, that edition. Now, why do I write? You will agree with me that any knowledge not shared is worth nothing. Because you share your knowledge either by communicating to others or by doing things that others see you doing, which also proves right the saying that action speaks louder than words, doesn't it? So I thought, if I have gathered so much knowledge in my reading, and I read quite a bit, of what worth is it if I do not communicate, if I do not equip our students also with material that could be of use to them academically. And basically that's why I write. But why do I write poetry? It's one of those indulgences you can't keep away from. Those are 5 books. The 5th one is A Legion of Drums. It's an anthology, but it's in digital form. You can access it from in Amazon Kindle or Kobo. Kobo spelled K-O-B-O. I'm sure you know that. Also the A Race in the Dark is also in Kobo and Kindle, and so is Introduction to Company Law. These are the 2 large textbooks. Are not in digital platforms, but they will soon be there. And yeah, I write out of addiction to write. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Justice Chigiti, based in Eldoret High Court. My first book is The Intersex Persons and the Law in Kenya. Why did I write it? Because when I was in practice, I got a client who was an intersex person detained at Committee Maximum Prison, who was waiting for the hangman when I got to get instructions. And the question was, where do we detain this person? He had committed offenses, and he was waiting for the hangman, and he had given up in life. So I figured probably I could move to the court and see if we could get redress for him, because the Prisons Act did not make any room or provision for persons of that nature. It was during the old constitutional dispensation. We didn't have anything around the Bill of Rights, but I said I'll just move. I moved in there, and right from the registry, they told me I'm homosexual. I told them, well, I don't mind, those are human beings. So I filed the case, and it went before a 3-judge bench of retired Justice Okwengu, Justice Dulu, and Justice, can't seem to remember the other one. And it wasn't very successful. I got, I think, 20% success because the person got compensation by way of vindication because he had been exposed to inhuman degrading treatment at the prison. He used to be stripped every day and paraded. You can imagine how that looked like. He is at home. He was acquitted, finally. Subsequently, quietly somewhere, a child was born. A child was born intersex around the same time we got our Constitution 2010. The mother approached me, gave me instructions, and I said, hallelujah. Why? Because that which I did not get from the petition, the earlier petition, had been given a lifeline. The conversations around the intersex persons was now out. The cat had, started moving and roaming into the villages and towns. And so baby A became attractive because we had the Bill of Rights, which we have now in our Constitution. And I asked myself a couple of questions. Who is this person called baby A? Came the question of legal recognition. And immediately I saw there was a need. The Births and Deaths Registration Act did not make provision or room for intersex persons. Under the Acknowledgement of Births and Deaths certificate, we only have male and female. So I approached court, and questions were, can we legally recognize intersex persons? 2, what is the bodily autonomy right of this person? Must we apply the blade and surgerize and operate on these children in the name of corrective surgeries to place them where they don't belong? The other question was, what is the parental responsibility right of the parent? And what is the role and the duty of the doctor? Over all that, what is the best interest principle of the intersex child? So I was driven very aggressive in court, appeared before Justice Lenaola, who gave us a lot of success stories, which we celebrate to date. Initially, in the earlier petition, the judges had asked me how many intersex persons enumerated the intersex persons in the world. Yeah, we are number 1 in the world. We have now the Persons Deprived of Liberty Act, and a lot has now happened since the judgment in baby A. Clearly, because we are told knowledge which is not given out is nothing, here I am. That inspired that book. Baby A is a happy child, somewhere living happily like the rest of the children. Next, because it's an addiction like Justice Laibuta has just mentioned, I found myself doing a lot of mentorship, assisting the young advocates know where they're going, because I didn't want them to fall into the same traps that I had fallen into during my practice years. So I used to do a lot of mentorship, I still do. Universities, I lectured just before Justice Kiage left at the Kenya School of Law for 6 years, trial advocacy. I saw the students go through the processes, the fear, the agony when they get into the bar. And I remembered once upon a time I met the late Mr. Satish Gautama, rest in peace, and I made a mistake of asking him, how many years have you practiced? He told me, young man, can you count 35 years? And nikajipea shughuli, I went into another direction. Later on, I decided putting together content, which I keep telling everybody who gets the book, called The Lawyer's Diary. I tell them that I wish I read this book 30 years ago. I've made simplified contents on how you should carry yourself as a young lawyer, even as a senior lawyer, you can still change. Etiquette conversations, conversations of client care, how to run your chamber, how to litigate before the judges, what the judges don't want to see, a lot of content around the client, what do the clients want, what are you supposed to give the client, burnout, and so on and so forth. So I wish I read this book 30 years ago. I'm where I am. For the younger lawyer, it's never too late. Before I became a judge, I had started writing a book on family law. I did not finish writing it. I was left with a manuscript. At the time I was going for my interviews, I gave them a manuscript and told them this is a manuscript. They didn't ask me questions past there. So when I became a judge, I told myself, umeponea. I ended up writing this book called Your Family Law Compass. It's a simple book, captured a lot of cases here and there on diverse topics, and I'm glad to indicate that the publisher is in the house. Sally, she can wave at the back. Sally Publishers, UNISA, University of South Africa Press. The book is simply a book you'd want to read to get to understand some of the concepts around. I've made it very simple: the children, families, marriage, divorce, matrimonial property, small content around the disturbing questions of surrogacy, and so on and so forth. It is not as big as some of the books I'm seeing here in large volumes, but I own it, and I did not stop there. I am currently trying to put together a book on mediation in Kenya. Again, very simplified for the young lawyers who want to become mediators, for the mediators, for the practitioners, for Wanjiko. The book is available to any reader. They'll understand what mediation is, how it's conducted, vis-a-vis the front of the court, what is the comparison, what are the costs, what are the timelines, what is the psychology, what is the mindset of a mediator, what is their IQ, what is AI around mediation, and what is the future of mediation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Alice Macharia. My book is titled Rights of the Child, Mothers and Sentencing, The Case of Kenya. My book is published by Routledge Publishers in UK and US. So what motivated me to write this book? I actually didn't set out to write the book. I set out to fill in a gap that was really challenging me as a magistrate when I'm trying to convict or, sentence a mother. Maybe she's expecting, or, sometimes they come with the babies. So the baby is proceeding with the nursing, even as you proceed to decide on the way forward. I don't know about you, but in our African setup, mothers don't have just one child. So I would sit there as a magistrate, and I'm looking at this lady, and I'm thinking, does she have other children? That she's living in the community? Is she expectant? If you look at the provisions of our Constitution, Article 26 stipulate that life starts at conception. So, for being a woman, maybe I would ask myself, she could be even one day pregnant, or 1 month, or even it's a pregnancy that I can clearly see from where I sit, just about to sentence her. And I would ask myself, what am I doing? The question that really disturbed me is, clearly she has committed a crime. I'm supposed to convict her. What crime has this baby that is accompanying her committed? Is this baby a convict? What about the children? You look at our provisions of Article 45 of our Constitution, the right to family life. Now that I'm taking this mother away, what am I doing to her home, to her husband, and most critically, to the children that she's living in the community? Under whose care is she leaving these children? That is what was disturbing me very much. And the issue that jolted me into action was a mother that was brought before me on Monday morning. And you know, she appeared weak. And you know, the prison officers sometimes may not be very kind. But I noticed as this lady walked into the courtroom, they were very quick to support her from both sides to enable her take that step into the courtroom. But then as she was passing, I noticed a strip of blood down her leg. And then I knew something is very wrong. So as she was going to sit down, you know, I'm proceeding. I requested the person I was proceeding with to just give me a chance to attend to these ladies. So I told them not to make her sit, and I asked her, "Are you okay?" And she told me, "Your Honor, I'm not okay." And I asked her, what's the problem? And she told me that, you see, I gave birth early this morning. And then I asked her, where's the baby? And she told me the baby died. And she had to be brought before me. And this baby, it turned out the baby died of cold because she gave birth without assistance. I'm a mother. I was not able to proceed. I adjourned. I could hardly see my way into the chamber, but I knew I have to do something because I tried to see, you know, the fallback, the law that can support. Now the deceased baby, it was a boy. And you know, she told me that my baby turned blue with cold. I removed, was gone. And now she had to be brought before me. And I'm a mother. It was very disturbing. From there on, I couldn't get support, you see. I looked at the provisions of Section 30 of the Prisons Act, and I'm very happy that Madam Florence should be somewhere. Madam Florence, could you just stand up? This lady really assisted me. She's a former deputy commissioner of the prisons. So then I had to do something. I got in touch with her and I embarked on this journey. And what I was trying to do is to see how to protect the rights of the unborn child, the rights of this baby that is accompanying the mother before me, and how I can protect the rights of the children the mothers were living in the community. On embarking on my research at Langata Women, really it was very, very sad. We didn't have any data pertaining to the children who were born there. Most critically, if a baby loses their life while in prison, we didn't have any data. And then I was thinking, Kenya is a very advanced country. Has it really slipped through all of us to protect the rights of the children born by these women? And there was nothing, there was no research. Absolutely no data, no research. I had to do something, and that is the culmination of my book. So what happened, I did this topic for my master's at the University of Nairobi, and then I pursued it at King's College London for my PhD. And really, why this book is published out there, you know, when you're doing thesis at the PhD level, at King's College, they invite the experts in your field, and they struggle to look for experts to come and supervise my defense. So what emerged during my defense is that, you know, whereas I was working on a topic that was facing me at my individual level, globally, there was no country that had put in measures to protect the children of the incarcerated parents. So from there now my research, and you can see it was titled The Case of Kenya, and my research, my data was from Langata women. It took a global perspective, because now even in UK, they wanted me to finish my work so that they can fill in the gap. They too had children accompanying incarcerated mothers. They too had absolutely nothing on the women who come in as pregnant, and they had absolutely no data also on the children left outside the country. So globally, there was nothing. I researched, my book has 7 chapters, and the chapter 1, it's basically identifying the gap. And what was surprising is that globally again, once a mother is incarcerated, once in a while, immediately after incarceration, people will go and check on her. But eventually, everybody gave up on them. So it was the burden for the prison to take care of these mothers globally. So that was my identifying now the gap under chapter 1. Under chapter 2, I looked at the UNCRC. UNCRC is the globally ratified, convention. Globally, with the exception of USA, it's the only one that has not ratified. So you can see the magnitude of the ratification of the UNCRC. That is under chapter 2. Under chapter 3, I looked at the literature review. Again, it was groping in the back. There was nothing. But I came up with what I did. And what really I can say is that even as we try to borrow, the literature from the developed countries, we need to be very careful, because we cannot apply it here mutatis mutandis. Situations differ. So if you think of an aspect of what now they call out their mother and baby unit, you don't want to apply that here the way it is, because then they are developed, they have, set up states of art, units to separate the mother who is expecting or nursing from the other mothers. And then under chapter 4, I looked at the history. How now did our women, how did we get to a situation where our women are getting into custody? If you remember the colonial times, there were no assisters. From there, then it's the recommendations. And I think in this book, the most critical aspect is the recommendations, because then it tells us globally, not just in Kenya, what it is we can do to block the flow, the inflow of these mothers into custody. That is the chapter under recommendation, and then under chapter 7, the conclusion. I'll leave it at there for now. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, like most of the speakers before me, I do not have 10 volumes like Justice Odunga. I have just written my first book. It's titled Till Courts Do Us Part. It's a millennial's guide on divorce and matrimonial property. Now, the most interesting thing, before I even tell you how I got on that journey, is that most people think it's a book about divorce. It's actually a book about money. So it's a book about money and how the laws of Kenya interact with your money in a family setup, and what we as judicial officers take into consideration when making some of these decisions. Now, when I come to how I got on this journey, a few years ago, while I was still stationed at Milimani Commercial Law Courts, I delivered a decision. That decision was on registration of customary law marriages. That decision went on appeal. The learned Justice Namisi agreed with my views on that decision and upheld my decision. Then, of course, Kenyans being Kenyans, they went on Twitter. And we all know what happens on Twitter. So I was tagged, Justice Namisi was tagged, all of us were tagged together. My decision was in the newspapers, and all of a sudden I was getting inboxes and DMs from my peers, from Kenyans whom I do not know, asking me, Mahesh, what's happening in my situation? This is the situation, this is the scenario. What do I do? And the inboxes were many. Fast forward, I got transferred to the family division from Milimani Commercial Courts. And while at the family division, those Kenyans on Twitter, apparently they were keeping track, okay? So now they even had more impetus because I was now sitting in a court and actually that handles these matters on a first-hand basis. So I started getting invitations and speaker engagements to speak to Kenyans about matrimonial property, the marriage situation, what does the Marriage Act provide? It's been 10 years since the Marriage Act came into force. We have the Matrimonial Properties Act, but we really don't know what to do. Then my professional colleagues also started sending those SMSs. You know the way we usually have Wakili, a quick one. So now it was, Mahesh, I pick your brain on something. Mahesh, I'm thinking of filing this application. What is your view? You sit in that court. What should I tell my client? So I would like to mention Nema. Nema is my friend and she's also an advocate. Nema kept on inviting me to these speaking engagements and I could tell what Kenyans were struggling with. They were struggling with questions on the Marriage Act. They were struggling with questions on Can We Stay? They were struggling with matrimonial property division in polygamous situations. They were struggling with baby mama, baby daddy scenarios, which is rampant in my generation. They were struggling with what to do when a family member passes on, or if you've had children with someone and then they suddenly pass on, and you're at a loss. The children need to go to school, you had a partnership, you had some scenario happening. So they were struggling with all these things. So at some point, at one of the speaking engagements at the events at Lavington Methodist, they said, Mheshimiwa, why don't you reduce all this knowledge for us into something we can always refer to, into something that we can quickly understand without all the legalese, without all the Latin words. And I took up the challenge. So I wrote Till Courts Do Us Part. And the interesting thing about this book is that it doesn't have legalese. So you will not find Latin words, or if you do, you'll find the English translation. It's a book that actually speaks to Mama Mboga. It speaks to that lady at your church who stops you to ask you a random question about the law on family. It speaks to the regular Kenyan. And it doesn't just speak to the millennial generation. It speaks to anyone who's preparing to enter the marriage institution, those who are already in that institution, those who are planning or thinking about getting out of that institution, and essentially anyone who is in a family setup or thinking of going through a family setup, within, of course, the laws of Kenya. So that is actually what informed my authorship of this book. So far, I am happy to report that it has got very good reviews from professional colleagues, and mostly also from the bar and the bench, and from the regular, let's call her Wanjiko. I have continued to get those invitations to speak to members of the public about such issues. And it's now easier, because when someone asks me at a private function or at an event, and they want to do Mahesh a quick one, or they want to do Wakili a quick one, I simply tell them, okay, that sounds very interesting. Could you maybe look at chapter 5 of this book? It says ABCD. And a few weeks later, when they finally do, they say, yes, I found my question in there. That is actually what I have been grappling with. And for me, I find that very, very fulfilling. I am working on a second book, like the Honorable Chief Justice herself. So hopefully by the time Duncan will be inviting us for the second Judges Bookfair in 2027, God willing, I'll be having the sequel to this book. I thank you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my name is Viola Muthoni. I currently serve as an SRM, Senior Resident Magistrate at Maua. So I am sufficiently intimidated, but I am also inspired because neither do I have a book, neither do I have a big book, nor do I have a small book. All I have is a little article that Professor Muigwa agreed to publish in his Journal of Conflict Management and Sustainable Development. So, and as they say, never outshine the master. So I am safe. Each of the panelists is my senior, so I have not outshone any of them. Yes, thank you. So what inspired my writing of that article? It is as simple as this. I watched the impeachment proceedings of the former deputy president, and one of my teachers there, he made a comment that this kind of unethical practice is not even seen in the small claims court. So at that time I was at the small claims court and I felt, no, I have to say something about this. So that is why I wrote that small article, and I hope you'll find time to read it. Thank you.
Now you will allow me, Justice G.V. Odunga has to step up.
Used to practice in Kisumu, and you are a reference point for the lawyers who used to beat me in court or the ones I used to beat in court. How did you manage to keep all that information? Because that will be critical for those of us who do things maybe in longhand, or we preserve it in some hard copy somewhere.
My first question goes to Justice Odunga, and it is on the intellectual property rights. And he says that just in case, of course, Justice Kiage has told him that he should not go anywhere any soon. I'm just wondering how he has managed the succession of his intellectual property right. On this, I talked on the minimal knowledge I have about intellectual property rights, that states that after the decease of the principal author of any intellectual output, there's a gap of 50 years before it is reconsidered to the public. So I'm just interested in that, and of course, probably okay, that's a basic question. I'll look at it, how you have numbered it. That is, I'm interested in intellectual property right. And then my next question goes to the judge, Dr. Masharia, or the one on children, yes, Wambui Masharia. And you know, that is, we call breaking ground on some research output. And if she went out to, the two judges, Chikati and Masharia, and the statistics they had to get them, they had to go in order for them to publish their works. Do we have that data stored somewhere? It's related to these. Because currently we are grappling with issues of research data management. Somebody does not have to redo what another person has already done. The only thing we need to do is to build already what is available, instead of somebody moving around 47 counties, somebody else has done it. Or if, for example, she did the data in Langata women prisons, another person could do in another place, and so on and so forth, such that we keep increasing on the knowledge bases that we have. Thank you. And then thank you to Justice Kiage for thinking of your students. It's a challenge we face quite a lot in our classrooms. Thank you.
Thank you very much. How I preserved all this, Judge. I had a people master called L.G. Menezes. L.G. Menezes is deceased, and God rest his soul in peace. He told me when I was doing pupillage that you carry a small notebook, that was not the age of the computers. Well, the computers had already been developed, but they were not you could not easily come across them. So he told me that every time you walk around, carry a notebook. Even when you are sleeping, have that notebook with you, because these ideas come and they disappear. And even as judges, well, I don't do it because I think I failed that particular exam. But even for us judges, we should carry notebooks. Sometimes you are drafting a particular judgment, and when you are swimming somewhere, the idea comes. Unless you write that immediately, it will disappear. By the time you leave the swimming pool, it will be gone. So he told me, carry a notebook. If an idea comes to you, write it down immediately so that it doesn't disappear. So what happened was that I eventually managed to get those old computers, the ones that those very old ones, and I had not gone for typing. I had not taken a typing course, so I would do one finger. I don't know how many people have done one finger typing. You do one, then you look again, then you do like that. So that's how actually I managed to preserve all this. I initially started the hard copies. I would write whatever came, whenever I read a decision, I would write it down. Just randomly, not in any particular order. It was only later on that I was able to now put this in order, and it became a book. It's rather a tedious book to read, because you look, for example, chapter 1 on amendment, and you find that there's a lot of cross-references in amendment, because there are also other decisions. For example, you'll find one that appears in somewhere towards the end. I don't know which topic I can mention immediately, but let's take even employment. You'll find that the cases on employment, there's one also which deals with amendment. So you'll have to actually cross-reference that this particular topic is the first title is on amendment, but there's another case which appears under employment, which is maybe actually case number 2000, that also has something on amendment. And then there are some certain contrary decisions. So you'll also find that you have a decision that under amendment, but under a particular topic, there's a contrary holding on that same issue. So that you find some of them are written C number 1101. That means that that particular holding appears in 1101. But if you see CF 1101, it means that there's a contrary holding in number 1101. It's rather tedious, but well, the best thing to do, carry a notebook. The idea comes, write it down. The second one is intellectual property rights preservation. Thank you for this. I have never thought about this. I think my publishers are in trouble, because we'll go through that agreement again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Judge. So since those were the questions posed to Justice Odunga, I would like to pose one to him in his parting shot. What would you advise aspiring writers, being that among the panelists, you're the one with the largest volumes? Based also in terms of the challenges, aspects of what barriers hinder judicial authorship, in those lines.
Okay. Thank you. My advice would be, you don't have to go by it anyway. Don't set out to write a book. Don't set out to write a book. If you set out to write a book, you may never finish. Just write what comes. Initially, write what comes, put it down. eventually it will transform itself into a book. I started working on a book in a bad manner of setting out to write it. I don't think I've even done the first chapter. So just put down whatever comes, put it down, later on you'll review it, and then it'll become a book. The challenges that we have, of course, in this space is piracy. Piracy is a serious problem. You can see this book the way it is. We thought that if it is like this and it's in 10 volumes, then you can't photocopy it. There are people who are photocopying this book and selling it. All the 10 volumes are being photocopied and sold. And people are not aware. Once they look at the book, they say that this is the right book, and they buy it. So it's a serious problem when you are in this particular space that your book is going to be pirated by others.
Thank you so much, Judge. So since our panelists have been able to expound on what their book is about and also in terms of what motivated them, I would like now to pause to ask you what are your questions to them? Before Justice Chigiti and Honorable Dr. Macharia can be able to answer the questions that were earlier posed to them, what questions do you have for them? Comments, reflections?
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Wangare. I am a first-year law student. My question goes, would you be able to change that particular legal perspective? Would you be able to change that particular legal perspective if given the chance? And if so, what new framework would you put in place? Thank you.
Any other questions?
Do I have to stand? Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rose Sally from Sally Publishing House. It's a pleasure to see one of my esteemed authors, Justice Chikiti, on the podium. My question to all of you, particularly those members of the judiciary, as well as practitioners, lecturers, professors, and students. They all have ghostwriters, so it doesn't necessarily have a negative connotation. Because I believe if more of you use professional ghostwriters, you possibly could turn out, between 4 to 6 books in a year. So I just wanted to plant that seed. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Patricia, an upcoming legal author and legal transformative on legal education space. My question is to everyone in here: is there funding for authors? And if it's not there, can we start a conversation?
I see there are no other. Are there?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chebet Kapkia, and on the last session, they were quoting common mwananchi. So let me say our common mwananchi with that quote. I'll first start by recognizing and giving my reflection that it's really nice that every one of you has written out of experience what you've experienced in the courts from when you started till now. It's really easy to grasp what you've experienced. My question will go to Honorable Wambui Macharia. You've said that your research was mostly on Kenyan women prisons, which is really nice, and even the UK recognized your work, and the probability of them adapting your work and implementing there, it's basically, let's say, 80%. So here in Kenya, what do you do for it not just to remain an idea or something that you've written, for it to be adapted, for it for other judges, and not only on the legal side but also on the legislative side and the other sides, to recognize the rights of such women and such kids, for it not just to remain your idea but for it to be adapted wholly? Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Laura Bina. I'll start by the joke that Justice Odunga has made. I come across your GV Odunga digest, and I'm just wondering how someone has the capacity to photocopy those kind of digests and sell them. All those volumes of books. Thank you. My question is in line with the book written by the Honorable Magistrate on Till Courts Do Us Part. The statement itself, Till Courts Do Us Part, has been subject to controversy by so many people. When people say that when I'm getting into a marriage, I'm getting into it with a person, the court is not there. But when I want to leave this person, suddenly the court is invested and wants to know how I got into this contract. And your book itself, the title is, as the court, I am the one who's deciding when you're going to be set apart. So I'm interested to hear your opinion about this clause in the Marriage Act on irrevotably broken down, because it is in line with the title of your book. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know, I'll just ask. I'm just interested in Justice Laibuta's work, and especially the one that is not legal. He has done an anthology, A Legion of Drums, and he has done a poetry book, A Race in the Dark. Has he considered that these books probably could be examinable? Because, you know, poetry is a very special genre for those of you who don't know. And very few people do poetry. And poetry that touches on somebody's life, it's even more poignant. I don't know whether he has considered that. Secondly, there was the book on the lawyer's diary, the diary book. I don't know whose it was.
Justice Chigiti.
Oh, okay, fine. You know, at times when you write, and I'm happy that somebody said in the morning, there's no money in intellectual output. There is, but very little. When somebody is interested, or you're interested that these people should know what is happening, have you thought probably you could do it in a blog form, such that these young lawyers will be able to access that work and engage you and even build on it? Because again, diaries keep mutating as time goes by, or from space to space. Lastly, there was the lady who talked about the small claims court. I'm just trying to get her article, and I'm not unable to get it online. We just need to know how to access that journal, such that it could be one of the things we referencing for our students. Once we are giving them, we are telling them this information is available for your use. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Naomi Gichuki. I'm an advocate, and I also teach law at Kabarak University. I would like to thank the authors. One common thread I noticed was that their books were all triggered by real events, and that shows that the solutions to some of these issues are actually within us and among us. I would especially like to speak from the perspective of academia, and to appreciate you for generating indigenous jurisprudence and knowledge, because some of the challenges we have is teaching law with very ancient cases that sometimes are not even practical to the current social context that we have. And so these books and this content that is being generated is really important also, as we have the conversation on Afrocentric approaches to how we are teaching law, to the
promoting indigenous jurisprudence in our teaching. And Justice Kiage said he enjoyed teaching family law. I was your student, and it was one of my favorite courses. I still remember you quoting Chinua Achebe and many other authors. So thank you very much for your contribution.
We'll take the last question at the back.
Good afternoon. My name is Fred Kahara. I'm an advocate of the High Court. My question is to Justice Chigiti, SC. There's a recent judgment delivered on AI and artificial intelligence is the new frontier in our practice and even in our space, the legal space. I don't know what, perhaps a fair comment on the same. What is your role, or rather, what is the role of new advocates, or rather new practitioners in this space? And in going forward, are we looking at a space where others will be using AI in their drafting? Is it a space that will be considered in future? What are the pros and what are the cons? Thank you very much for you.
Thank you so much for that feedback. I think since time is not on our side, what we can do is the panelists, we can answer the questions as they give us their parting shot and what advice they would want to give future upcoming writers, just like me, myself as well. So I do not know if Justice Odunga would want to say something, especially on the aspect of ghostwriting.
Thank you. How long did it take me to do this? Honestly, I don't know. Because I didn't set out to write this book, so I don't know how long it took me to write it. So I don't want to lie to you. Ghostwriters, I'd really love to learn more about this. Writing is so tedious, takes you so many number of hours. Sometimes when people say that an adult person should sleep. Thank you.
How long does it take to write? I think if you can't wake up today and say you want to write a book and it will be out in a month. Well, some people can do that, I guess. But I think that when you're coming from a place of wanting to share experiences or to fill a gap, then it may be that it has taken you quite a while to prepare the materials. I think the best thing would be in terms of, and I'm not sure that I'm honoring it myself, but I think one can decide that you're going to set apart some time either on a daily basis or a weekly basis to actually do the writing. Unless you do that, it may take a long time for you to get to finish the work. But as a judge myself, and I keep reflecting on this, I have written judgments that are 140 pages long, 100 pages long, 80 pages long, typically around 50 pages long, so that if you were to ask me how many books have I written in a year, just by looking at the judgments we have written here, my lords and the honorable magistrates, we've done so many books, right? Only that we do that because we know you are dealing with this, you gave us delivery date on a particular day and you must do it. Probably we can also give ourselves delivery dates for a book and put in, the kind of hours that you need. It's possible that we can actually do more books than we do. And when you think about it anyway, and I want to echo what my brother said before he left, there he is, Judge Odunga, when he was telling us that, don't just read about things legal. I mean, I've done a book on family law and a book on criminal procedure, but I think that there is more to be said in other areas, because life is colorful. There is so much to write about life, and law is just such a small part of life. And when you think about it, the people who write in cultures which pay more attention to writing and reading are ordinary people. People who are less talented than you are out there have written books. And I think it's possible for all of us to actually write our stories down. And for me, I want to use this moment to say we say our last remarks, not before we depart this world, but I want to thank the organizers of this year's book fair, because what it has taught me in particular, I didn't know whether I would come, but I'm glad I did. What it has taught me is that there is so much more that I could do that I don't do. There's so much time I waste. Don't ask me on what. But I think I waste so much time, I could turn that time into something more productive. And I want to pledge as well that by the time we come here next year, there should be another title. Because some are, they are half done, about 2 of them. There should be a title by the time I come next time, but I'm sure that goes for all of us. We would want to do more, and I'm sure many of you on that side also would be able to try something. It doesn't harm. It doesn't have to be a big book. Hey, start with a small one, right? Then one day you'll have the honor to sit with Odunga, on the same platform with his many volumes. Thank you.
Not sure I know how long it takes to write a book because I never look at my watch. Having said that, the first poem I ever wrote was on 26th September 1980. It was commemorating the death by drowning of a very close friend of mine in high school. But when we went for poetry recitals, the English teacher told me, no, that was not a poem. You were just telling a story. Now, that was a challenge for me. A week ago, my wife retrieved 2 poems written on 18th August 1982. Moves you, take a pen or a typewriter, or whatever it is, and sit down and do something. The only thing you must never do, as my brother cautions us here, don't waste time doing nothing. You'd better spend time doing something. Ghostwriters, many times I'm asked about my dramatic life and experience and all that. Change of careers, change of circumstances in my own personal life. And I'm always asked, why don't you write a memoir? And I say, well, I will when I am ready. Then somebody else suggested, why don't you get somebody to write for you? And I said, fine, I haven't thought about anybody. So my wife approached someone who had written a feature article on me, a very, very good journalist. He never responded. And I'll tell you the problem with our community. We are not a reading community. If you want a ghostwriter, you must have money to pay them. Even when you write your own books and your publishers publish them, they pay their salaries and overheads with your royalties. So you never see your royalties. But your name is out there, that's okay. So it takes money to actually employ someone to do a book for you. So you'd better just do and move on. Finally, what could I say as a parting shot? You all have very rich lives. Do you want to keep a record of your riches in life? Please do. Some of us don't write for money. Most of us actually don't write for money. But we think we have a great deal to share. You too do. Or is it you too does? Yeah, you also do. Sit and write something. And I'm glad sometimes to see, to come across people who tell you, oh, I saw your book on this and that. Now, something I had forgotten, a question asked directly to me. Aren't these anthologies examinable? Yes, they are, and I can assure you I have shared with many people who are well placed to decide whether it should be a set book, whether it should be studied in the library, in the university literature departments. I have placed these copies at University of Nairobi, Department of Literature, and KU, and many others. But one thing I know about your book being picked as a set book in our high schools, you need the kind of lobbying some of us neither have the money to throw in or even the time to keep on dogging people around and persuading them to make your books as set books. You will find it very difficult competing with the Kenya Literature Bureau, Jomo Kenyatta Foundation, who even if they have your book set by there, you still never see much. Let me say why I'm saying this. I know a number of poets with whom we recited at the National Theatre and elsewhere. Jonathan Carrera deceased, Oludhe Magoe deceased, and a few who have translocated to their countries, Rubadiri. We are very active in recitals and things, but I know when they departed, there was very little to count on their royalties, courtesy of some of these big publishers. These big publishers have your book moving around in great numbers, but I can assure you, when you sit down and take a calculator, you realize that there aren't many zeros in what you receive. And that's the quarrel we have with most publishers today. So but don't give up, don't give up. Just do your work, let people read your work, get into recitals when you can, get into literary groups that you can locate and enjoy yourself. Just have fun. Your day might come.
The question around the transgender. I hope you intended transgender, not intersex. Sorry?
Now transgender individuals.
There is.
Yes, that's just what I was asking. Once again, we have the law for intersex individuals. Now my question is the ones who transition. They were born female, but they transition into male, or vice versa. How can we incorporate them in the legal system if they can be incorporated? That's my question.
I'll throw it back to you. You have a query. That is a book. That is a book. Yeah, that is a book. We want you in the next Duncan. There is a nice author asking a very tough question. Tufuate ile atuambie ile kitabu next Bookfair. You'll be here with us. So I didn't get your name, Miss.
Miss Michelle Wangare.
Miss Michelle, that's a very, very tough question in the day we are in today in Kenya. So I'm challenging you. I won't give you the answer. Start, put together your thoughts, write them down somewhere, chapter by chapter, topic by topic, fill in your thoughts in every chapter. Write. And I'm telling you, by the time you're doing 1 month, you'll have like 10 topics to discuss with whoever you'll be discussing with. I'm challenging you. And take a very nice picture of yourself for the back cover. After you're done with your 10 topics, put 1 page and call it the table of contents. Look at them and ask yourself, what is the theme in these 10 topics in the table of contents? Your book has a title. We are now writing the book. Down there by Michelle. In no time, put those together and photocopy them. Get a funny bookmark Go to a coffee shop, sit down with your book, tag your bookmark there and feel good. The journey into finishing that book has begun. Look for an expert to walk with you, to peer review. In no time, you'll be printing a finer copy of the manuscript. In no time, today, I'm provoking the publishing houses here. Look for them, Michelle. They'll do for you a free print of that book because you've stepped out. I need not say more.
You've mentioned an expert. Can you please be my expert?
Bring it on. I've been given permission and authorization by the Court of Appeal judges to my left. So let's do that book. Duncan next year in the trade fair will not only have an intersex book, there is a book on trans. And look for Audrey. Look for Audrey Mbugua. Look for Audrey Mbugua, that's the authority in that space. It's a deal?
It's a deal.
Thank you. Kuna washahidi wengi. Yes, the data is available at the Honorable Attorney General's office and also at the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights office, because after we did the task force work, everything was surrendered there. So they have everything, and they have an outfit that then is rolling out the recommendations that came from the task force. So that is available. So my parting shot, I've just done it with Michelle. I was going to run us, for those who are young, who want to write, it's very easy. It's very easy. Like you've heard with all the authors, there are very many stories that have not been written down. Just start something, write something. Just like I've told Michelle, create subtopics. In no time you'll have a table of contents. In no time you'll have a document which is called the manuscript. Look for somebody to read it for you, a peer reviewer. It can even be a friend, to give you feedback. In no time, just print the manuscript, have it in your hands, and it's going to become a book before you know. And I thank the Academy. They've created a platform. I'm sure if you go to Duncan with that document, he'll point you into the right direction. There was a question around AI and the judgment. I will ordinarily not comment about judgments once I've written them. It's not the right thing to do as a judge. I don't know whether there's an appeal pending, so it would be wrong for me to discuss my judgment here in the way you're inviting me to. But one thing I can say freely away from that question, artificial intelligence is real. Artificial intelligence is here. Artificial intelligence used in the right way is the economy driver. The national government is engaging in that. And I'll tell you, it is very powerful. But don't ride in that crest without legislation. Don't go there without regulation. Don't go in there without policy. It's unstoppable. You need a structure in order to be able to apply it with value. Thank you.
So for me, the research data, like I said, there was absolutely no data at the time I started my research. But what we have done since then is that if you go to prison today, you will get the data. So we started, and it's being built up. If you go and ask how many children are born in prison, the data is there. If you go and ask how many babies are incarcerated with their mothers, now you can get the data. The data is there, but there was none. That will speak to part of one of the questions that I was asked about what I've done about my research, but we'll get to that. There was also a question on whether I would want to change the perception of life. You see, as a judicial officer, there is a reason why I limited myself to Article 26, right? I would want to leave it at that, but I'm very much aware of the ongoing surrogacy issues. I'm aware that in other parts of the world, they are having test-tube babies. But for us as Kenyans, until we get there, let's limit ourselves to the provisions of the Constitution. That is our highest level of authority. Let's not move away, even as we endeavor to develop and grow legally. So then there was also the issue of my research having been done in Kenya. I can assure you, like I said, there was no data on the children of incarcerated parents. And when I was going to UK, I had in mind that being a Commonwealth country, he actually stated in that newspaper that he was shocked because one of the women he found there with a baby told him directly that I was born here. My mother was incarcerated. She gave birth to me while here. I am now here with my baby. So you can see the circle, and they didn't have anything to guide them out of that, yeah? So then, when we say that my research was just done in Kenya, I can assure you in UK universities, my book is there. It's guiding them. Even in Kenyan universities, at least we have, my book is very expensive. If you Google it, it's between 18 and 19,000 a copy. So, but what we did is that, we have a task force. We had a task force working on children matters, and we had lecturers like Strathmore University, the dean of the School of Law. We ensured they have a copy. Even in Nairobi University, Dr. Nkath, we have copies that are guiding the students who are desirous of pursuing research in this area. But before then, we didn't have anything to guide us. So then, the issue of that my book is not there, I want to throw it back to what the Honorable CJ said, that these people pick the best of our brains. If you do a book that is gray and they have nothing else, they actually stock it. And you had even the judges who were here in the morning, they talked about finding their work in their libraries. And that should tell you how much, I don't want to call it brain drawing, but they pick on our best. They have it. They may treat us like we don't know anything, but having conducted my research, my PhD studies at King's College London, I can assure you they have our good books in their libraries. We may not even be aware, but they have them. They map up our research and they take it there and implement the best without even us knowing. So then, what have I done? You see, when you have knowledge and you keep it to yourself, it's nothing, it's useless, because if something were to happen to me, I would go with all that I know. So what have I done? What I've done, I'll give you an example of when I came back from UK. I was then a magistrate at Makandara Law Courts, and the head of station, now Justice Ominde, organized a retreat for all the magistrates in our station. She organized a retreat, and that retreat was basically for me to disseminate my research findings. So what happened, we went to Mombasa. I told them how we can go about reducing the inflow of mothers into our prisons. I can assure you, within 2 months of implementing the research I told, the research output and recommendations under Chapter 6, we reduced the number of the children we had incarcerated with the mothers from 46 to just 2 within 2 months. So then, and these 2, I still remember, these 2 is because the mothers were on murder trials. I want to speak to the fact that 80% of the women in custody are amiable. They were, they were candidates for non-custodial sentences. But you see, even in the training that we undergo as magistrates, you see, the adversality that we undergo in our training makes us be so punitive. And there is a perception, like I started by saying, that women were not expected to commit crimes that can get them into custody. So then we punish women from that perspective. And you want to ask yourself the nature of the offenses these women have committed. I can assure you, they are economically inclined in terms of she was selling this, she was selling this. These are trying to make ends meet. And we all know the percent of single mothers in our countries. So they try to make ends meet, they get into crime, and then we punish them severely. So what I'm trying to say in short is that if we, use some even of the provisions that we have, if you think of like Section 15 of the CPC on suspended sentences, you can convict but suspend the sentence for 2 years and warn this lady that if you don't repeat, then you go scot-free. If you commit a crime from this juncture on, then you're going to serve the custodial sentence. My topic, and I was able to guide them as per my topic, and I was able to guide them as per the provisions of the chapter 6 of my book on how to go about sentencing a parent with caregiving responsibilities. What I'm trying, every magistrate, which is the court of first instance, is aware to think about this mother could be expectant, to think about this mother has left other children in the village. And I can tell you my research proved that many of the children on the streets, they are children of incarcerated parents, right? And if you want to give it a trial just of a street kid, you won't talk to 3 without finding one of them whose parents were incarcerated, and so they were left with a grandmother who doesn't know anything, who can't even feed herself, so they go to the streets with the hope of getting a living. Right. So then the other issue is what I've done. I can assure you we now have a policy. During the launch of my book, the prison department was represented, and we started from that day on, we started on working on a policy, and Florence can confirm we have a policy that is guiding the prison officers on how to treat children of incarcerated parents and the mothers in their midst. We are also working on a policy with the children's department. We are at the very final tail. We have done the main data on the children of incarcerated parents. What we are doing currently, we are mapping out data of the children who are left in the community. And by the end of this year, we'll have in operation a children policy, children officers policy, to guide them on the same. In terms of international scope, I am an immediate board member of the International Association of Children of Incarcerated Parents. That one we just come together as a globe and decide on the way to go about from a joint perspective on how to reduce the incarceration of caregivers. I'm also working with Clean Start. I don't know if there is anyone from Clean Start, right? We are working with them. This is an organization that assists women who come out of the prison. And what we are doing is actually using these ex-offenders to, like you invite them for the CUC, so they talk to the community on the dangers of offending, and they advise them on how to go about keeping off the prisons. That's what we are doing, and Christat is doing a great job. Guide the students in terms of even research, in terms of being people who this country can depend on. They hold our future. Let us move away from that notion that we keep saying children are our future. Let's acknowledge and appreciate that really they are our future. So then you want to ask yourself, are we equipping them with what it takes for them to uphold our country? Are we doing that? I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Laura, I thank you for highlighting the transactional nature of marriage. Now that's a lived experience. Your question touches on the irretrievable breakdown of a marriage. The conversation we should be having is why don't we as a country have a no-fault-based divorce system? If you have had the privilege of going through the Marriage Act, you'll realize that it's a fault-based system. So that means as it is right now in Kenya, you cannot have divorce by consent. And the reason you cannot have divorce by consent is because of the transactional, contractual nature of marriage as envisioned under the Marriage Act. Now, I have covered this in detail in chapter 1, but I'll just briefly summarize. The transactional nature, the contractual nature of a marriage under the Marriage Act is such that you have the details of that contract, you have the kind of marriage that you can contract, you have the events of default, you have reliefs to that contract if one of the events of default happens. And then you have the most important part, which ties to the title of this book, Till Courts Do Us Part, the enforceability of that contract. So one thing that most Kenyans don't appreciate, or rather they are in the process of appreciating, is the lived experience that they're not treating marriage as a contract, while the laws under which they operate treats marriage as an actual contract. In essence, the Marriage Act 2014 treats marriage like the business contract that you'd have with your suppliers. That's what this book is about in chapter 1. So it treats it as a business contract. It has all those provisions, details, events of default, enforceability, all that. And then when you want to enforce, like any typical Kenyan, where's the first point of the first point of call? Kenyans are litigious, so they'll come to the court. So here we have Till Courts Do Us Part. Now, to come to the specificity of your question on the irretrievability, the retrievable breakdown of a union, it's essentially saying, in my view, no one's at fault, okay? So we are saying, let's try and keep this clean. Let's try and liken it to force majeure in contractual terms. Let's try and call it something nice, like an act of God. So in this context, it would be something like no communication. You haven't communicated. The love has died. But then now you package it very nicely. Okay, Laura? You package it very nicely, and then you call it irretrievable breakdown. And that's because most of the time, the parties who rely on that as a ground, they don't want scandal. They've been through it all, the whole shebang. They have fallen in love. They have, gone the 9 yards. They have inked it. They've signed the dotted line, and then they realize, okay, they want a new life, and they're done with all that. They don't even want to call witnesses. So in such an instance, they fall under no, so that you know what you're getting into. If you're already in the institution, you know what you are in and the contractual and business side of it. And if you want to get out, you create for yourself a roadmap, having now absorbed all that knowledge. In essence, it's reminding you that marriage is a partnership. Treat it as a business contract. It's transactional. Wabunge katika bunge wameamua kuwa it's transactional. So please, let's not think of Hollywood. It's a contract. The laws of the country appreciate as such, okay? So thank you, Laura, for that. Now, I want to answer the question by the lady who spoke about ghostwriters. When I was writing this book, I was very much aware about ghostwriters, but I did not think of that as an alternative because of the possibility of, let me package it nicely, because of accuracy and the possibility of misrepresentation of my thoughts. So for me, yes, I am aware about ghostwriters, but I wouldn't pursue that. I wouldn't pursue that route. The lady who asked about how long it took to write, well, for me to gather this information, it took about 3 years. It took about 3 years from the time I delivered the first decision, and then of course there was the Kenyans on Twitter, and then came in the influx of DMs and questions, and Mahesh, a quick question, could you clarify this for me? So it's been a 3-4 year journey for me, and I am grateful for it. In terms of my parting shot, no, before I get to my parting shot, there's a conversation from one of the members who asked a question on funding for authors. I echo your sentiments. Most of us who are seated here will tell you that there's really no, there's really no steep financial gain in terms of authorship. Most of the time, you'd be financing the entire project yourself. Because when you look at the details of the contracts that the publishing houses offer you, they're interesting. They're very interesting, and I wouldn't want to speak much on that. My parting shot.
For lawyers. Is she with us? Yes, there she is. Honorable Atieno, welcome to the stage. We also have Honorable Charity Cheruto Kipkorir, who's authored Geopolitics of Data Protection and its Effect on Digital Trade.
At Moi University. I taught land law, and I also taught criminal procedure law. At the time that I was teaching, which was around 2010 or so, there were only 2 books on criminal procedure. As mentioned by my senior brother, Justice Kiage, there was a book by Justice Bononga, which had been written in the 1990s, I believe. And then there was the text by Justice Kiage. At the time that I was teaching, the law was also developing rapidly. We had the Constitution, and there were many other developments that were coming up in that space of criminal procedure law. And there was a gap, so that these 2 books that were then in existence could not cover the changing face of criminal procedure. And when I was teaching, of course, as a lecturer, you need teaching notes. You need to put together material to hand over to students. And it is out of that material that I created for purposes of teaching that eventually led to this book being authored. I was appointed a judge in the year 2020 that is pretty dated, and it probably needs a second edition. Frankly, I've not had time to, I did not even have time to look at criminal procedure when I was practicing as a judge in the Environment and Land Court, because that was all land that was coming on my desk every day. So I did not have a chance to interact with criminal procedure during my days as a judge of the Environment and Land Court, and therefore really no inspiration at that time to go back and do a second edition. But maybe now that I'm in the Court of Appeal, and given the seriousness that I can see the judiciary having in terms of authorship, I might just be inspired now to do a second edition. My dream actually is to write a book on land law, which is what I interacted with for the last 12 or so years. And the biggest challenge that I face is the time to write, because I can assure you that almost all my time is taken up writing judgments and researching on the nature of judgments that I need to write. But I think I'm determined, I'm inspired. I look forward to either doing a another edition of my criminal procedure book, or just breaking new ground and doing a book on land law. So that is how I got here.
Good evening. My name is Asana Tongeri. I am presiding judge, Voi High Court. I became an author in 2014. But when it comes to how I got the inspiration, I grew up dreaming to become an author and a rich one. I don't like it when people say there's no money. Please, you have your phones, Google. Ask Amazon how many authors are millionaires. They are there. And I think our part of the world, we have to wake up. That's why I call myself a woman on a mission. And my first mission is to revive the reading culture. And I have written 3 books. My first book was I'd Rather Go With God. That was the turning point of my life. I grew up saying, I will write, I will write. Actually, as someone said here, you need to have a notebook. When you go to bed, it's next to you. When you get an idea, don't say, tomorrow I will write it down. When you wake up tomorrow, you will take the pen, but the idea is gone. But sometimes that idea recurs. It's amazing. I keep on writing. You keep on writing and you drop in somewhere. And then one day you put your pieces together. It's amazing how you write the same idea over and over again. So I grew up dreaming to become a rich author. And actually my first class in the university was in the literature class, where I remember my first assignment, compare the literary styles of Michelle Mugo and Ngugi wa Thiong'o. But I didn't pursue that. I ended up in the law career, and that is something I've said in my latest book. So my first book was I'd Rather Go With God. That was my turning point. I was involved in a tragic accident where I lost 8 friends. But when I woke up 3 days later, I was in HDU with all those machines all over me. And I realized I would have died without writing. I came out of that hospital saying, I am going to write. And now I've published three books. The first one, the testimony of how my life was spared, and I believe that I have to fulfill that dream of becoming a very rich author. So the second book was Your Greatest Wealth. And now the third book, which has opened doors for me, is called The Making of a Judge. So what motivated me to write this book? Just to share my experience, my lived experience, to motivate someone. I have told about the challenges I went through to become a judge, so that somebody somewhere may be encouraged. And actually it talks not so much about law, but about faith. I like living by faith, and for me, today, I want to encourage each one of you, let us learn to live by faith. Africa is a sleeping giant. There was this man who was sent to sell shoes somewhere in Asia. He went there and nobody was wearing shoes, so he called home and said, I'm coming back. Nobody wears shoes around here. Somebody who was sitting in that office heard him and said, can you send me to that place to sell the shoes? He went, and the first thing he did was to teach people the value of wearing shoes. And he became a millionaire. So we have a mission, and it is us to sensitize other people on the value of reading. For you to be an author, there's no question that you must be a reader. Today's readers are tomorrow's authors. You must read. So the book, The Making of a Judge, is my lived story, encouraging people to dream and dream big. And one of the things I know is that once you have a dream, chase it. And once you find it, what do? You find a bigger one, a larger one. So this book, thanks be to God, has been accepted by KICD, Kenya Institute for Curriculum Development. You don't have to have a godfather. All you need is your father with capital F in heaven. Kneel down and pray to him. So now my book has been accepted as a supplement material for secondary schools and junior secondary and grade 10. And we have a version which has been worked on by KICD, Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, which is going to schools. And I am encouraging you, if you have a child at home who is school going, Inspire your child. One of the things that made me to become an author is reading a lot of books and inspiration by my father, whom I've talked about here, who used to ask me, tell me that I'll go to university when I didn't know what university was. Inspire your children to read, inspire them to dream big, and that is how I am in the space I am now. So I am encouraging all of you to think of writing, but start with reading. Reading is a must if you have to be an author, because you can't write something that is not in you. When you read, somehow the mind has a way of processing, and you find that you want now to write something.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Atieno Ogola. I'm a deputy registrar here at Milimani. So I have 3 books. The first one is Beyond the Books, which is the African Law Student's Guide to Passing the Bar Exam. What inspired me to write this book? During COVID, I just began my pupillage, and at the time, the Kenya School of Law had not begun online classes. So when COVID happened, all of us who are in pupillage, we were forced to go back home, and we didn't do any meaningful pupillage. And while we were at home, I told some of my friends that because we could not just sit idle, we should try and do something. So we started tutoring students online. Yeah. And that is how we helped a lot of students, because by then Kenya School of Law had not started online classes. So over the last 5 years, I've tutored many students, and I said, let me put all the practical skills that I have seen work into a book. That's why I call it Beyond the Books. It's not just about the theoretical part of studying for bar exams, but also how to just be motivated, how to learn to answer questions and all that, so that we can have a higher pass rate at the Kenya School of Law. Sorry. The second book is called From Tradition to Modernity, the Role of ADR in African Justice Systems. So my interest in ADR began still at Kenya School of Law, where I did my training. And in my second year of practice, I got awarded Young ADR Practitioner of the Year, because I was very passionate about practicing ADR, and I got that award at the Nairobi Legal Awards. And I realized there are not many African authors writing on ADR, while the future of dispute resolution is actually ADR. Yeah. So I briefly taught at Mount Kenya University School of Law, and I remember our dean then, the late Dr. Mutubwa, trying to acquire texts for ADR, and we realized there are not many authors who have actually, even in Kenya, written on ADR. And I was inspired to write the book so that the students who are coming after me can be able to find African texts that they can refer to, and simplified texts that talk about ADR. So this book can be not only used by law students, but also mediators and any other person within the dispute resolution space, including even chiefs. Yeah, I was told that Chief had gotten my book, and it was helpful to him to understand how mediation should work. Yeah. So that is the role of ADR in African justice systems. Then the third book is...
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Today I'm a bit clumsy. The third book is In His Court, which is a year-long devotion for lawyers. Now, I realized in the course of my helping students and in the course of my journey as a legal professional that it's important to actually tie your practice and everything you do to faith. So a lot of the students that I would encounter would have different challenges, and sometimes it's not only the professional help that they need. So I gathered up a few, let me say, a number of verses, and it's a daily devotional which directly relates to lawyers, and that's also the inspiration behind In His Court, that every legal practitioner, whether a judicial officer, a lawyer, or a law student, can be able to be grounded in their journey in the legal profession. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Cheruto. I am a senior principal magistrate. I am currently stationed at Nyeri Law Courts. Unlike my predecessors in this panel, I do not have a book. And my immediate speaker is very, very impressive. In fact, I've just been looking at her books and I'm thinking, I'm truly impressed. When we had our first meeting with Commissioner Okello, as we were trying to come up with this, he was telling us what this is about. The first thing he told us, or rather among the things he told us, is tell your publishers to bring books. So I remember asking him, "Sisi wenye hatuna publishers, what are we supposed to do?" But truly, as everybody else has said, for me, this has truly been very inspiring. To, at the very least, write a book. So why did I write the paper that I have published 3 papers so far. And my main reason for publishing is the master's program that I did is basically tech law related. So in my everyday work as a magistrate, I don't get to do tech law in any capacity. Between assault and offensive conduct, and the people who've done offensive conduct know mtu anakuja kusema alinitukana. Yes. So those are the majority of my things. So there's no way for me to be able to practice what I did in my master's program. So for me not to forget what I learned, I thought there are 2 ways for you to always remember what you do. You either teach it or you read it or publish. So I said the easiest thing that I'm able to do within the confines of my work is to write. So that is how I ended up writing the papers that I did. But also when I did my master's program in Australia. And at the time, and still is, when you do tech law in particular, or just technology in general, Africa in particular lags behind. So an inspiration I got when I did my master's program was, how do I, as a child of this continent, and in particular a lawyer, and in particular a female lawyer, ensure that the voices of us as Africans are included in this tech space, in particular in the regulation of it, in the governance of it, and in the development of it. So towards that end, my papers, anytime I write my papers, and I always say this, I'm very biased to the global south. I really try to get a lot of information, to put this information out there, because when you write under these topics, it is very, we don't get a lot of African writers in this context. So that is the second inspiration that I have had. And this whole event has actually taught me the importance of now having a book, Commissioner Okello. So I'm hoping in 2027, I will have something to show like this. Thank you very much.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Esther Nasmi Wanjala, SPM, Engineer Law Courts. I have a journal article. The heading is a critique of the efficacy of the right to shelter for street children in Kenya. And the same was published by LLD, Law, Democracy and Development Journal, South Africa. It was published in June 2024, and actually it is an output of my PhD thesis, which was on the promotion of the right to housing for the street children in Kenya. And I never thought that I'll ever be a publisher, but the requirements of the PhD course was that from my thesis, at least I have to come up with 2 publications. So this is the first one. I've co-authored it with my supervisors. That was the requirement by the university, Nelson Mandela University, Faculty of Law. And basically, we are talking about street children. the invisible members of our society. And the Constitution provides for their rights, basic right to shelter for all the children. And the question that lingered in my mind was, if the Constitution provides for them, then why is the streets their homes or their shelter? And so I was interrogating why we have the law, but the lived reality of these children is that they're on the streets, and their most basic right, which is being violated, is the right to shelter. And the violation of that right amounts to the violation of all the other rights, including dignity, education, name all those rights. Think about Chapter 4, the entire of Chapter 4 of the Constitution. Think about the preamble of the Constitution. Think about the national values and mirror them against or alongside these children. There's none of those rights that they are enjoying. So what inspired me to write about street children? It is just a day-to-day interaction. When you are walking in our cities, you interact with these children. Probably they ask you for something to eat, and you put yourself or your children, you put your children in their shoes, and wonder whether you put your children in their shoes and wonder what will be the end of these children. So I asked myself what I can do as an advocate and as a JO. And as my colleague has said, the best I can do in the space that I'm in is just to put it on pen and paper. And at first, when I chose the topic, it didn't look so interesting. I didn't choose it because it was interesting. I was just exploring. But when I started writing, I found it to be so humongous. It was so big. It's so interesting, and there are so many things that I'm still working on. And I'm so excited for this platform today. I'm urging all of us to be ambassadors for these children. Let's speak about street children. They are so invisible. So let everyone do what they can in their space to change their lives and also change their future. There is also another paper I've done. It's due for publication by LexisNexis under contemporary children rights issues. Confirmed for publication, but it's a book, so they are waiting for other authors, but it's already confirmed, so we are just waiting. And then it's a blend of IHR, International Humanitarian Law, IHR, International Human Rights Law, and the street children. I've blended all those. Then there's also another article, it's under review, the gender dimensions of climate change and homelessness, vulnerabilities, and coping strategies. It's under review by the Climate Law Journal. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. I had mentioned that the good judge, Sila, is pressed for time and he should be leaving us any minute. I would like to ask the audience if you have any questions to specifically Judge Sila Munyao on the modern law of criminal procedure in Kenya before we can allow him to leave. Any questions? We can take at least 3 questions. Do you have any questions? Yes.
Good evening, Judge. I was happy to hear that you are a lecturer at the great institution. We call it the Harvard of Africa. Your book, Modern Law on Criminal Procedure, I have come across it. It was also in our library. I'm just concerned with your second edition. Now, I know I've had other judges say that they don't want to offer their opinions on certain matters that would come before their bench. But I would like to look at it from a different perspective, that when you are writing a book, you are not writing it as a judge, you might be writing it as an author. So your opinions could be in that book. Your book is on the legal perspectives on criminal procedure, but I'd like you to probably think about it when you're doing your second edition to address this, I don't want to call them nuances, but not contemporary issues that are coming up in the criminal field. For example, the most common one would be the issue on the DPP versus the DCI roles on charge sheets and drafting of charges, issues that have been canvassed by high courts. And most of them would have probably varying opinions. And it would be informative if you'd also include, think about those kind of things when you are doing your second edition of the book, albeit the fact that you are also a judge. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other question or comment?
Good evening, Judge, members of the panel. My name is Rachel Praise Wafula. I'm a Chuka University Law student. I just completed my degree at Chuka University. And I have a question based on the contemporary issues affecting our country. So considering the increasing public concern, especially to do with extrajudicial killings and arbitrary arrests, in your opinion, do you think that the current Kenyan Kenyan criminal procedure framework sufficiently provides for the protection of constitutional rights, especially in regards to investigations and arrest? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last question from the audience. Yes, here.
Good evening, Judge. Yes, my name is Angela Cherono. I'm counsel. For me, it's not really a question. For me, it's just sort of a comment and an encouragement. I think when I came here, I saw your name in this panel. I expected to see an article or a book from your stint at the ELC. So I was quite surprised it was criminal law. So for me, it is to hold you accountable, to ensure that you actually publish that book, because I believe you had a profound impact in the ELC, and I think it would be nice to see your articles or books out there that I think would be very informative to the upcoming lawyers and also the lawyers who are currently practicing. Yeah.
Yes, the judge, you can take those.
Thank you. Thank you for your questions, comments, and even the challenge. Let me start with Angela. Probably where I am now, I'm better known as a land judge, but that is now. Then I was not a land judge, so my background was partly in criminal procedure and partly in land. And at that time, I think the gap was more in criminal procedure more than even in land law. And that is what inspired me to write. And as I mentioned earlier, the book actually arose out of, it was an evolution from lecture notes to a book. But I've heard you on the challenge. But trust you me, I think when one is appointed a judge, a lot of the time really is, just sucked away from when you are a judge, you don't really have much time out of thinking about your next judgment, trying to wrap it around and putting it all down on paper. As my senior Judge Kiage mentioned here, I think we write books every day through our judgments. And much of the time is taken because of that. And that is why maybe you will find that not many judges are authors at the time that they are actually judges. But it's a challenge that we need to take up. And as I said earlier, out of this forum, I'm probably very inspired to now write a book on land law, if not a second edition of the criminal procedure book. So your challenge is well taken. Praise mentioned arbitrary killings and arrests. I don't want to make a political statement where I am. But maybe it is a topic that is ripe for putting down on paper, so that topic is interrogated deeply, maybe even a look at how judges have approached it, the decisions that they have come up with, compared even to maybe international experiences and our constitutional expectation. It would be a rich book in terms of interrogating those issues, because as you said, they are very contemporary and they are here with us. So it's a challenge to write, I think, on that issue, because I've not even seen any writing on it. So it is ripe for writing. But I don't think I'll write it myself. I'll probably wait and see if I can write it, not through an authorship in terms of a book, but maybe through a judgment, if I'm lucky to get to that space. Now, authorship as a judge versus opinion. Personally, I think everyone appreciates that when you are writing, you are putting down your thoughts. You are what you think about something, and what you think should happen, and things like that. When you're writing a judgment, you're actually looking at facts, you are comparing them with the law, and then coming up with a decision. At a personal level, I don't see any conflict, because an author is entitled to go out of they lost this point or went astray in this point. So I wouldn't be shy in writing it down and criticizing even a judgment. Of course, I have to be a little bit more careful when I'm writing now as a judge and criticizing a fellow judge. I really need to make sure I'm getting it right. But I don't see any conflict, and I actually think judges need to write more, because they are exposed to a lot of material and a lot of situations that many others are not privileged to be exposed to. So yes, I think we need to write more. Trust you me, the challenge is just the time. But many judges would wish to actually put down their thoughts onto paper. Thank you. And I don't know if I have permission to leave. I'm sorry. I actually thought we would start the session at 2 to 4, and I had programmed that way. I had another session, another engagement just after 5, and I'm seeing it is approaching. I'm very sorry.
Maybe
but I may have to.
Maybe just give a parting shot, a word of advice to the young attendees, yeah?
Yeah, what I would say is there's no magic to writing. You cannot say that you cannot write. And as mentioned by my predecessors here, don't think or don't wake up saying, today I'm going to write a book. It might happen, but most likely it will not. If you have small articles, small thoughts. For example, like Praise mentioned, what about these arbitrary arrests? You could just start there. Just write even an article. And you've even had some of our panelists here, they have written articles. You could just start with an article and maybe write a second article and a third article. And slowly you realize that you are heading towards a book. Don't be afraid to start small. Don't look at a 300, 400 page book and say, oh my goodness, I don't think I can write such a book. I don't even know where to start. The starting point is just put down your thoughts on paper, start from there. Even if you do not get to a book, at the very least, you can get to a published article, and that will still enrich other people out there.
Thank you very much. Kindly let's give the good judge a good round of applause as he exits the stage.
Yeah, I'm praying that you'll have a good evening and that you'll all be inspired to put down something that we can all consume. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Judge. Over to Justice Ongeri. I'd like us to get into your book. You write that growing up in Nyamira, the society may not have been very kind to you growing up there as a girl, and there were questions posed to you. At what point, what is that moment that you decided to give yourself a different answer and say that you're going to be different? And secondly, in your book, you also talk about the New Start philosophy. I particularly liked it, being an Adventist like you. There's something there that I learned in church, and I would like you to just briefly touch on that philosophy for the goodness of the audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So at what time did I decide to be different? I grew up with this sense of, you're a girl. What is a girl good for? I remember in my home, there was an argument as to who should be taken to school, my brother and I. And I remember my own grandmother, and I've said it in the book, she vehemently said, you cannot take this girl to school. The decision was, Uncle wanted to pay fee for one of us. So she said, it is the boy. He will stay here and help us. What do we do with the girls? So at one time, I talked about an experience at home where I came from school and there was nothing in the house. Auctioneers had come and carried away everything. That was my first encounter with the law. So I kept wondering, how could people just come home and cut away everything? Those days there was no proclamation. So they just came to the village and carried away everything. So that's how I became curious about law. And I said, I would want to be a lawyer when I grow up. But my own mom said, who is going to marry you? You want to do law. And those days there was one university, the University of Nairobi. And for you to make it to that university, you had to be top of the tops. And mom was even against the idea of going to university, not alone studying law. So I decided I wanted to be a lawyer. But I gave in to pressure. Do you know I didn't join university as a law student? I was in the BA class. But then I had a friend, a good friend of mine, who has now become my publisher. And he is here. I would want him to stand. My friend and husband. Please stand up and wave. That is the man who asked me, why are you going to study a general degree when you are passed so well? I didn't tell him what I'd gone through. I smiled all the way to the faculty, filled in the forms, and the rest is now history. But I thank God that he has stood by me. And the first 2 books I published, actually, I never made any money. I published the first one, I was so excited to give out. And my husband is also an accountant, so he kept on asking me, you're giving out this book for free. How are you going to sustain this ministry? But I ran to the Bible and I told him, the Bible says, give and it shall be given unto you. A good measure, pressed down, shaken together and running over, shall men put into your bosom. Do you know, wonder of wonders, Those 2 first books are not in circulation. But with the new book, people are calling and asking to buy the other books, which I give for free. So it is now harvest time. And I want to encourage each and every one of you to dream and dream big. By the way, it costs nothing to dream. But to dream is a good thing, yeah? Just see yourself that accomplished author. See yourself that millionaire. I mean, you offend no one by living by faith. So that is the point at which I decided to do law. My husband stood by me, and he encouraged me. And I talked about a new start. I kept on saying, I will write, I will write. Please, if you're dreaming of writing, please start. But I kept on saying, I'm busy as a magistrate. That time I was a magistrate. And the day I survived an accident, I realized I would have died. Don't allow yourself to go through a crisis in order to live your dream life. Please, there's something in your heart you really want to do. Just start doing it. Start tonight. I always say the principle for success is S, yeah? Start with God. Pray to God. Make sure you know what you really want in this life. You unleash the power of goal setting. Set a goal for yourself. C, it stands for come up with time. Commit time. For me, 00 hours. Did you know there's a time called 00 hours? That is my best time. And I find myself automatically waking up, just going to write down something. Of course, I always start with prayer. I read the Bible, and then I will feel inspired to write. So you can come up with time, come up with a strategy. That's the second C, spelling the word success. Come up with a strategy. There are some there are some books. By the way, there are many now in the pipeline. I have like 10 books I intend to publish. They are at different stages. So there are some who say you'll jot something and put it aside. There are some, for me, when I sit down, normally I get my inspiration when I'm jogging. So being a Sabbath keeper, Sunday is my day. In Karura forest or somewhere. As I'm running, ideas drop. I have never known why. I get so inspired when I am doing physical activity. And then when I come, I get the outline of the book. And then I will now be filling in the chapters. So that's one way. I believe writing methods are as many as we are. But to the book, The Making of a Judge, I decided I am going to self-publish. So with my best half and with our children, one of them was here walking up and down, we have done something the other books never did. Somehow, we just saw the book. I want to thank God for Duncan Okello. He was in my book launch. And the day I was giving this book to the Chief Justice, there was no book, it was a dummy. But I whispered to her, please don't open, it's a dummy. And she didn't open. I have walked by faith. I found that you don't need a big audience to launch. Do you know we launched in a panel like this? But if you go online, my book is there. The launch is there. So we have to be innovative. And therefore, I just want to thank you so much. I wanted to see the second question you asked me was the new start. So the new start was that accident. And I must say that recently I was trending, exchanging with a lawyer. But when I looked at the clip, I congratulated myself because what I used to be was not nice. But I've told everything in the book, how God taught me a lesson. That morning I gave a lawyer a dressing down, but God has humbled me, and I thank him so much. He gave me a new chance. And from this forum, I want to encourage each one of you to tell your story. You say now they have read my story. They need another story, isn't it? Yes. From here, I see an association of authors. Why not? We have a new constitution which allows us to form associations. And if you're looking for someone, don't look any further. There's one here. An association of authors. We want to see a version of, what we go online and see, Amazon Kindle, where people self-publish and they are rich, they're stinking rich. So let's not think poverty. Let's think about our Africa and how we can wake each other up. So from me here, for me, I've written up there that even a journey of 1,000 miles starts with one step. And this day is that step we need. Duncan, God bless you. And please don't stop there. Find a way of inviting those who want to be authors. I am willing to come and teach them for free. I attended a seminar on how to write a book, and that is how I now actually started. Because even after the accident, I recovered and I was still procrastinating. So one day, my church invited me for a writer's seminar, which was subsidized because we paid only like 10,000 for a weekend. And that is how now I started that journey. So we need to organize something for those who want to be authors. We need to come up with ideas, how we can form an association of authors, how we can form a circle, which helps people to print, isn't it? And lend money. When you sell your money, you don't eat all of it so that you save, and others support you. I think from here, for me, I'm seeing a very bright future. For me, from here, I'm seeing that there are many of you who are going to be authors, and you're going to make a lot of money. So don't think poverty. Let us think rich. Let us think faith. Let us think God. And let us live our lives with courage and live out our dreams. So don't die with your dream in you. Become an author. Only you can tell your story. You can have a shadow writer, but only you can tell your story the way you have lived. It is your lived experience.
Thank you very much, Judge. Let's clap for the judge. Thank you. Honorable Latino, you talk of these traditional justice systems. You've made reference to the Luo people with what you call the Bura or Teruburu as a means of compensation. You made reference to Akan people of Ghana, the Igbo people. Now, what can modern courts learn from traditional justice systems, one? And secondly, you also talk of
It was mostly restorative, yeah? And why I say from tradition to modernity, as Africans, we still used to resolve our disputes in the way that we had in our different cultures. So what the courts can learn from the traditional justice systems is that justice is meant to be restorative and not just dispensing justice that this is the person who's supposed to get their legal rights in a certain way, that we should be able to restore relationships, we should be able to ensure that, for example, in family-related disputes, that the litigants are able to still see eye to eye even after the case is done, yeah? So for me, the major takeaway from the traditional justice systems is the restorative aspect of it. Now, on the second issue that we have seen different statements from lawyers regarding non-advocate mediators getting the cases from the court annex mediation. I think there is a lot of back and forth on that, but my perspective is it could be wrong or could be right, but it's my perspective. Sometimes when a matter comes to court, and I think this is the perspective from the bar, and it was already in the litigation process, and you want to refer it to mediation, maybe perhaps we should consider that there were legal rights involved and we refer it to advocate mediators, because if an advocate, for example, is dealing with a succession matter and does not understand the law of succession, how would they be able to actually enrich the process? Yeah. So for me, as much as we would like to give different dissenting opinions, for me, I would say advocate mediators at least would be able to have a broader view of the disputes that were already in court, but also we also should understand that there are certain type of disputes which are sector specific, yeah, and that's why you're also seeing banking mediation, we are seeing insurance mediation, commercial mediation. So the private mediations can be done by non-advocate mediators who are specialized in those areas. Then the disputes already in court, maybe which have specific legal rights attached to. We could have advocate mediators. However, we also understand that mediation is also very voluntary. Yeah, and the challenges sometimes with the advocate mediators, they would bring their legalese and legal thoughts into the mediation process, which will be biased, and we should just, as a mediator, help the parties to be able to reach an amicable solution. So I feel there is a lot of discussions that still need to be done to be able to understand what is the best position. But one thing I thank the judiciary that has been at the forefront in realizing Article 159 and promoting the alternative dispute resolution through the mediation processes, and now we have also the alternative justice system, and we have seen how it has helped actually reduce the backlog in the court. So for me, I would say there needs to be a fair discussion between the bar and the bench on this issue of mediation, and an advocate mediators getting the court annex mediation cases. And another thing I've also seen, another aspect of that discussion, is when judges or magistrates refer the cases to mediation and the parties are not willing to go through mediation, yet mediation is also a voluntary process. So as I'm saying, there needs to be a genuine discussion on how mediation should be conducted in the courts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Otieno. Those are very good answers. Let's give a good clap. Thank you. Over to you, Honorable Chiruto. You use the term data colonialism in your paper. What does that mean for a general audience? Why should someone in Nairobi or in this hall care? And secondly, what is at stake for Kenya in global data protection debate? What is at stake for Kenya in global data protection debates?
Thank you for the question. Data colonialism, or rather, I'll start with the word colonialism, and I think because we were colonized, we all know what colonization means. In essence, there was disposition of resources for the benefit of the colonizer, much to the detriment of the local population or the countries that were colonized. So data colonization, to explain data colonization, you have to understand what data is. And data is, in the context of the paper that I wrote, is the digital traces that we leave as we use the internet in a way that makes the platforms, for instance, Facebook, Google, Google in particular, because it is the search engine that we use for the most part, to have information about us that we did not voluntarily give for them to use and monetize. So the term data colonization now comes in to mean that the data that now they have in possession, they utilize it and monetize it to our detriment without our consent. That is now what data colonization means in the context of my paper. Just to expound on it a little bit is the reason why I touched on it. In the context of Africa, we are the users of this technology. We are not the creators or we do not have the Facebooks. We are not the ones who have these social media sites, to be honest. So we do not, for the most part, have a say in how, when we use these platforms, what they are going to use the data that we give them for. And they get a lot of money, much to our detriment. So that is the context that I was giving in the paper. So the second question is, what is at stake for Kenya when it comes to data protection in the global sense? To answer this question, I will just say it is very important for us to participate. first and foremost, to have regulation in the country the way we have the Data Protection Act to protect how data is transferred from Kenya to other jurisdictions, but also to be very vigilant as the citizens to ensure that even our own leaders do not now perpetuate data colonization by virtue of the offices they hold. And I will give an example. Just the other day, there was a contract that was signed between Kenya and the United States to transfer our health data in exchange for a grant for a certain period of time without our consent. I don't know if there was any public participation for us to transfer our health, including DNA, which should worry anyone here. So that is also an aspect that is also emerging. So in two ways, just to ensure that we have legislation, and number two, to be vigilant as citizens, because immediately that happened, there was a case that was filed in court. Hopefully the courts will make a decision in our favor. But in essence, when it comes to data protection, we operate in almost like a blindness. We are reacting, we are all constantly reacting to the technology as it develops. By the time now we are realizing we are losing something, they have already made profits, they have already gone to the next thing. So how do we ensure that from the onset, from the nascent stage of these technologies, that we are there and we are protecting our interests? So that is what I would say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Better clap. Thank you. That is very insightful. Over to you, Honor. Two questions for you before we ask the audience for a few questions. Firstly, where is the biggest gap between the right to shelter and reality? And secondly, your article uses the formal term children in street situations, but you note the Kenyan pejorative chokora, which you loosely translated to mean a curse. What is the first step in protecting a child's right to shelter when society sees them as a curse rather than a child?
Thank you so much for the questions. On the first question on the biggest gap, one, it's the issue of implementation. While introducing the paper, I indicated that the laws, beginning with the Constitution, provides for the basic right for shelter for every child, every Kenyan child, and under Article 53. And Article 43 also, the Constitution provides for the right of housing for every Kenyan. So by control, those rights extend to the street children. So the biggest gap is implementation. And implementation, and it falls back to the duty bearers, who is everyone, going by the Constitution, including me and you. Why me and you? The issue of perceptions, stereotyping. It begins with me when I look at the street child and I see him or her as a criminal. That one contributes to their seclusion, isolation, and social exclusion. It is also an issue of discrimination. And the other biggest gap, the second one, which emerged during my research, was I was questioning whether we need a specific law, since we already have the rights guaranteed in the Constitution, but they are not being enforced. Do we now need a specific policy or law to transition now these rights to these street children? I also look to benefit these street children in terms of shelter and, of course, by extension, other rights. I also looked at the Children's Act. It derogates a bit from the Constitution. The Constitution provides for basic right for shelter for the street children. The Children's Act 2022 is silent on that issue. It takes a welfare approach, talks about temporary shelters or alternative shelters in terms of attached to social security. And even still, that is not being implemented. So biggest to me, the issue of enforcement, yes, and probably the lack of a specific law or policy. On the second issue, first step, if one sees a child in the street situation, the first step is perception. How do we view that child? In terms of protection, how are we seeing them? Are we seeing them as our children? Are we seeing them as criminals? Or how are we seeing them? So it is the issue of perception and how we see them. So that one bankrolls to other issues.
Yes.
Yeah, that is how I respond to that.
Thank you very much. Let's give a good hand of applause. And because of time, we would like to take a few questions from the audience. We still have another session, so we can take a few questions before we close. I can start with her. This row.
Yeah, thank you. I don't have to introduce myself, but in case you're not in, my name is Lilian Gisesa. Thank you to Justice Ongeri for that book that has now been selected as a text. And I remember I asked Justice Kibaya if any of his books outside law has been considered as a text that is examinable. And I was coming from a background whereby we have people who are not in literary studies using knowledge that is very useful. I have a case in point of the late Dr. Margaret Ogola. It was, I think, her first or second book on that subject, and she went ahead to win the BAT award for literature. And she was a medic, but she wrote a literature book. Perhaps some of us have wrote on dispute resolution. That is a very good topic, and I have seen actually the School of Arts and Social Sciences in Kisii University has graduated 2 PhDs in the area of conflict resolution, and I hope they are reading your text. If they are not, then we should find out how we could get your articles. The Gusii Council of Elders, there are not many. Kisii University came up with a special program for them on conflict resolution, what you're calling ADR, because many of the cases we get are coming from the villages. They are the first points of reference anytime a dispute comes in the community. So when people think that this should be examinable up to those high levels, that basically means it's a good area that can be followed through. And so many chiefs have been able to go through that special program for the people we get in our communities in the area of ADR. Thank you for that, to generating that knowledge, and I hope we get some of your texts in our library, not just for law students. Remember, in most universities, the schools of arts and social sciences have the biggest, they have the largest number of students, so you can be sure how that will be impactful. Now to the tech law person. That is a very good area. This is Honorable Cheriot or something like Cheruto. Tech law is a relatively new area, but technology has always been with us. Many of us who have done security studies, remember in the information sector you must also do technology, because now technology is pushing, or rather is driving the agenda of information dissemination. And I've really marked what you talked of, information from the global south to the global north. When I'll be talking to her, I will basically marry it with what you're telling us. So it will be a good partnership with the departments of technology particularly, and how law is affecting technology in our setups. Thank you for that. Lastly, to Honorable Wanjala, LexisNexis is one of the databases that we are always asked by Commission of University Education for our law students. And many times, even we librarians, we are training our students on resources, we have not gotten articles that talk to them, articles that talk to their setup. So how good it will be that once these articles are out, kindly let us know such that we also promote them, they inform their studies, but probably you may be borrowing from a lot that is happening around us. When you talk of gender dimensions in climate change and resilience, there's a big project on that. And we are basically looking at how climate migrants are adapting. But we had never thought that there is the legal perspective. I know I'm in a project that will bring about the next 5 years. And again, it is knowledge generation from the global south to the global north in terms of how those people are adapting in those setups and stuff like that. Maybe I'll be able to share it with you so that you see if the legal aspect, because it's a very big thing that is a compendium of 6 universities across the globe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll just take one more question from your neighbor. Just restrict it to one question, please.
Yeah. Good evening. I don't know whether it's going to be a question, but it would be in line to to Honorable Angela's paper on why to shelter and street children. I did once try to run a foundation on street children, and we're doing it as a project for the United Nations Academic Impact. And one of the challenges that we faced was, or rather that I faced on my end, was defining who is a street child. That was very key, because we understand in Kenya there are no policies on street children. The government, I would say, has been deliberate on it because we cannot define who is a street child. While we're doing some street walks, you try to engage some of these children, you realize that some of them are runaway children. They have run away from home. So it means they have a family. Does that qualify them to be called street children? That you would say they actually are entitled to right to shelter as street children, remembering that they also have a home. So I think the first premise for any policy framework that we come up with, or any paper or any academic knowledge that we disseminate, should start from that point. Finally, this is to Honorable Atieno on the ADR book. You have mentioned that the book can also be used by chiefs and people from local levels. My concern has always been one, and that has always been accessibility. I don't know whether this also relates to Okello's department on library access. You see, in places, key place would be, say in Nakuru, for example, there's one library, Kenya National Library Service, but Nakuru has 9 sub-counties, and you'll find KNLS in Nakuru CBD. If you come from a place like Molo, it's 100 shillings to that place. So accessibility has always been a problem. And one of the things that I saw authors trying to adopt is writing books in their mother language to speak to people in their local communities. A book like ADR, a book that touches on ADR, would be informative to people like chiefs, who we also need to remember cannot speak English. Secondly, they cannot read, sorry to say, big books. So this is what I am thinking. We could have short articles of these books, or abstracts from these books that could be translated into this local community language, in 1 or 2 pages, that can also be given to these people, so that while I sit in a library here, I can read your book, your ADR book in English, and apply it, in a court setup. But a chief cannot apply it. And I think when Ngugi wa Thiong'o tried to do that, there was some bit of controversy around that area in writing in your mother language. But I think we should also adopt that kind of thinking also for scholarly work that is also meant to help communities, because not all communities can translate English. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to, because I'm pressed for time, I don't know if Commissioner Duncan will forgive me, but someone from the audience was signaling me that Justice Songeri's better half has a word. Maybe for 1 minute before we hand over to the panel to give us their parting shot and responses.
May I take time to greet you? Good evening. Yeah, mine is, I realize that it's possible that that slot is there, but I wanted to speak from the perspective of a publisher, especially given what I've had, so that for some of us who are here, and I'm sure those who have left, who may wish to publish their materials, especially books. One, if you allow me, is that why would you write a book in a pseudonym? There will be compelling reasons why you'd be forced to do a book in a pseudonym. Some of you know some of the famous writers like George Orwell, and so many of them, they wrote in pseudonyms because of compelling circumstances. So yes, there is a time and when you may be forced to do your materials in pseudonym. However, somebody else mentioned here about securing your intellectual property. That you need to do because there's something I did in 2013. I did research in Kisii, where I come from, the political climate then, and I wrote a paper as an individual, and because I didn't want to be known that I'm the one who wrote it, I signed it down there under the pseudonym Kisii Voters Caucus. I want you to get this, and I sent this to one of the leading presidential candidates then. And those who wanted to benefit from the thorough research that I done went and said that the Kisii Voters Caucus. I think you get it, isn't it? Yet, I'm the one who wrote it, and they benefited from that. And so when I got it, I realized next time I'll not write something under a pseudonym if I'm not protected. Somebody mentioned about issues of royalties that you get from the book, isn't it? Before you think of royalties, think of the audience that you are writing to. Many of us here, we have talked about those who have spoken there. There are those who wrote, books in the legal profession, and they are seen as authorities in that area, isn't it? Now, if I ask you, if I wrote a book of that nature, who is my market? Your market is lawyers who want to, use it as a reference material, and that's the end of it. I've had Cheruto speak about something about technology and about data protection. If you wrote something about that, who is your market? It's the entire of Kenya, isn't it? Every Kenyan is interested in that, isn't it? So your market, you may not have written something that sounds as very, conk in terms of academic treatise, but you have expanded your market. Your market is that everybody will buy it. So when you are writing, as your thoughts come, you discover that you have already even determined your market, which is your market for that book. If you write a novel, a novel, the market is worldwide. The novel can also get way into being a set book in the Kenyan curriculum system, isn't it? But if you write a book in law, isn't it? Who are you writing for? The lower cadres or the lower levels of our education system have not accepted law as a subject that they teach, and that is, books are written in, isn't it? So some of you here need to do advocacy, and you need, to push that that basic law, basic knowledge of law can be taught in primary and secondary, then you have a big market. And last but not least, don't be told that you need a godfather for your book to be accepted at the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development. Justice Ongeri had written this book without the education system in mind. But when the new CBC system allowed for biographies and autobiographies to be part and parcel of the curriculum, that opened the window. And all we did as publishers was that we went and presented the book. Of course, it's a fee you do. Last but not least, when you are writing a book, if you bring the manuscripts to us as publishers and you want us to spend our money to publish it for you, isn't it? You are handing over the manuscripts to us. We'll have a team to look at it and see its marketability and acceptability. And once we are satisfied that that book can sell either in Kenya or worldwide, then we'll take it as a book. We spend our money to
section. Thank you.
Okay, are there any questions we have not answered? What I had were comments, and I'm encouraged. There is a question that is supposed to be answered.
Yes. Please let me ask this. It will be an honor. Okay.
Yeah, it's late. This is a very wonderful initiative, and please let it not be the last. I'm sure there are people here who are going to be, next year, when you do the next one, purpose to be an author. And Duncan, for those who want tips on how to write books, I think this is the first step, and the journey is of 1,000 miles. But let us get together, those of us who are passionate about this ministry of publishing, and encourage one another. So I have made myself available through Duncan. If we can organize something for us, for those who want to learn on writing skills, we are available. This is the first step in the right direction. Even a journey of 1,000 miles starts with one step. This is one step in the right direction, and we are going places. Please, what is keeping us down is lack of knowledge. I read a book which said that all rich people have one thing in common: they read books. If you want to be rich, start reading tonight. Don't go away without a book.
Thank you.
Thank you, Duncan, for the opportunity. When I wrote, when I launched my books last year, I didn't envision that I'll have such a platform to be able to talk about my book, so I'm really grateful. What I'd encourage everyone is to ensure that they do their best with what God has given them. Yeah, if God has given you the ability to write, as Justice Asenath, who we all know has written all those books and has many more in the pipeline, please do your best with what God has given you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I thank KJA and Commissioner Okello for this whole idea, and also for inviting us, as you have, to be panelists. The thing that I will just leave as a parting shot is luck is opportunity meeting preparation. And that, when I wrote my papers, and as I was writing them, at the time I just was to achieve the aim that I said initially, not to atrophy the knowledge that I had. But I did not see all these other opportunities coming along as it has. So if you have a dream and you want to pursue it, this is one aspect of it. We are creative in different ways. Writing might not be your thing, but there is something that you've been wishing and wanting to do, including singing, which is something I always wonder why God did not give me the talent. Pursue it. And when you pursue it, the luck will create itself and something will come out of it. And have a good evening.
Thank you.
I also want to join my colleagues and my colleagues to thank KJA for the opportunity to be a participant in this book fair. And my parting shot is that since we can't wish street children away, let's all join hands in making them realize their lives, their rights, so that they can live dignified lives. So let's be their ambassadors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give them a proper round of applause.
And before I go, because you said you have to learn something about data protection, ukipata hiyo mali imeandikwa accept cookies, don't say accept all. Check what you are accepting. That is how your data is being taken.
Yes.
So instead of saying accept all, take the least they can take, because there's always an option to take the least. So that is my learning for the day.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Over to you, Duncan.
Thank you, Brian. You don't want a photo? The boy child is always slow. Thank you, Brian, for that, and thank you, panelists. We are pressed for time, and I'll request Judge Ongeri to follow up the question. Judge, there's a question that was supposed to be asked in plenary. Because you are pressed for time, I cut it off. Please, I request you to have a bilateral with the lady. Let's invite Judge Samuel Nyambane, who will chair the last session. It's been a long day. This is our last session. Nyambane, come as I speak, so that you can lead us in this session. Karibu.
Good evening. Samuel Nyambane, Law Clerk, Supreme Court. So I wish to call my fellow panelists to the stage. We start with Court of Appeal Judge, Justice Ahmed Isaac Hassan. He has published this book, referring for that again. I'll give him the book even as he signs my copy. I'll also call upon Ms. Anerita Murungi. I think she's still in the stands. Mr. Jaso Yusuf and Ms. Lona Osebe to come to the panel. I think we'll proceed with the people who are in. So I'll begin with basically both of you. You just give us a brief overview of your respective books or articles and the motivation for writing them. I know I have two herdsmen and a fair lady with us. So maybe from the background of your upbringing and from your current status in your workplaces, and also your upbringing, what motivated you to write? And specifically for you, Judge Hassan, being a husband and being in the shop of your father during your formative years, how did it influence your upbringing, and how did it influence who you have become today? Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator, and thanks to KJA for this invitation. This is a graveyard session. So I apologize. We are all very tired, and Duncan has given me the most difficult role of talking in the graveyard shift, when we should all be sleeping and resting for the day. But again, I am not here because I wrote a book as a judge. I'm here just because Duncan Okello felt I should come and join the end of the panel, because I wrote a book before I became a judge. And the book is, of course, about elections in Kenya. We are going to an election next year. So of course elections are a very important things in this country. Even as we speak about the rule of law, about fundamental human rights, about those things, we have to contend with elections and their impact on the rule of law. Kenya is known for the marathon runners. We are known everywhere, the country of the marathon runners. But after every election cycle, we also become known for election violence and post-election violence. We have also exported government sharing of power, which is a good thing in terms of importing stability in the country. Now, why I wrote this book, it is even the title is deliberate. Elections in Kenya are very emotive, they are very difficult, they are very controversial. But I think God has given me this opportunity to speak for those who are not speaking for themselves. I happen to be the only surviving former chairman of the Electoral Commission. The late Justice Chesoni, he was the chairman of the Electoral Commission. After the multi-party era, he became the Chief Justice and died immediately thereafter. He was replaced by Samuel Kibitu, who died in 2013. I replaced Samuel Kibitu as chairman. I was replaced by Wafula Chebukati, who did not live long after the 2022 elections. And now we have Erastus Ethekon, who is chairman. So I am lucky that I am alive to talk about the elections and that seat and what it entails. So I believe I am speaking for all of them and for all the staff of the Electoral Commission who do the hard work of managing elections. And so this book was for me to put the record straight. When you are in office, there are things you cannot say, especially if you are the chairman of the Electoral Commission. You can't always be responding to political statements issued by politicians in political rallies or press conferences. You are a chairman, you have to keep on maintaining that office, the impartiality and the neutrality required. So, but after 8 years, almost 8 years in office, I think I felt that it was important for me to set the record straight, to leave a permanent record, to tell the Kenyans, people who are in the election and the politics, how we do elections behind the curtains, from the insider's perspective. It is not an academic book. It's not an academic book, but it is a book full of anecdotal evidence, factual evidence, lived experiences. I have lived to tell the story. And so I believe that, again, I joined as one of the youngest chairman of Electoral Commission. Maybe that's why I still survived. The stress of the managing elections is so bad that you are lucky if you just get out of there alive. And so perhaps, again, I think, as I said, God has given me this opportunity, perhaps to also talk for those who did not have the opportunity. And I think once you read this book, a lot of young men from pastoralist communities will tell me, Chairman, I have read the book. The first chapter almost describes my life. You know, of herding cows, herding goats of the family of the father, going to the bush, looking after animals. This is the kind of life that every Harz boy, especially those who are in the Maasai community, the Somali community, the Turkana, Pokot, all the pastoralists, they know this. But I lived to get out of that life as a Harz boy, become the first advocate, the first student to be admitted to do law from Garissa district. It used to be called Garissa district, now it's called county. And Now I think there are many lawyers from our community, but I was in the first time, and I gave a lot of, I became a role model to a lot of young men and women from Garissa and from Northeastern Province to become lawyers and to do law. And I'm very happy that there are many of them who have come to my office, who are my interns, my pupils, and they have become even now judges. So I think even as I transit from election management to become a judge, I'm carrying with me all that experience to this office. And I hope that in the course of my life as a judicial officer now, I'll be able to again have the opportunity to write another book, this time from a different, from the bench. Thank you.
Maybe for a narrator, Murungi, we had to talk about the motivation that you have when you are authoring the subject article.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Is it afternoon or evening? Good evening. My name is Andrita Murungi. I'm an employee of the judiciary. I wrote about the story of Lady Justice Hannah Okwengu breaking judicial silos from the magistracy to the Court of Appeal. This is an inspiration, a motivation story, because Justice Hannah Okwengu is sharing her story, how she struggled to get into the judiciary as a magistrate first of all, and to the court, to the High Court before she got to the Court of Appeal. And that was in the old constitutional dispensation, when we don't have this, to that gender rule in the current 2010. And according to her, during her interview, there were only 2 women magistrates in 79-80, and that is Honorable Justice Hefi Owor and Justice Aluoch, that is Joyce Aluoch. They were magistrates then. And getting to the judiciary, she says, was very, very hard. She recounts during her first interview to join the judiciary. First, she was assistant registrar in the land registry. But her inspiration was from the father. The father encouraged her to go to a law school so that she could join the judiciary. And so during her first interview, she says it was male-dominated. And during that interview, she recounts the questions were structured to fit or to favor the male counterparts. And in that first interview, the 80s, they did not give even a single woman. That means she was not successful, not because she didn't have the qualifications, but because it was a male world. Because you can see even then, the women judges were actually sharing facilities with their male counterparts at the judiciary. She has not joined yet. She went for that interview, she was not given. All her male counterparts who were given that job as magistrates, they didn't last. I think they were, according to her, they were looking for experience to go and open their own law firms, and that's what they did. And so in the next interview, when she went for the second interview for consideration as a magistrate, she was taken, and a few other women were taken. According to her, it is because the panel was a bit open-minded, number one. Number two, they thought women are more resilient and more focused and more hardworking. And that's how they were given a chance. So when she got in there, she said, I have to break this cycle. I must make it for the girl's child so that the person behind me is able also to get a job as a magistrate and as a woman. And so what she did, she worked hard, and it can be reflected by the different roles, leadership roles she undertook while at the judiciary. Because after that, of course, as she became a judge of the High Court, and again to the Court of Appeal, a judge. And during the time she was a judge of the High Court, she introduced some of the reforms. For instance, she was the first one to run a CUC, the first Court Users Committee and the bar bench. She's the one who introduced, even before they were institutionalized in the Constitution of Kenya 2010. She is the one who introduced CUCs and bar bench. And this is how she, according to the interview we had, she used to have the courts, not only her court, most of the courts had backlogs. Why? Because the lawyers or the advocates were either not ready, or they were just, there were other players in the justice chain who could not make or play their part so that the court process could go on. And so because of the backlog in the court system, she decided, why don't I speak to the players? So she had this conversation first with the lawyers, talked about why the backlog, why our matters not going on during hearings, why there are so many adjournments. She also had this conversation with other justice chain players like the police and the office of the ODPP and so on. And that is how CUCs or court users committees were institutionalized. Then she talked to the bar bench, the lawyers, and of course the bench. They had this conversation as to what do we do. These are the issues, these are the challenges. What do we come together to what can we make work? What can we improve? What can we do about this backlog? And they had a very good conversation, and the matter started moving, and until even other courts started admiring her court. And a lawyer could not, according to her, a lawyer could not come and adjourn a matter without a good reason. She could hear, according to her, she could hear people talking on the corridor saying, if you are going to that court, you must be well prepared. There is no jokes and there is no adjournment. And that's how she made, the matters move. There were no backlogs. Then she says about the institutions then, especially the Constitution, should be made to work. Good implementation and so on and so forth. But the old constitutional dispensation, the ones she joined the judiciary around that time, it didn't have much, like the one the 2010 one, the one we do have right now, the 2010, which has at least some provisions, even gender quotas and so on. So that one, if you look at even because the problem when it came to appointment was the institutions actually doing the appointment. If you look at the other constitutional regime, the president was doing the appointments. But if you look at this one under Article 166, the president will not do it until the process has gone through a vigorous process by the JSC. They do the vetting, they do the recruitment process, the interviews, and it is on merit. So if you look at the two, there is a lot of difference. You can see the first time she tried, she was denied a chance while she is qualified. But this one, she says after on reforms, judicial reforms, especially on appointment. In fact, in 2017 JSC report, they said he had already complied with the 2/3 gender rule. My inspiration now, coming to my inspiration in writing, I was working with Justice Ojwang, and I've seen how many books he's done, including the 2015 thesis he's done. The second one is when I was doing the LLM, I was doing thesis and a representation in the highest court, and how we could actually make use of the gender quotas of the Constitution to do what? To achieve that equality. So from there we co-authored another chapter with my supervisor, Dr. Meroka,
called Making Gains Using Gender Quotas. We now built on that thesis and did another, it's right here. It's this one, Making Gains, yeah. Yeah, and so this one is a very inspiring story about Justice Okwengu and how she was able to balance between life as a married woman, life as a mother, and life as a judicial officer, and looking at the barriers. You see the barriers like that old constitutional regime when in that space, if you started as a magistrate, you retired as a magistrate. She was among the very few who were able to break the cycle to go to a high court and later to the Court of Appeal. So looking at all that, you can see her struggles. She was actually separated from her mother when she was 7 years, from Kisumu to Mombasa where the dad was working, because many people in the village did not believe in a girl-child education. But the father had values, great values, and believed in a girl child getting that education. That's why she was separated from the mother in Kisumu, and she traveled all the way. She was taken to actually Mombasa where the father was. And she says she worked hard with the father behind her inspiration, telling her we must do this. She was, during the interview, she was saying, when she was in primary school at that tender age, she used, after school, she used to go to a courtroom and listen to proceedings. And she was really fascinated about the court process. And she held it on and hung on until she was among the best students. She went to Alliance and she kept her eyes on the ball. So the lessons here are, let me just quote her. First, that she says that if she had someone to hold her hand, she would have achieved that much earlier than she did. But she didn't have someone to hold her hand. She brings in the issue of mentorship in law schools, because she didn't have anybody in the law school, neither in the profession, until much, much later. So she brings in that mentorship program and mentorship issue in the law schools, that people should be encouraged, especially the girl child, should be encouraged to pursue their goal. The other issue she talks about is a good institution, or good institution, like the institution of the Constitution. Yes, we have the 2010 Constitution. We have the that gender rule. What have we done with them? Have we implemented? You can remember when in the matter of National Assembly and Senate, a Supreme Court advisory opinion number 2 of 2012, where the Supreme Court, where the AG was seeking an advisory opinion from the Supreme Court on how best to go about the numbers in Senate and National Assembly in as far as the that gender rule is concerned. That is the Article 81B. Will Mutunga said no. That was in 2012. He said in 2013, during our next general election in 2013, we should achieve this. But of course, you can see, if you look back, you can see we are slowly going progressively, even though Chief Justice Maraga said there is something he said about the National Assembly and the Senate if they don't implement the that rule. You remember? So yes, she says the institutions have to work, not just for one category, but for everyone, the minority, the marginalized, everyone, going by that Article 27 of the Constitution. So that's what she brings in. Now you have asked me about my thought. Yes.
Maybe we can first get to Judicial. and his inspiration and motivation to us. Even as you answer the question on your motivation,
Yes.
Kindly advise us on the significance of judicial performance management measurements for judicial case management, the judicial measurements on judicial case management.
Thank you, and pleasant evening to you all. My name is Yusuf Jarso. I work in the Office of Chief Justice, handling data as a data liaison. I'm privileged to be in this session. I'm happy to share my scholarly article on a pressing issue within the judiciary, which is a backlog. The article poses as a compelling question that can we measure a backlog? Can we prevent a backlog? And then can we curate a sort of initiative to mitigate those backlogs? So the article sits at the sort of cross intersection between data science and the law, so that we apply the mathematical and the actuarial concept into understanding these pressing judicial phenomena of backlog. The study uses an actuarial model, a survival analysis model, which is timed to an event modeling. So event is case resolution. To simplify it to us for general understanding is that we want to understand how the case moves within the justice system and what are key causes of those case delays. So the study looks at how the case moves within the system and what are the key factors which contribute to those delays. The study was run in magistrate court. The why in magistrate court is the first point of contact across the litigant. Once we sort out a backlog problem within the magistracy, 90% of our judicial problem will be quite solved. As been done in the state of judiciary, if you look at the state of judiciary, more than 80% of cases within the institution is at that basic level of magistracy. So the moment you solve an issue in magistrate court, then we are good to go within the backlog reduction within the institution. What motivates me to do that study? Three key issues. One is a sort of personal conviction that I work in this institution as a data person. There is an issue of a backlog problem. Then I ask myself, why don't we just apply those mathematical modeling to understand the backlog? What are the drivers of the backlog so that we can address the issue of the backlog? The second aspect is policy gap. We have quite a very good reforms within the institution. Automation, increase of judges to handle cases. But why is this backlog not going down? We understand that it is a global phenomenon. But why, as much as we increase capacity, we do.
Commissioners, they asked me to come and share experiences, which I do, even sometimes online, on YouTube, on Zoom and Teams. Thank you.
To you, Anerita, Justice Hannah Okwengi was very particular on mentorship, and she encouraged mentorship everywhere she went. including in her position in the International Women Association of Judges. How best will the judiciary calculate mentorship in their activities? In line with that, also you can talk about gender mainstreaming. We have policies on gender mainstreaming. Is it sufficient to this day? And what was the inspiration of the former judges who took position in the early days? How has that influenced the status of gender mainstreaming that is currently in the judiciary? So on those two topics.
Thank you. Starting with the latter, after you had throughout the story, after the 2010 Constitution, the JSC, there is a way they started working on judicial reforms on the judiciary. And that's why we have seen some of the policies like sexual harassment policies coming in and other gender mainstreaming policies, including the HR policies on recruitment and so on and so forth. So there is something which is being done about that gap. Already some of these policies are being utilized in the judiciary. Coming to the other question you said, mentorship, the question on mentorship and how the judiciary can embrace it to make good what we already have in terms of workforce and probably for the future. There are a few programs I have seen running, but these ones are in collaboration with the law school. We have now law schools getting internship in the judiciary, not only law schools, by the way, but in all fields. In most spaces now, the judiciary has opened doors for that internship. I'm not a spokesperson for the judiciary, but I'm talking about, I'm addressing the question of mentorship. I have seen it running in the judiciary, probably because of that gap that was there, and it's very good that Justice Hannah Okwengu identified that gap. And even she says when she retires, she's going to continue with that mentorship program, especially for the law students and for the women. She will also, she says she will advocate this chapter. She says she has already committed to advocate for other women rights and the marginalized. So yes, the mentorship is a very good idea, and especially when you have to grow in your career or your profession of whatever field or space, you need someone to hold your hand. You need someone to tell you, if you take this path, at least this is what will happen, and this is the way. But if you don't have someone, it's like you're just gambling. You are just doing it for the sake of doing it or because it is in the program. But when you have someone who is like a guide, like now most of the magistrates say, I have told you Judge Okweng was one of the, let's say 3 made it from magistrates to the High Court because of that resilience and commitment. So with her, even without really having a laid down candidate quota, it is not a candidate quota, it is not a reserve. She's just gone there to fight like any other person, but she's denied. So if we have some few people who can show others the way and tell them this is the right procedure, these are the guidelines, this is what you need to do. If you want to become a judge, start here, do this and that. Then it would be a better mentorship program, even if it is not written in books or anywhere. It is a better, because we're living by experience. You see now, even when we say, well, let's do by merit, we are not going to consider women, let's do appointment by merit. When you say that, we are also looking at the experience of women. And this I relate with the traditional, injustices on women, that were not able to, acquire lands, and if they did, they could not have a title deed in their name. If you look at that and we insist as a society, yes, we do merit, which I Sometimes I agree with those critics that, well, let's go by merits. But how about the lived experience of that woman of that time? Don't you think that experience they went through would be important when they sit at the table to make a decision? When other men and women are making their decision, or let's say men making decision, an important decision that will impact either negatively or positively to the society. Don't you think that lived experience of a woman, even the one who was not given a chance, don't you think that experience would be important to bring, say, in the bench in this case? Because see, look at a woman who has been denied a property. Look at a woman or a child, and we're talking about women this side, this time, a woman who has been denied, say, employment or a chance to work or an elective position or appointed position for that matter. She's there, she has gone through, she's touching here and here, her homemaker. She's expected to do all that women are supposed to do. And then, through that experience, she has struggled, even seeing that education is only for the boy child. Through that experience, you are saying she cannot now have a say on what is happening. No, I think that was that was very wrong. We should all be given a chance. Male, female should be given a chance to make a difference. So mentorship is key. I think it makes you realize your dream faster than when you don't have somebody to help you or to hold your hand. Yeah.
For you, Jaso, judging a collegial court has always been a challenge to the judiciary, especially if you hear the last interview for Supreme Court judge. The issue came up twice when they were interviewing Justice Warsame and the interview to Justice Toyota. So arithmetically or statistically, do you have a formula, a suggestion where you can get to actually judge the workload of a single judge in a collegial court? Any suggestion to that effect?
Thank you, Sam. Before I answer your question, there was a question you asked on the significance of the study on performance and the judiciary. So, in answering that question, I want to relate it to the finding that in the article finding that they are using the covariates which was applied to in the study, is that the basic and primary drivers of case delays in judiciary is adjournment. The civil cases, so you see the civil cases has a longevity within the system. This is evident in a complex case like land cases, like succession case. So that's the second driver of a delay. The third is sort of a phenomena which the study somehow revealed, that a case with a legal representation is likely to delay than a case without a legal representation. The fourth aspect is which we used, but the study applied to check whether is a primary driver is the workload. But somehow counterintuitively and so revealing is that a judge or a magistrate with higher case workload seems to expedite case than the one with a lower workload. So the study somehow revealed that workload might not be a significant driver of the backlog. So that's the insight from study relation to the performance within the institution. The second question which you asked is how do we measure a collegial court? Because in a singular court, like magistracy or some of the first instance called like high court, you can measure because you can attribute one case to a single judge or a single magistrate. My response is one, maybe don't attribute my contribution to the institution, and secondly, the office I work in. So meaning, these are my personal view of how the collegial case might be measured, but not the view of either the institution or the office I work in. In measuring a collegial court is a bit complex because there is shared responsibility, there is shared collaborative research, and also there is a shared responsibility of even drafting the judgment together. As a researcher, my take on how we can measure a collegial court is modeling a workload contribution, so that we say in a bench, if a leading judge is there, then out of 100%, attribute 60, because he is leading, he will be a lead drafter, he will do thorough research. Then aggregate the rest of the remainder to the rest of the members of the panel. That's somehow my view. The second aspect is what we call full-time equivalence in measuring judicial performance. Full-time equivalence means how the judges spend in listening to the court and final disposition. So in a panel, we may see how we can attribute that full-time equivalence to the panel, so that we can measure Commissioner Okello as a first judge contributed to this, then the second judge contributed to this. So it's what we can measure is what we call time varying covariate, so that you can look at the time. The last aspect is what judiciary is currently undertaking, what we call case weighting model. So I think that can be of help. But those are my attribution. It's not judiciary, or it's not the office I represent. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I think we can take maybe one round of questioning. I think one question per speaker, then we have our closing remarks.
People who actually newly registered voters, they could not find their polling station when they accessed it online. So there still remains to be a setback, and in your wide vast of knowledge in election law, what could be your recommendation in this problem? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My name is Benson Odiworo Otieno. I'm an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. I'm just interested in the research that you conducted concerning the panel, or what they call collegiate court. If you read keenly, you are able to see that certain judges are very willing to write the lead judgment in every panel where they serve. In your research, are you able to see what are these factors that would motivate one judge to volunteer to write the lead judgment in every bench they serve in? I really want to know whether there is that. Again, as you answer that, what does that point towards issues of corruption in the judiciary and in those benches? Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Laura Bina. My question goes to Honorable Justice Ahmed. In your book is a memoir. So my first question is, generally when you're writing a memoir, you're writing about your personal experiences. How do you ensure that you are not biased? Considering, let's take actually a key case is your book is about the election process. We know how controversial it can be, and there are roles that you play in that whole scenario. How do you ensure that when you're writing the memoir, you are not sanitizing your role in the happening of those events? And then finally, a matter like election is one that raises not only political issues, but also national security. And in so many instances, we have had cases where politicians are linked to national security issues. And key among those factors will be election issues. So when you are writing
answers, have you thought of creating a software, something that can help calculate some of these mathematically, such that now they can be able to inform one of those challenges? I'm speaking from the point of view of innovation in the tech spaces, and how technology can help to solve societal issues that we face. My second question goes to Ms. Anerita Murungi. Is the copyright shared now with you and Hannah Okwengu, or how are you handling the copyright for this particular work? Secondly, now that you passionately talk about mentorship, have you thought of talking to clubs, or rather legal society clubs in the institutions of higher learning or colleges that offer legal education? Because again, there are not many. So if you could think of it, I don't know, have you thought it before, or have you done it before? Lastly, to Justice Hisak, thank you that you're alive to tell the story. It's just a comment that many a times, many people die without telling the story. That is quite commendable, and I think is one of the texts that could really form a good basis for knowledge management, and knowledge management as far as the legal profession is concerned. So to my colleague librarians at the judiciary, kindly, when we shall have the knowledge cafes, some of the stories that we should be able to be listening on, that what has Justice Hisak has just done. Thank you.
Maybe we can start from the far end, Jaso.
My name is Nasike, and my question is on data science and the law. And one thing that I realized with analyzing court data is sometimes you get gaps, or you get several decisions. For example, you have a ruling on bail, and then you have now the judgment itself, or no case to answer, judgment, or a case to answer. Then you have the main judgment, then you have the sentence. So when you are measuring performance, or I wanted to know if this aspect of criminal cases is reflected in your work.
Please, I don't think there's any other question coming in, so maybe we can answer those questions.
Thank you. I think I'll start with Bran, the advocate. The study scope is on magistrate court, if you listen carefully. The aspect of measuring the collegial court was not on the research paper. He was posing a question to me as a researcher: what is your view on the metrics of measuring a collegial court? So those are not research findings, but my personal view as a researcher. The second aspect of motivation, corruption factor, the judge who is drafting the lead. As a scientist, from where I see it, I don't have empirical evidence to attribute your analogy to what you are saying. So unless I do a research to it, and then empirically say that a judge who is leading a draft is motivated by a certain factor, I'll not be in a position to say so. So the scope of my research was just on the magistracy. Yeah. The question from Lillian. Thank you. I think we always say as a mathematician, mathematics fits all. It's quite solve the world problem if applied well. So it can be applied within the context of judiciary. What this study did was to identify the disease, in sort of, just to put it in the layman's view. And then find where is the pressing problem. Now the next step as a scientist is to take it to the next level and curating a sort of what we call solution or treatments, insofar as that statement is concerned. I can say that is my next research. I'm working on it. It's a research titled Asymptotic for Backlog Probability in a Bidimensional Case Load Model. I know it's a mathematical term, but basically it's ask a fundamental question. Are we in a situation where we can curate solution to our backlog problem? Are we in a situation which actuarials call it ruin situation, where we are saying we are at insolvency, sort of? So that's my next research. If given an opportunity, I'll present the finding. Thank you.
Thank you, Lillian, for the questions. Starting with mentorship. Mentorship is a very key area. If we have to produce good professionals, people who can produce, people who can actually manage courts, those who can manage institutions, those who can manage schools, everywhere. We need that mentorship. And good mentorship, I mean somebody who, number one, is knows the area, the staff, they know what they are doing, and somebody of integrity, somebody who can be looked up to as an example. So mentorship is happening everywhere, actually, even in our homes, as mothers, as fathers. Everywhere you go, someone is looking up to you to mentor them. So mentorship is all over. But now the mentorship we are talking about, if I heard you right, is professional mentorship. And if I look at the field of law, they have done very well, by the way, with the programs. The one I was talking about is informal, it's not written anywhere. But for the law professionals, after you are done with your degree, you are sent to Kenya School of Law for ATP, that is Advocate Training Program, which runs for 1 year. And in that program, you are actually taught how you do litigation, how you know the work you expect to carry out as a lawyer. Then after that, you will be sent to for a 6 months program to who we call a master. Yeah? So the student is the pupil, and the master is somebody already in the field and who is well versed with whatever is happening or on that field of the law. So my personal opinion is that we should not downplay mentorship, even in school programs. I think we should have programs even in school that will, lead our students, our future leaders. Probably the reason we have all these things happening nowadays is because we don't have good mentors. We are too busy as parents, too busy as teachers, too busy in these institutions that we are not able to mentor. People have experience where somebody retires and they have not even held somebody's hand and shown them what happens if they go, what happens when this happens. And they go and return, there is no one to take up from them. So mentorship, I think, is a key component when it comes to professionalism, when it comes to service delivery, when it comes to all institutions and how they are supposed to be run. Because if we have good mentors, then the institution will have good values and good principles that we can all look up to. But because of that lack of mentorship, we can see there are several gaps in most institutions. Yes, I know you have asked me about if we have talked about, to some of the societies. Personally, I haven't, but in this paper, in this chapter, Justice Okwengu has already stated that one of the things now she will concentrate on after her retirement is that she will build an organization or establish an organization that will now start mentoring young girls, will mentor even women to take up their rights, to speak up for themselves. Remember, we are now talking about village women who don't even know what law is. Yes, the law is there, but they hear it. They don't know how to stand up for their rights. Let me tell you an example I have seen where I'm working. I work for the HIV tribunal. People's rights are just trampled on every day, everywhere. But they don't know even if there is a tribunal. They know there is a tribunal. They don't even know how to take their issues to the tribunal. They don't know where to report to. They just keep quiet and suffer silently. But if we have someone out there telling them there are these institutions, if your rights are violated, you go to this institution and you can be assisted, then we will be saying, yes, we are doing a good job. Because if you look at the HIV tribunal, for instance, they don't pay even filing fees, and Chief Justice has been very good, very considerate to zero rate the filing fees. But now we will hear people complaining out there, oh, this has happened, but they are not bringing the case, not because they don't want, but the processes, the procedures, and so on, they are afraid that it is a cumbersome process. And it is not even cumbersome. They don't have someone there probably to tell them this is what happens if your rights are violated. This is where you can have your right, safeguarded, and so on and so forth. So mentorship, I think it's a very good thing, and it's good you have brought it out. And I think it should be institutionalized in the schools, in the institutions. So yes, Justice Okwengu has said now that she's retiring, she's going to start an organization which will now run a program on mentorship. On whether we have copyright, this work is already available online. You only write, go to Google and write Hannah Okwengu breaking judicial silos. It will pop up and you'll be able to download and read it. Yeah. Okay, let me say this. This work is a whole book, but we were 3 in Kenya who did chapters. Dr. Meroka did a chapter on Joyce Aluoch, that is Justice, Honorable Lady Justice Aluoch. Then there was Luciano Miano, who did a chapter on Effie Awor, yes. Then there are other authors who did chapters from different...
Okay, I think on electoral system, our country is a presidential system of government. A winner takes all. Access to power is also access to resources. And that makes the elections high stake. It doesn't give the loser any incentive to accept a defeat, especially if half of the country is with that candidate. So we need to have some element of inclusive government. Whether it is pre-election or post-election, whether you call it a broad-based government or you call it Nusubukate, by whatever name you call it, it is important as a society that we have to accommodate those who are also, who may have not been declared the winners. And so my point is that we have to go back to our system of government and the electoral system to ensure that we are still able to retain the political stability of the country. And that this element of loss, absolute loss, is mitigated. Election technology is an area where I think we are trying to bridge. We are operating in an environment of no trust. We don't trust each other. We don't trust the Electoral Commission. We don't trust the courts. And so we try to use technology to bridge that gap. But technology is also implemented by people. Now, international best practice says that don't bring new election laws or new technology 1 year to an election. Number two, if you're going to apply technology in an election, first you do a pilot. You do a sampling before you deploy it in the whole country on election day. There's a proverb, never test the depth of a river with both feet. In technology, we risk getting drowned in the river because we are always pushed to the last 6 months to an election. We have election laws amendments being forced through, being rushed through by those who are in power or those who have the numbers in parliament. Ultimately, it is the Electoral Commission which is going to apply that election law and technology. And I think this current voter registration going on, whatever we have seen the failures of technology must be addressed now because they can get worse as we go to election. And we hope that Parliament and the Executive do not bring in new election amendment laws because those in power always would like to make more amendments to the law to ensure that they're able to retain power. So my point is that we have to be very careful with technology and we should always have a backup. I know people don't think that we should have electronic transmission of results from all the polling stations and then it will be declared online. There must be a system where you have a backup plan. And don't think that backup plans means you're able to rig the elections. I think it is in the context of the entire electoral reforms. So, a lot of young Kenyans are very active on social media. But when it comes to voter registration and voting, it is those who show up who make the decision. And I think you should not be discouraged by these failures of the voting registration online or getting the results. You should always go back. If for example, you could not find your details on the voter registration portal, you could still go to the constituency election office or even to IEBC headquarters. You must find a way of reaching to the Electoral Commission because technology can always fail. There must be a backup plan. Now, talking about my memoir, yes, it is the truth, my truth, and it's my objective truth. And those who have worked with me in the Electoral Commission, there are over 890 staff who work for the Electoral Commission, and commissioners who have worked with me, and what I have, and people who are in Parliament who have been elected. This book has been in the market for the last 3 years. There's been no objective statement against the book. No one said I am lying there, or I lied here, or I sanitized this. Actually, some people have said I took too much courage to write it. A lot of Electoral Commission chairmen, especially in Eastern Africa, Uganda, Tanzania, will tell you this was a suicidal move that we have done. I mean, that's what I get the feedback from the region. So I take great pride in the fact that I have disclosed what I think Kenyans need to know about elections and management in Kenya. Of course, there are things that you cannot say. We have taken an oath of secrecy, an oath of confidentiality. You have to keep certain information secret. They remain secret unless they're declassified. But that's very few, because election generally is a very people-centered issue. So I don't think I have sanitized, but the fact is, the truth is this. We don't know up to now who killed Msando. Christopher Chege Msando is very sensitive, very dangerous. We are all going to go. In my faith, we say we are all going to go. In my faith, we say you will die on your appointed hour and day. So you don't have to fear death. It will come at its own time. And for me, it is to live with dignity, say my truth, and walk my path. And yes, there were times when I felt threatened, but that was when I was in office, going to the election. But now that I'm out of office, I don't think anyone is interested in me. I walk around without any problem. But yes, during the election time, I think the chairman is under a lot of stress. And I always I used to talk to Chebukati. I will, of course, talk to Ethicon, because I am the only other person in the country who knows what he's going to do at that time. So I think, and finally, when I was appointed chairman, the first thing I did was to reach out to Samuel Kibitu in 2009. In May 2009 is when I was appointed chairman of interim Independent Electoral Commission. Then that time ECK was disbanded and they were all sacked. The commissioners and even the staff, 650 of them were sacked on December 28, 2008. They became the first casualty of the post-election violence in 2007. So when I met with the Kibitu, he was very bitter with the political class. He felt that they were just blamed for everything, when the politicians themselves had contributed a lot to the violence. So he advised me something which I took to heart, and it's what I carry with it in my book. And finally, on the issue of the judgments, the three bench. I'm only here for 4 months now, 4 months. I don't know what was the previous experience, but what I have seen now is that we see that as 3 judges, and every time we hear a case, if it's concluded, we give a date for judgment. Every judge will take his one case. So it's numbered. So I know this week I took 2 or 3. Next week we know who's going to be next. Any other upcoming judgment is automatic. It's not something that you say, I'll take this one. No, it is systematic. So you take, your caseload. Last week I took 2 cases, 2 judgments. On Monday, if another case comes up for judgment and we give a date for judgment, we know who's going to take, who will be the next person. So that way, you don't have someone monopolizing the lead judgment. It's going to be something which you can use to check the appearance of bias. Thank you.
So another round of applause for the panelists. So maybe in space of 2 minutes each, we can have your closing remarks. Maybe we can start at the far end by Jasa.
Thank you. My takeaway is to all of us that judiciary problem, which is a backlog, it can be mitigated. We can have solution to that problem of judicial backlog. In closing, I want to say a word of thanks to my Chief Justice, and all my colleagues in the Office of Chief Justice, to Kenya Judiciary Academy, thank you for the opportunity to present the finding. To the panel, thank you, Sam, my friend. To all of you, thank you for listening. And to Justice Isaac, as we, the northern people from Northern, always look up to you. It's a privilege to share the platform with you. And whenever I walk around the corridor, they always ask me, are you related? Are you brother to Justice Isaac? I'm so proud to share the platform with you. Thank you for your invitation. Thank you.
Thank you. This is what I would like as my parting shot, that we should build a culture of hard work. Let us work hard. And I'm not talking to women. I'm talking to all of us, female, male. Let's build a culture of hard work. Let's keep our goal on the ball. If you want to be a lawyer, go for it, whether you are a boy, whether you are a girl. If you want to go for judgeship, go for it. If you want to go for teaching staff, go for it. Don't expect a token. You know, sometimes I hear people say tokenism. Tokenism. Well, if you are a woman and you get a job through merit, know that is not a token. You have to work and prove that you really earned that job through your it's not just qualifications, but what is the product. After you get that distinction, after you get your master's, after you get whatever you get, what is the product? What are you giving back to the society? Because it's all about service to the society. If you get your, whatever you get, high grades, and you do nothing about, applying, even when you don't have a job yet, there is a way you can give back to the society, either way, whether you are in formal employment or not. There is a way you can give back to the society, and that is the measure. So the idea of tokenism, no, work hard. Hear me, oh, ye men and women. Work hard, let's build a culture of hard work, and let's, as much as possible, like Justice Hannah Okwengu, let's give back to the society. Her work is enormous. She has given so much, according to the paper and according to what I've seen. At some point I worked with her. She has given too much. She is a no-nonsense, you know that, and she stands by her principles. If she feels this is not the right, like some of the decisions I have analyzed, like the BBI, if she feels that is not the position she wants to take, even if the majority has taken a position, she will always deviate from that decision and do her own dissent. So she stands on her principles. And I think she's good to be, we can learn a lot from her story. You can get the story from online, it's available. And the lessons there, the motivation areas around her story, they are quite vast. I think I recommend that each one of us should read a story. It's quite inspiring. It's quite something, and I really thank her for coming out and sharing a story. I really want to thank you for having me here. Kenya Judiciary Academy, thank you so much for thinking about, having us here, especially me, to share Judge Okwengu's story. I look forward to the next one.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm very happy to hear sentiments by Jarso Yusuf. I am honored by. Thank you very much for your kind words. It is an honor that I'm able to be a role model to our youth from our region. I think my own parting shot is that you have a story to tell always. Even everyone has got his own life. There's this Japanese proverb which says, die empty. I heard it from Lankan Okello. Die empty. So, you know, there are some people who are walking mobile libraries. They are carrying knowledge. They are carrying wisdom. They are carrying lived experiences. Even we have some in the country, different. I was talking to the son of the General Mahmoud Mohammed, you know, the former Chief of General Staff. And I was telling him, you know, this man has so much information, and you should make sure that you document his experiences. And his son told me, you know, he's my friend. He told me, I am actually, after reading your book, I am actually, we are doing that. So I think we should all die empty. Let us leave behind something which another person, another generation can learn from. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being a gracious panel. I think this panel has started by christening it the graveyard shift. And I think I've done well as a mortician. So thank you so much. And I hand it over to Duncan Okello.
Let's appreciate the mortician as he takes a photo. You stand in the middle. I told you something about boy child, you see. Thank you very much, Sam, for such a wonderful moderation. And thank you, the panel, for very, very engaging conversations, and for staying on this long. Thank you very much, Judge. You call it the graveyard session. Shift. I think it's from the cradle to the grave. Judge Ahmed Isaac Hassan. You started us off with a prayer. It's Judge Hassan who prayed for us in the morning. So from the cradle to the grave. And we die empty. And empty debates make a lot of noise. So it means you've offloaded everything that you needed to offload for the benefit of humanity as you go. Make some noise as you exit. That was a wonderful session. And just to let you know that we've been relaying this live until now. So our audience is much bigger than the people we have here. So many people have been watching, so I've been following on social media platforms. Friends, it's been a long day. We should have been out of here almost 2 hours ago. I'll not delay you any further. On behalf of the Kenya Judiciary Academy, I would really like to thank all of you for being here for the whole day and for engaging in a very, very, very productive conversations since we began in the morning. I think there is no doubt in my mind that this is proof of concept. We need to do this again. I know it is a command because the Chief Justice said that we need to do this on an annual basis. And as KJA, we are going to plan this better, even bigger. We decided to hold it here at the Kenya National Library Services for the first time for symbolic purposes as well. This is the official custodian of Kenya's knowledge, the body of knowledge for the country. So we thought that it is important to signal the first event appropriately, and we thought this was the perfect, iconic forum to stage our first engagement. Also, given the level of enthusiasm and interest that we've seen, holding it here next time would actually be a disaster because I think the turnout would be very large, so it would be reckless, I think, on our part to do so. So we'll try and rethink, reconceptualize, redesign this as we go forward. So we expand it, we make it proceed over a longer period of time instead of just one day. So those are some of the thinking that are already percolated. I'm very glad that The forum has inspired a number of judges and staff, as well as judicial officers, to think about writing. That was one of our objectives of this. Let us restore that literary impulse, so that we can to borrow judges' words, exit empty. As Honorable, I think, Wanjala was talking, we asked to put, to bring this here. Sorry, I didn't explain when she was still around. These are just some of the journal articles. They were over-apologizing for only having articles. There's so much that has been written, so we just listed the ones that came through very quickly. By the time we were doing this, more was streaming in from the judiciary. So basically, the judiciary is a very, very active academic arena, quietly. And this process has been able to surface some of those. So we'll improve on this. As I said in the morning, the catalog will have all the books, we'll have all the journal articles, and we'll have it online so that we can update it on a continuous basis. So I would like to end here and thank all of you. Enjoy your weekend. I'm told that it rained, so traffic was heavy, so it was better to waste time here than waste time in traffic. But this has been very, very useful. We are very inspired as the Academy. We are very encouraged. And I also hope that you also are similarly encouraged with what we've begun. Keep writing. Get started. That is the message. Enjoy your weekend, and let's keep in touch. Asante sana. Yes. We like that sound.
If you give a little more than you get, and if you try to fix